together where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incubators. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a sovereign command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the doors. It's in yellow reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it down.
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I do it for you. And let's rage. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What time is it? 8:11. Oh, this is probably the latest I've ever been. I apologize. We can say it. I was just saying to myself how nice it is that Lutch is always on time. Oh. I would never do more than one late stream in a week. So that's my grace. Welcome. We also got our boy Going Dark. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, gentlemen. How are we? So yes, it is a judging debate night. We've got, let me update that banner. You guys got the movie night. And so now we are looking for the double feature. Shout out to you guys. We got Colby. Indeed, it is Saturday. We are judging debates tonight. So the debates don't start for a little while. So we got some stuff to hang out and watch. And, we'll see what is good with what is good. And then we'll judge some debates. I did put the prompts in the description. I don't have them right in front of me, but we have the first debate. There is nothing wrong with cultural appropriation. That's going to be with Razor, the dude with the pink cat ears, versus DMZ the trans VTuber thing. Then we have the legal age of voting should be raised to 21. That's with Tyler Average Debate Enjoyer and TylerWO. Not sure. We're offended. You're offended. Not sure who that is. And then the main event, competitive debate, fetishizes intelligence. Kind of meta there, debating about whether or not debating is good or not. Shout out to Wicked Dream with the $5. Well, thank you so very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for Morty, and that does hit the goal of keeping the entire stream ad-free. Ads are off. Everybody say thank you, Wicked Dream. He said 10 push-ups immediately. You cute. That's cute. That's cute. You got the ads off. There you go. And a big thank you from me and Morty. Shout out. So already adding to the go. Where are we? 317. 317 out of 400 for the double feature. 1 out of 15 for the night. And 5 out of $75 with, of course, our sponsor, Wicked Dream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, very, very much appreciated. It was the, what is it? Yeah, it's the 50 for an immediate shirtless, if you want, push-ups and a scoop of peanut butter for Morty. So that's where we're at with that. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Shout out to Nikki Dark Angel. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. And we also got Arthur. Shiva Strikes again. And we got Humble Pie. Welcome. Said low riders are for everyone. That kind of low rider, or like low-rise jeans. You guys know I love my low-rise jeans. Oh, man. All right, welcome to the party. There was... where is it? Oh, start off nice and fresh and funny. Shout out to Freedom Tunes. Wait, you guys know about Lindsay Clancy, right?
That poor baby. Sweet cherub. Rest now, poor itty-bitty toddler.
Can't believe how many evil freaks are out there.
I wouldn't go that far, but they certainly deserved it.
I was talking about the wife.
We were talking about the wife.
What?
It's terrifying. That could have been any of us.
That is terrifying.
So you understand the fear of women.
Very much.
And her husband? He just went out when he had a wife who could kill his kids at any time. Terrifying.
Never leave women alone anywhere.
How could any man ever leave the house? Do they know how irresponsible that is?
You can't turn your back for 5 seconds, can you?
Nope.
Wow, you're so emotionally intelligent.
But maybe, hear me out, maybe murdering children is bad.
When she was wearing that, she was pregnant. She didn't get a prenup. Crunchy. Did your husband under 6 feet?
Wait, you're right.
Thank you. We know.
I just can't believe someone so pretty could do something like that.
She's a monster. Disgusting wench.
Got it really do be like that, guys. It is wild. I could have sworn that I have something else here. Let's try the legend. Did I delete the fucking thing? Hold on. Give me a second here. Let me go to my history, because I could have sworn I had a lot more there. Or maybe I'm just at the top of the list. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Where is all this stuff? Weird. Okay. Well, we'll just start here.
So my last last video was about woke
One.
a new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years.
Shout out to Freedom Tunes. They are always on point. They were even they did a video on like the Whatever podcast and how that whole scene, and they were just like, this dope my bitch. That's all they fucking said the whole time. So if you ever hear Speakeasy doing that, he loves that. That's dope my bitch.
Distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years.
I forgot that we were going to watch the drama stream. So Nikki's here, right? Did I say? Yeah, I said hi, Nikki. All right, you get your drama. We're going to watch this, and then we're going to jump into that. Word the fuck up. I was just going to look for that Freedom Tunes one, but I mean, that's kind of the punchline there. That's dope, bitch. All right. So you think they're going to call it Woke 2.0 or Woke 2 or Woke 2.0? Are you asking me if they're going to call it Woke 2 or if they're going to call it Woke 2.0? Or are you asking me if they're going to use Woke 2 or Woke 2.0? Is this a yes or no question or an either or question? Could be read either way.
Distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left in America. Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just Woke 1. And how, in my opinion, that was not Woke 1. And how Woke 1 actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, Tumblr era feminism. The whole
Don't you worry. We will get there.
Pre-Trump era wokeness before it was even called woke. And I talked about how
I think Woke 2 is just it's easier to say, but exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth. I think Woke 2.0 sounds better, but Woke 2 is easier to say. As long as we're all on the same page, then I don't really care. As long as we know what's good. Wasn't that a show? Oh, that's Blackish. Whoopsie.
Pre-Trump era wokeness before it was even called woke. And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in like 2020. After uploading that video on Woke 1, I thought I was free, that I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term Woke 1 ever again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah, I thought.
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's the Thanksgiving dust up, abolished prisons, abolished police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot
Right,
of that.
she's moved away from it. Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. I have a local city councilman that has this saying, Woke 1 was crazy.
I think when I don't know how often that would be confused though. I think you're right though. Woke 2.0. It has a nice it sounds better. It sounds better. Good old Sean had got really high last night, and this video was crazy. Are Democrats? Oh, of course not.
Now, as an ex-AOC fangirl, I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karens in real time. I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on. I held on for a long time. Many would say too long, in fact. But this clip of AOC talking about Woke 1 really solidified how I've been feeling for the past few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back Woke 1 in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now, before we get into the real meat of this, the real juicy, the real...
And you know what? I don't necessarily... I feel like... So, here. Side quest on this. Then we had... Asmongold. So we'll get back to that in a second.
Oh, God. Is this the Woke 1 was crazy? Yeah, here we go.
And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, Woke 1 was crazy.
Woke 1 was crazy. Okay, that's
and I think that what's important is that
It's really important to keep in mind that the reason why it wasn't crazier, it's not because culturally they decided to change their minds. There was a massive societal backlash, and these people lost a huge amount of institutional power. The only reason why they're not doing this is we stopped them from doing this. Yeah, woke woman.
We fucking did it
3 months ago. Oh, here we go. Black Americans created democracy.
And how Black Americans really created democracy.
Thank you, Black Americans. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, the Greeks. Reparations soon.
That's exactly right. How they literally made something from nothing.
Is that they just lie.
If anybody had any balls, that would be a great show. And I personally nominate Shane Gillis. If you guys haven't seen the new season of his show, Tires, that is right in the, I mean, it may as well be a prequel to this wokish show. It was great. I got to rewatch it, but I have a bunch of stuff on the list, and then I got to go back to Battlestar Galactica for Avery, and lots of stuff. But shout out to Tires. Shout out to Shane Gillis.
AOC is starting her journey freezing her eggs. Oh my god.
Don't be weird about this. Even though I know all of you will be. Okay.
I'm not being weird about it. It is weird. No, I'm done. I'm out. I'm not gonna watch it. Oh, she broke up with her boyfriend. Oh, it's too bad. Goes on Hinge, calls her ex-fiance. Wait, what? Wait, we have her crashing out on a live?
By a loser, I mean someone who doesn't respect women, someone who doesn't respect you, someone who doesn't treat you well, someone that doesn't support your growth as a human being. By
Yes,
a loser,
queen.
I mean
It's so important we give her nuclear codes already.
Are you and Riley Roberts still together?
I don't comment on my private life, but thank you.
Is there any
I don't comment on my private life. Was that not you doing a medical procedure to yourself on TikTok?
thing untoward you can tell us about the relationship?
No, I'm sorry.
Got her.
Man. You think she
That's not how you're supposed to walk a dog. When you drag your dog along, all you're doing is creating a game. Dogs are pattern recognition machines. So they're seeing, oh, you want me over here. So if I want to sniff, if I want to sniff something over here, then I've got to pull to get there because that's the game that we play. As opposed to having a pop correction where it's just like pop and it's a short thing that's meant to be a message like, hey, you need to slow down, or hey, you need to keep going. Just from that, I don't trust her to run the country.
The country? You can't even get your dog right. I know what she needs. AOC's gonna.
They're all like that. They're all like that.
Hands if y'all don't stop being weird.
Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Pretty good. Pretty good. And this bloating is before even.
I'm mad at it. So here,
it's just crazy to me that so this girl breaks up with her boyfriend and she's immediately going on TikTok and then showing her body. That's crazy that it doesn't matter if you are a 18-year-old girl in college or you're a congresswoman, you're doing the same thing.
Well, I would even say possibly the next president. It doesn't matter if you're an 18-year-old girl just out of high school or the possibly the next president of the United States. And so the reason, the punchline I want to show you here is what Asmund is saying at the end.
In college, or you're a congresswoman, you're doing the same thing. AOC on Republican men.
They hate me because they ain't me and they can't ever be me.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Wait for her to run for president. AOC, oh no, is now projected to win the Democratic presidential nomination. Yes.
No. She could win. She has the ability to speak to the youth. She has the ability to stand for that which is not Trump and everything bad, MAGA, all that stuff. She could win. Now, again, we don't know who what the field is going to look like. But I would not be like, oh yes, AOC's in there. We're definitely going to win that. Be careful. It's possible. Shout out to Mr. Alleycat. Welcome to the party. I love him. I just don't want him to run the country. He said, I'm sorry, but if Americans elect that brain-dead moron to your presidential office, you deserve the communist shit show you get. Hard to disagree. watch a group of girls dress up as AOC for Halloween. She can win. She can definitely win. And so he's like, oh, ha, 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 ha. But we get back into this and we see, what the fuck? Oh, that's why.
This is the politician AOC and the interviewer are talking about. Francesca Hong is a progressive DSA candidate who recently lost her primary. Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets from 2020. Who among us does not? But most notably, one about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Please don't gather for the colonizer holiday. Please do wear a mask. I forget that people actually speak like this, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle session. They're putting these candidates through reading their old woke 1.0 tweets back at them. Like a dog got peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this?
You're actually not supposed to do that. Remember, dogs are pattern-seeking machines. So if your dog has an accident and you're not witnessing the accident, dogs have an attention span of about 1.3 seconds. So if you don't get it within 1.3 seconds, then you're creating a pattern of, oh, me going potty is bad. And so when you take them outside and whatever, they're like, oh, you yelled at me the last time I went potty, so I don't want to do that. And then they go in the house, find a way away from you, and piss all over your shit. And the cycle goes round and round and round and round. Always I'm going to do every Thanksgiving, get violently high and drunk, and find different dinners I can crash. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Okay, bet. So, let me start. We'll get both judges and the first two debaters. All right, word up. So, we don't even have that much to go through. They're starting early. We are starting the debates in 30 minutes. So, let's get through this. So we can.
But the quotes and replies from like Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if you do want to, just lie? Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie?
They are right. I mean, this is politics. You're supposed to lie to get the people to believe whatever you want them to believe.
This woman is an optics nightmare. Just say no. Say it was a joke. Say it was woke one. Just lie for fuck's sake. Just.
And specifically saying, oh, that was woke one. That would do well to coalesce the message that, yeah, that was a different thing. We don't do that anymore. Even though they do, that's the lie that they want to perpetuate.
Say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater. This is what she truly believes. And the people should know exactly what she believes. She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry a
white guy?
How dare you? My proximity to whiteness continues, right? I'm my son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married a... My child is half white. She can't even like bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca Hong just like hates all holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa. Of course.
Of course! Mom's dog Mark's in the house, and the dog's insanely underestimated and has zero consistent understimulate. Has zero. Yeah, that's the perfect recipe for a dog that you can't control. Oh man. Maybe I should start a new channel and just talk about dog training and stuff.
Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons
I did not know that
would work, Hong said, what I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims. She added, what may have been aspirational is not primary.
So, like I said, woke 2.0 is just woke 1 with a little more victimhood and a dash of more pandering. I don't know. I think the idea behind separating woke 1 and woke 2.0, I think that is to try to say, oh, all those crazy things that you thought were bad. Yeah, we don't believe those things. We now believe these things. And so my prediction is that likely what they're going to do is repackage all of the same ideas of woke 1.0 and just use different semantics, use different language, and be like, oh no, this is what we actually meant. That's that's seemingly the case. There's no way that they're going to create an entirely different, slate of ideals. So I really don't know. I really don't know. I think the point could be that woke 1.0 was this crazy, but in their opinion, it was this much of effective policies. So if we bring down the level of controversy, then we can get as much or even more of the actual policies in place. It's the pushback. It's the language and the rhetoric that freaks out all the Republicans. I don't know. That's what, this is still forming. Just remember when woke right was bubbling up, and now it just became MAGA and America First. But when woke right was bubbling up, and I still use that, but it's not as relevant as I thought it might be. We weren't really sure how it was going to apply because it was happening in real time. So woke 2.0 doing the same thing. Cozy, I think they're setting up 2.0 to go even harder. They're going to trim the fat and turn up the heat. Well said. That's kind of what I meant to say, but Colby said it better. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Maybe they will actually wake the heck up. It is called woke, but probably not. Watchdog con. Oh, there you go. You can be my first viewer. I do, especially after seeing Cool Vic's thing. I have to fucking create the second channel. I don't know exactly how to do it, and what the best thing is for do I put it under the same email? Do I start a new email? I don't want to have to worry about signing in and out and being signed in on the wrong thing and all that. So I just have to ask Chad, what is the simplest way to do it? So I this, that, and then it's going up. I have the name. I don't necessarily have a logo, but I have somewhat of an idea. I have the name already, and I'm not going to say it. Yeah, Morty does that too. He doesn't like the rain. He's getting older now, or he's just I don't really give a shit. But if you were here last summer, whenever with the fireworks go around 4th of July, and then anytime it starts raining over the summer, he's just like, oh no, more fireworks or thunder. Now he's maturing a bit. All right, let's see what we got here.
Victims. She added, what may have been aspirational is not primary. What may have been aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So cancel Thanksgiving.
Wait, so your whole thing is that this is the white man's patriarchy, but you call me the establishment, and that's a black thing. What? That don't make no sense.
Or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway, my point is, Francesca Hong's old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving, they were being all hand-waved away by AOC as just simply being woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0 or woke one is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they view as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social justice activism they participated in during the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai Osi, campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his on X unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osi, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke one was crazy. We all got a bit crazy back then. We did some jello shots and got on the bar and took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago. You can't spend 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then turn around and just be like, that just happened.
It's giving The Atlantic, where they're like, we need pandemic amnesty. Like, I know that we fucking treated you as second-class citizens, but, that just happened. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. I took a hit of acid at their wedding. It might have, we found him in the bathtub. He was never the same. I mean, I said, shit, me too. Shout out to LSD, showing you the real world. Speaking of woke, that dog is now OG woke. When the next time Box comes in and it's like, woke actually means aware of your... No, that's OG woke. We have OG woke, we have woke 1.0, and now we have woke 2.0, which is whatever it's going to be.
Career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democratic Party that this woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years, I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi, every ism under the sun. And now they're
Yeah, Morty doesn't like he doesn't like the sound of the rain, and he doesn't like getting wet.
just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what, move on? I've been like a dog chasing a car, and I finally got the car, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying like, yeah, MAGA was right. We were crazy. Like, okay, what else are they right about then? Even from like an AOC fan point of view, this just makes her look completely unserious and makes like the progressive movement look completely unserious, which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician who can get swept up in mass hysteria so easily? How can I trust that won't happen again? How can I trust in 5 years from now, you won't just call whatever it is you're advocating for now woke 2 and dismiss it as crazy? Free Palestine. Woke 2 was crazy. Like, what do you believe in? Could you imagine?
What do they believe in? Whatever the position at the time that they think they're supposed to have. No principles, just positions.
Republicans being like, January 6th one was crazy. Basically, I said this all on Twitter, and people were like already making videos of it. AOC panics after shoe on head calls her. Like, that didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch.
Shout out to AJW.
AOC. Who the fuck is this? Is that shoe bitch? Ah, yes, the infamous, notorious shoe bitch. Going around slapping women.
I bet Sean's like, oh man, like you definitely didn't watch the video. Like it was in your favor. Come on. Technically, actually no. I was gonna say there's something there, but it's our public building. But you know, well, if you didn't go so far to the right, then I would be so woke. So woke is okay because it doesn't affect me. I gotta get a better Box impression. That was not good. They believe in whatever will gain and maintain their power over others. Bingo. That's simple.
Time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was, you would think I was some like psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like, I posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something, that's totally normal. That's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years that can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind,
I'm stealing that. But, and this is a big but, a fat ass. I am stealing that.
On something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind, when you changed your mind. Be transparent. What about woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion, don't you agree with anymore?
And of course, they're never, ever, 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 ever going to explain that. That is the purpose in having this nomenclature of woke 1, because, oh, you know what it is, woke 1, like just woke 1 stuff. Thought terminating cliches.
Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke 1? Trans women are women, DEI, white privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What? Tell us. What? Tell the class. I've talked about this a few times in a few videos, but one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of police back in, like, 2020, like, borderline ACAB. I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed every day, but I'm sure that had nothing to do with it. I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic.
And that's a very, people need that, especially when you're younger. You need the reality of what am I talking about and what am I doing? And and this is directly relevant to Dean Withers and the allegations of talking to a minor or whatever exactly it is. I don't know specifically. I watched the video, but I didn't memorize it. And it does seem like they're fake allegations, but he's been so happy to be calling people like Pete Hegseth, Matt Gaetz, Trump, just PDFs and abusers and all that stuff without anything substantial. And now he's crying over that shit. Put a 1 if you have not. Actually, we don't have time for side quests, but I did write about it in this week's Substack. I just finished it a couple hours ago. It comes out at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. So make sure you finish the Should I Quit one. And then in the morning, you get a new one.
A whole bunch of other topics. So I want to know, AOC and other politicians, what about Woke One do you disagree with now? What's sad is, if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true. Now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago. I'm a grown-up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you. Be transparent. The people act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago. Acting like 2020 never happened. I'm not buying it, sorry. These issues were fucking, like, existential to these people a few years ago. And now
we got to get a little more Star Wars on movie night before I understand what this means.
it's just like, no big deal. It was just a phase, Mom. I was just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing from that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually.
No one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones.
It's a good reason not to steal.
It perpetuates a cycle of poverty.
Shoe? No, or this one? Schuannet is not a communist. No, she's like, you know, she's like the normal version of where Box is politically aligned. So I think Box and Schuannet are probably very closely politically aligned. That doesn't necessarily mean they have the same level of logic and ability to articulate their ideals. But I'm pretty certain, like 90% sure, that she is not a communist. She's very moderate, like not default, but like a very moderate lefty.
Separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones. It perpetuates a cycle of poverty and crime. No matter how much fear.
That is her, right? Okay, the commie mommy. So nobody who's really a communist is, taking on that moniker. I was gonna say nickname, but I wanted a better word.
The right-wing media does.
These people aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace. We have food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time and tell myself one thing, it would be criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin.
Sweet baby angel Aladdins.
Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's lives incredibly easier if there was actually some deterrent against crime. Yes. Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal? Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they understand.
Hey. Come on.
Legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they.
It is not illegal. On stolen land. She just likes honest dresses and red, white, and blue college. Yeah, oh yeah. What fucking commie is using the American flag as their background? They hate that shit. That's like, that's a fucking, a dog whistle. A dog whistle. We're all illegal. On stolen land. Dilly.
Understand just how incomprehensible some of their worldview actually is.
So if my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right.
Okay, technically that is a hypothetical, but like that's a very real thing. That's not like a fantastical thing. Like, well, what if aliens came down and did this? What about then? Like, okay, I could understand. You'd be like, well, I mean, I'm not really here to get into, all these crazy hypotheticals, but you're talking about abolishing the police. That raises the question of what happens when crime happens.
Now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
Hypothetical. That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it. Abolish prisons. Where do the bad people go?
I don't know.
Like, yeah, okay. In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless. Sorry, I'm cutting out so hard in this video. I'm in my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. What the fuck? Anyway, despite the
Oh yeah, someone. What do you guys think about my skin in general? Because TikTok puts on a default filter. Oh, I gotta shave that a little bit. TikTok puts on a default filter, and so when at night when I'm making videos, there's so I don't have to turn the light on. There's a thing where it makes the surrounding, like the border of the screen, really, really bright and white. So it acts like, so you can see. And they put the filter on. Someone's like, whoa, you have such good skin. Looks like a filter. I'm like, yeah, no. But you guys, some of the filters because like that's the default. You could turn it off, but I don't even know how. And why not look a little extra pretty? But yeah, some of the filters, like they literally are, I mean, you've seen what AI can do. The filters, crazy. Nikki said we could spend less on police if we kept criminals in prison and less prison if we gave the death penalty to child abusers, rapists, and killers. Yep, and we did recently see that it's cheaper to kill them than on average. It's cheaper to have someone on death row than it is to have them in prison for life. Oopsie. Debate in 10 minutes. But, they're gonna take a while to get started. So let's see. So right now we got just horseradish in there. But shortly. Usually they don't start till like 10 p.m. here. So, we good. All right, let's finish this up.
I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. What the fuck? Anyway, despite the Republicans completely dropping the ball right before midterms, surprise, war in the Middle East forever, the sudden walk back about Woke 1 clearly shows the Democrats are still struggling with PR. If only there was some sort of left-wing Joe Rogan.
People think I'm the king of Woke 1.0, that I was Mr. Radlib, right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate.
Unlimited progress. That means radical changes in what I want.
I never did the Latinx thing. Like, I have been dark woke before dark woke was invented. Like, this is the headquarters of dark woke.
Bro, it's so gay how they take on these monikers. Like, it's cool. Like, oh, dark woke, bro. Like, dark woke. Like, it's dark woke. We brought up dark MAGA because of the Biden thing. It was ironic. They really think that they're badass. Well, I'm dark woke, bro. You don't want to mess with me. Demon time.
Dude who called me emo, calling himself dark woke. What the actual fuck is dark woke?
What is dark woke?
Dark woke is just
Just kind of gay. The fuck are they progressing towards? Has anyone answered that? To utopia, of course. A communist utopia where everything is taken care of and there's no problems and there's no crime and nobody wants for anything because the only reason that crime exists is because poverty is to blame. Duh. Nah, bro. You see, this is why you guys need to watch the Legendary series. This is why you guys need to watch the Legendary series. There was almost almost 8 months between Shocktober 7th and when Hassan started wearing suits every day. What made Hassan wear suits every day is Shoe on Head, her last video, making fun of him for the way that he dresses. Immediately, he started wearing suits. I'm telling you guys, keep up with the Legendary series. More Pegasus. Yeah, he was at a like the phase, bro. He was at a pool party and he was in a suit, and that is bad enough. But the clip is him being like, "Yo, I have more money than anybody at this party." Cool, bro. Oh yeah, man. That's my only million. Was it million? Yeah, 1 million views. 1 million views. They were TikTok views, so it's not quite the same thing as YouTube, but 1 million views on my first video about Hassan. I was like, I'm a professional dog trainer. There are hard ways to use shock collars, but that ain't it. Yes. I will get here.
Welcome back.
I would go to the previous one, but anyone will, yeah, the one from 2 days ago is where is a good place to start. Because, you know, like he does every day, and he covers a lot of different people on the left and like the drama that's going on. And it is absolutely just like the bullshit drama. It's politically related, but it's not politics. And, you know, every day he just keeps up with it. And sometimes when I've tried to show you, it's been like in the middle of a drama arc. And so there's things going on that's referencing things that happened 3 days ago. And so I have to stop and be like, well, this happened and then that. But if you just lock in, then you'll start to see the lore and, you know, demon time, diabolical, absolute cinema. Right here, buddy, right here. More Pegasus, more Pegasus.
To a series so insane, even the Joker should.
Is dark woke.
What is dark woke?
Dark woke is just, Democrats are just as woke as we were in woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea of dark woke seems to be that.
Because woke 1 wasn't aggressive. Okay.
Regular woke was too polite and
yeah,
too
right.
wholesome.
What are we talking about?
Dark woke for me is we are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but we don't mind saying F you.
Dark woke, get it?
We're badass. This is so cringe. This is so cringe. Can you think of any Zoomer who's going to be on board with that? It's so gay.
It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean. That's why people hated you. You were finger-wagging, morally righteous woke scolds. The problem was never that the left was insufficiently mean online.
We did. That's what I was just saying. We had Dark MAGA, but Dark MAGA was ironic because it was referencing the Biden speech where he had all that red and black behind him. And so, like, we took that on as like, oh, you know, the MAGA's so bad. We're MAGA. We're worse than MAGA. We're Dark MAGA. But it was tongue-in-cheek. They're being dead ass. Fucking stupid.
God forbid someone say the wrong word, liked the wrong tweet, or failed to participate in the latest virtue signal humiliation ritual. I'm sorry, can we just go back to that Hassan clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress.
What the fuck does unlimited progress mean?
Like I said, by any means necessary, going towards the communist utopia.
Considering these guys think progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So like, what the f does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about here, buddy? Because that sounds pretty woke to me. We did so much progress to the gender discussion. We somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna...
Oh, come on. There we go. That's fucked up. They're just black people. You don't need to call them Dark MAGA. Got him. Got him.
Little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. You people are lost in the sauce.
Mandami's aide, his top aide, Sia Weaver, said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over. And impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video...
And, you know, if someone's like, well, I was dark woke before anyone was dark woke. When that person tells you that someone is cool, well, I mean, I mean, what else do you need? What else do you need? I mean, these people are not anything to play with. So this was a leaked DSA committee, Zoom, or I mean, I guess they're on StreamYard, but a leaked call from the DSA.
To have a revolution. Listen here.
So the two things that we're famous for
is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution. And what the program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over.
Don't tell him that.
Over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, basis of the United States government. And what the minimum maximum program specifically, what that format specifically gives us is that roadmap. It gives us the minimum circumstances under which we would be able to take power and govern, and it gives us the maximum program, which is the goals that we're actually aiming for. It also clarifies democracy as both the end goal and as part of the process to get there, ensures the internal party democracy that we want to see in DSA. So it really wraps up the revolutionary tradition of democracy that I think socialism and abolitionism in the United States have always been a part of, and aims at, at a future that we can live in as a human species, because I think absent a revolutionary democratic socialist republic in North America, we may not have a livable future.
Folks, as far as I'm concerned, all of these people should be arrested and charged with some sort of federal crime, insurrection, or
specific area.
Taking lists. Listen here.
Right, so where are these
I thought there was more, but
happening? Is there a specific area, or what are you seeing with the numbers? Yeah, okay, you might just say, oh, this is just a phenomenon in the Northeast. This is part of the Acela corridor. This is just an urban phenomenon. No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Where DSA candidates won primaries for Congress.
I wouldn't know. Shout out to More Pegasus for cutting out all the bullshit and like all of his stuttering and everything. So I never see that.
All Democrats. Yeah, you got 3 in New York, but you got 2 in Michigan. You got 1 in Colorado. You got 1 in Florida last night running for the Senate, and you got 1 in Pennsylvania. So this is not just a Northeast phenomenon in terms of these DSA candidates who are winning primaries. Yes, they.
And so remember the liberal playbook. And we're like, well, it's not even 10. You can count on both hands how many DSA candidates there are. So step 1 was nobody's a socialist. Nobody's a socialist. Come on, that's crazy. Step 2 is now, I mean, yeah, there's 3 in New York, but it's New York, and then there's a couple other places, but it's not that big of a deal. As we just saw earlier, they're trying to do more of it, and so the notion that there's not a lot now is irrelevant because you are pushing for more.
Where he defends himself from people criticizing that clip. He's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on. In the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. All right, buddy. Sorry. It's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like, bro was in a suit at a pool party. The man.
That was the moment where it was before that, because he was making fun. She was making fun of what he was wearing somewhere else. And that's when he started.
Is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about Hassan Piker, but you can't fucking escape him nowadays because the media won't shut the up about him. Fox News is just hyper-focusing on him every single day to go after the Democrats because I guess they have nothing else. And then the response to all the Hassan stuff coming out on the right, coming out on Fox News, is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of Hassan in his mansion, and all the
sweat beating off his chest hairs. Yes, that is a quote from, I believe, Taylor Lorenz, writing a puff piece about Hassan Piker.
These outlets calling him like a terrorist and a communist just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. Nothing hurts this dude more than reminding him that he's literally just a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to center around a fucking Twitch streamer. Like, I don't understand the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same time, I don't think Hassan is the best wagon to...
The legendary series. It's already being studied. It's already being recorded. It's a legendary series. Absolute cinema.
Hit yourself to if you're the Democratic Party. There are other internet celebrities on the left you could do that with. Like, God, the left really has nobody. No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest. Damn it. I don't know. There's got to be someone with way less baggage than Hassan Piker. Like, why don't you hit your...
Is there, though? Is there, though? Is there, though? Don't forget about the Porsche. And then when he went to pepper the poor Cubans with wads of cash, he had a Cubans. He had a $5,000 outfit on. Then don't forget that Ethan from H3 just went through and sued a bunch of his orbiters that some literally work for him. Some are, friends with him. And he was completely silent on the whole thing. Crazy. All right, what do we got here? All right, so we're going to grab this, and then we're going to get into the debates. The first one against the wall. Yep, not just because he's a revolutionary, but also because he's filthy rich. Yep. Free Kaya. No, Kaya. Kaya's the dog. Kyla's the not so erudite girl. He has that much money and all that property, does not realize that. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. All right. So let's see. Let's make sure we are doing what we're doing. Okay, they're not even ready yet. Okay, cool.
Wagon to someone like that, instead of Hassan, who, every time he's rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care.
Oh, I need to...
Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood! Ha!
Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad.
Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you?
I don't care anymore. I washed my hands of this. There's gonna be like 25 videos uploaded after this, like, shoe on head, bends Hassan over, and like, great, can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to economic issues, and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies? People don't want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about whiteness or whatever the talk to actual workers about them. Like, talk to actual blue-collar workers. They hate this shit. And they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said.
True. And yeah, I mean, this is why it's an ideology of convenience, of privilege. You have to be so far removed from the reality of what that would be to think that you are not in the in the vanguard or the bourgeoisie or whatever fucking nomenclature they use. It's because they're so insulated. Exactly as Shu said, starting this video. She was like, I was living in the suburbs, just hanging out in my basement, smoking weed all day, not doing anything, and had all these liberal, progressive ideas. Then I moved to the city. I started a family. And real life hit her in the face. And Hassan has never had that. He grew up in Turkey to a rich family, and he came here, went to college, got a job with fucking TYT. Well, first, he did bro tips. Hannah Montana, I knew that little whatever was already a slut when she was like 13 or something like that. Don't quote me on that. Then he's working with the Young Turks. Then he gets put on by Destiny, and that's his whole life. He has never struggled to do anything ever at all. Ever.
500 billion times before. More people would be.
And trust me, Rutgers is right around where my high school was. So like 80% of my high school went to Rutgers. It's not like a hard school or anything.
On board with what the left was saying, or at least like sit down and listen to you if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive, identity-politic, asocial bullshit. And in order to do that, you actually have to mean it, not just laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive politics. A lot of this stuff isn't woke one. It's just part of dismantling whiteness and the patriarchy, destroying hierarchies, subverting norms, or whatever the that cancel Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some like silly haha woke one bullshit. But you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what I've been asking for a decade. Maybe this is a new era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind? Yes, it's totally possible. Yes. AOC and I are like the same age. She's like a year older than me. She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that.
Damn, she's younger than me? What the fuck? Well, I guess that would be, yeah. God damn. That was the weirdest thing of aging is when I was never really a big sports fan, but my high school girlfriend was, and my college girlfriend's family was really into it. And so when I went from watching college football, and it's like, oh, those older people, and then slowly it became like, oh, these people are the same age as me, and then it's like, oh, these people are younger than me. What the hell? We could say it might be because I'm high, but what if Morty was in your seat instead of you while talking? And we just have a segment called Morty's Thoughts. You just do a voiceover. Remember I started with I am high. Well, yeah, I mean, we can give it a try, but I feel like that would get old pretty fast. That'll be, we'll do, okay. So we'll have we'll have some big goal. If you guys hit the goal, then we do Morty's Thoughts. Hey.
She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that in her time being a politician, her mind has changed on a few things. But it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028. So forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online like, do it, AOC, run for president. Don't get too cocky. You may be surprised. The American people are an enigma, and we might see a pretty big pendulum swing. As hard as it is for some hyper-partisan-brained people to hear, not everyone voting for these DSA candidates are like crazy commies or something. Just like not everyone who voted for MAGA in 2016 when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and whatever. Those people weren't Nazis. When people can't afford a house, a car to get married, to have kids, you cannot be shocked when they start looking for options outside of the establishment. Huey Long, one of my favorite politicians, believed that if people had their needs met and were content and happy and had jobs and could feed their families, communism or fascism would never come to America because
Sounds about right.
people would have no reason to revolt or want those things. They would be happy with what they had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And as the economy continues to go to shit and wages don't increase, and retards like Dan Crenshaw respond to these issues with basically let them eat ramen, we are going to see people moving to all different directions on the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner to identity politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And
I mean, at this point, it might be. It might actually be. I don't know. But it might be that the Democrat Party is so down bad, and especially when they go through all of this DSA stuff, that by the time even 28 comes around, if not the next presidential election, that a third party will be a viable option. I don't know. But if it keeps going this way,
until there's a Republican Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country, I'm not a Republican. I'm trying to look like Hassan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on. Hi, my name is Sock. I look like I would be groomed on Discord. What the actual f***? All right, I need to get out of this. I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind on something, tell me why. This woke one, woke two is a headache. I am done with it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe politicians who have said they've changed their mind on things?
well, yes, but as you said, if they give us the infer. All right. What else we got here? All right, so let's do the drama stream. Let me do this. So yeah, hold on. Get rid of that. That's good. That's good. All right. So we'll, as we have time to hang out and waiting in between and everything, they're pulling us into the live session now. I've got the drama stream from Avarice. We'll go through that as it's going, but let's see what we got with Veen. We wanted to do. I forgot how we did this last time. God damn it.
In position, so
I forget how we
said we have enough people to start the night. Thanks everybody. Appreciate you guys all showing up. And yeah, let's go ahead and get this party started. Bear with me 1 second. There we go. And there we go. All right. So like I said, we've still got a couple more people who are going to be trickling in, but we don't need to wait for everybody to get here for us to start the party. They know their way in, and if they don't, they'll figure it out. Okay, nope. That was earlier muted. Got confused.
All right, so remember.
All right. So
remember that while we're recording, we're going to have a little bit of delay, but I'll stay here to make sure that we're on top of everything.
Of course, the one stream that we have designed to try to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We are trying to cultivate a meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to see the flaws in what they are saying. So please attack the belief, not the believer. Also, for tonight,
that's my line.
Check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like a grown-up.
That's
and
my
please
line.
refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have been plaguing our society and politics
So
for
again,
far,
yeah.
far too long.
So we'll do a little thing. I'll wave my hand across so you could see when like what exactly the delay is. So we're gonna do like clap, clap, and then you'll see it here, clap, clap. So just a second or so.
And after every single one of these debates where you get to go and vote for a winner, it costs absolutely nothing. So please limber up those voting fingers. Get ready to exercise your democratic rights to maybe not actually have an impact on the decision. And with that, welcome in to the DMZ. I fucked up my own intro.
Let's go.
That's all right. That's
Hey,
why
they added some
we're not
stuff.
doing this professionally. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump straight into our first debate. I will introduce our judges first. On the left, we have got Lutch, the Indian Jesus. Sir, would you please, I'm going to drop your link in the chat. Tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
How's it going, everybody? Well, this is my co-host, Morty, and I am the host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, so please do come on over and subscribe. I am on Twitch as well, but YouTube is my main thing, but you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever. Again, looking forward to the debates tonight.
Cheers. And on the other side here, what is probably
He was
my
talking. I was like, oh shit, is it my
longest
turn?
time collaborator. I think the first person I ever collaborated with on the internet. So almost 5 years now I've been working with this dude. Gorps, will you please tell everybody who you are and why they can't find you anymore?
I'm Gorps. I am the resident and best libertarian that has ever appeared on
I know
a Horseradish panel
TylerADE.
or as a
I
Horseradish
don't know who the other one is.
judge. I don't stream anymore because I'm too busy fucking touching grass and actually getting things done within my community, as you all should be doing as well when you're not yapping your mouths on the internet. You can find my photography at GorpsInc is my Instagram. You can follow my Twitch, I suppose, but I don't go live anymore, so that won't help you out much. Debaters, don't piss me off today. How about that?
There you go. That's always good advice. So like I said, since people are going to be trickling in, we're going to have each of the debaters introduce themselves before their particular debate. I'm going to go over the format a little bit real quick for those new people and for those of you new out there in the audience.
Do you guys want me to have their Twitch chat in the same thing so that you could see it? Like you won't be able to interact with them, but you'll be able to see it. Or we could just leave it as is. You can watch their chat on the bottom. But let me know either way. Do you want the horseradish chat? Yes or no?
Minute open conversation. During that time, I'm going to stay as much out of it as I possibly can. Just please don't talk over each other, just because it makes it hard for us, the voters, as well as the judges to really hear what you're saying. After we're done with that, we go into 3-minute closings, also uninterrupted. And when that is done, we have 10 minutes on the clock for judging. This is the opportunity for you guys to post votes. Each of the two judges and I will ask at least one question of each of the debaters, as well as any questions from you, the audience. And also during that time, like I said, you guys will get the opportunity to vote on who you think actually made the best arguments. That said, you guys go third. So if the judges agree, it was for fun. But that said, I'm not sure. Are we live on Twitch? Can anybody verify? Because my shit's fucking up and it's telling me that we're not.
Yes, you are. Yes, live on.
Right, cool. And speaking of which, are you on? Who all is streaming live on Twitch tonight? Razor,
am I in the right channel?
I am.
You
I sent
are
you a
indeed,
knock.
Tyler.
Let's.
I sent you a knock thing, so.
Just
YouTube. Do our own thing.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about this.
If he sends it,
yeah, let's get everybody back up in here. There we go.
If he sends it, then I'll add it just because I don't want to.
Got you in here now. Can everybody hear me now?
Yeah. You guys can see me, right?
Yes, we can see you just fine. Yes, sir. So make sure, everybody who's new, please make sure and mute that video ninja page. You do not want the audio coming in through that. You want to be using the audio here in the Discord channel. And also for those of you who are new, you'll notice that, I haven't done it yet. Boom. You'll notice that you can actually see me and the screen in your in the Discord, so that way you can see everybody's faces, and you can also see that timer up there in the corner.
Oh, hell yes.
So, with that said, hey, look, everybody is fucking here. Let's go. That's awesome. All right. Then in that case, let's just go ahead and fucking party. All right. Our first debate of the night, everybody, is going to be. Oh, and also, whenever you're not live, if you wouldn't mind muting yourself just so we don't accidentally hear you typing or yelling and screaming at the other debates on screen. All right. So, first things first, RazorSharpG. Oh, wait, I'm gonna send you an invite for us to stream together. But while I do that, please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I will drop your link in the chat. You're first, Razor. You are muted.
Hello,
Razor.
once again. I'm good.
Hell
I should be. Got it. Yeah. Hello, once again to everyone in the wonderful DMZ. I am Razor of RazorSharpG here on Twitch.tv. I am here to explain why
that's fucking clutch.
Perfectly fine to appropriate some cultures. You'll see why when we're done here.
Cheers. And then we are also going to go over here to MelanieCosmicFox. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can't find you on the internet.
We do that.
Yeah, everywhere. You can't find me everywhere because I suck at socials.
But, your stream is muted. They can't hear anything.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering. I felt like
that's dope.
Back to 0 days without a muted stream.
I know, right? 0 fucking days.
They didn't hear Razor's intro either.
Well, that's probably for the. No, I can't say it.
You know what? Let's roll this back. I don't know.
Not necessarily.
No, my computer was fucking up with me before we started.
You could be a top.
Introduce yourself. I think the folks can hear you now.
You could be a top. I mean, I've had anal sex with a girl, and I don't want to have anal sex with a dude, but you don't have to have anything in your ass. Just saying.
Hello, everyone. I am Razor of RazorSharpG here on Twitch.tv. If you're gonna like what I have to say today, make sure that you hit me with that follow. Maybe even hit me with the subscribe, since I actually do have affiliate. Help me become a much more consistent streamer. Hell, maybe if you help with donating enough, you might eventually see me debate with a fursuit on. You don't know.
Ooh.
I could do it.
Because that's exactly what everybody was hoping for. All right, Melanie, please introduce yourself again now that they can actually hear you.
I mean, they're both as gay can be, but
Melanie
like there is a slight. It is definitely more gay to have a dick in your butt than to have your dick in a butt.
I never upload videos, so I'm just here to debate. I'm all about debate, master debater, self-proclaimed with no shame. So yeah, enjoy the debate. That's all I'm here for.
Oh, come on.
All right, cheers. In that case, let's go ahead and jump straight into it. Affirmative. That is you, RazorSharpG. I have got 3 minutes on the clock for you to please tell us why you believe there is nothing wrong with cultural appropriation. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Let's go ahead and start just by giving the definition of what a culture is so that everyone understands what we're talking about when we use these words. A culture is a shared set of beliefs, values, customs, arts, behaviors of a group of people that learn, share, and pass down from one generation to the next. I do not believe that there is something wrong with appropriating another culture. Culture is just the histories and traditions and experiences that we as a group of humans in a region of the world pass down to each generation. As we evolve and grow as a species, we change. Traditions, speech, language, mannerisms, even fashion and gender roles.
Do you prefer this?
In our even
or do you prefer this with a little bit of a delay?
In our connected world via the internet, we get to
that one's the delay
experience
and looks
cultures we might have never gotten to see in the past. As we communicate, we share our experiences, and with these shared experiences, we create new traditions. Old traditions may die out, but new and better ones are obviously put in their place. My opponent today will more than likely imply that these new experiences are to be avoided. She'll explain exploitation and call it appropriation when it can become appreciation through enough communication. A bad actor in society does not make the practice itself harmful. To appreciate something, you have to experience it. To experience it, you have to partake in it. To partake in it, you have to appropriate it in some capacity.
This is 2.
Our future generations will be in contact
This is
more and
one.
more as time goes on, sharing and even mixing our histories and cultures, creating new and exciting practices for their future generations to share, appropriate, appreciate, communicate, and repeat. And I, for one, see nothing wrong with that.
All right, let's go ahead and go to our cross-examinations. So we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock. This is now your time to control.
Guys, give me a 1 or 2.
Again, you can use this time to set up arguments,
Strong
ask
opening.
questions, poke holes, or you
Not
can
a
also
lot
just
of,
rebut. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Not a lot of stuff there, but pretty
Razor,
straightforward.
I'm curious. Are you aware of Marlon Brando boycotting the 45th Academy Awards in 1973 and getting Sacheen Littlefeather instead to make a speech in his place?
50-50.
I'm not a huge movie
Somebody
buff, so
vote.
no.
You want to know why?
I'm guessing has something to do with someone making money through using someone else's culture in a movie, correct?
Yeah, particularly the negative portrayal of Native American Indians in cinema, particularly Hollywood, right? So Brando refused the award. In fact, Sacheen Littlefeather never even touched it. And although he was nominated again, he never showed up to another Academy Awards. And so
Sounds like he didn't take the. Sounds like he
Come on,
didn't
guys,
take
give me
the
one more fucking
time
vote.
to communicate and let people know what was going on. That wasn't. So I don't see anything too bad besides him being kind of weird about it.
even though the speech
1
was
or
much longer
2.
than what Sacheen Littlefeather was able to say. Do you think copyright protection is essential to preserving the integrity of art?
Do I think copies? Can you repeat that one more time?
You think copyright protection is essential to preserving the
Thank you,
integrity of art?
2 it is.
Not entirely. Like copyright can be, if it's abused, can become very anti-art in a sense.
Well, okay, I wasn't asking if it can be abused or not. I was asking if it's essential in your eyes. Like, do we need at least some copyright?
I do not believe it. I do not believe it's essential, but it can be useful, but it's not essential. No.
How are we supposed to protect artists' integrity without copyright?
How did we get
through enjoying the art, regardless of who has made it?
Okay, we can get into that during the debate. Do you know the difference between cultural products versus folkways versus mores?
Cultural products, folkways, and mores, correct?
Do you know the difference between cultural products, folkways, and mores?
No, would you like to explain?
I will do that in my intro. Do you know? There's a difference between cultural.
I was gonna pick
appreciation
one.
and appropriation, and that they're mutually exclusive.
Is that there's a difference between cultural appropriation and appreciation? You said.
Yeah, and that they're mutually exclusive.
I do understand that there's somewhat of a difference, and I feel like the way to put them together or switch one to the other is simply through communication.
Okay. Last question. Have you ever taken martial arts?
Yes.
Okay. That's my time.
Fantastic.
All
I
right.
love it when they landed on the button.
So hopefully
3 minutes is
that
on the clock now for your
will be
uninterrupted
built
opening,
upon.
Melanie. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So now Mel is opening.
So thank you to Horseradish for hosting this, to the
Insane.
judges for judging this debate, and to my opponent, Razor. My opponent is arguing
she's
that
the
there is no single thing, aka nothing, that can be harmful or unethical, aka wrong, about cultural appropriation. The problem with that is that if my opponent concedes there is even one way it can manifest as a net negative, then I've basically proven them wrong. As for definitions, my opponent did nail culture, so I'll just skip that. Cultural appreciation, excuse me, is the act of honoring the material and non-material ways of life belonging to a people, where cultural appropriation is the act of owning someone else's culture, most often the material aspect, in a way which makes the nuances of the culture it comes from at least partially invisible to the people consuming its cultural products. What are cultural products? They are the intangible and the tangible and intangible goods/services produced by a culture whose value is awarded to those things by acknowledging its cultural meaning, including artistic expression, symbolic meaning, and historical context. Folkways are the less formal norms and behavior we expect to see from each other in day-to-day life, where mores are the social and rules and codes that lead to harsher disciplines like shame. This is where we can see things like ethics emerge out of our cultural values. So it is possible to know something about a culture through its cultural products, but it's also the easiest thing to know about a culture. It's the first thing we learn about our own culture, and it's the first thing that gets appropriated by other cultures. That is the opposite of things like cultural immersion, which I didn't explain, but it's essentially you learn another language by going to that culture, and you learn about the culture as well. That is to say, consuming a cultural product as a commodity doesn't mean you learn the folkways and mores of those people. Appreciation, on the other hand, is an act of humility. If appropriation entitles one to use a cultural product how the appropriating culture sees it, then appreciation asks the people from where that culture emerged how it should be used. I intend to show that there is at least some things wrong with cultural appropriation. Thank you for your time.
So basically, you can appreciate, but you
All right,
can't
so now it's back over
appropriate.
to you, Razor. 3 minutes is on the clock for your cross-examination. You control the time. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So with these consumer consumable products that a culture can create, how are we exactly supposed to honor them in order to appreciate them without in some way interacting with them?
I think a good example is what my grandma used to do, actually. She used to go to places like Spain, and she would bring us gifts, right? But she would actually like take the tours and things like that explain like the significance of those things, and then she would explain that to us as well. And so I always really
do you believe? I apologize to stop you on that one, but like, do you think that the majority of people in this country or in any country has the time and money to do these things?
No.
Do you believe that do you think that the internet has been a positive for cultures to thrive?
Net or like for
just pause. I'm just saying. I'll say net.
It's a gray zone, so depends on where you look and who you ask. I'm getting a robot. Is that
Yeah, I'm stopping the clock. Razor, you are absolutely you're roboting a little bit. I'm gonna wait until it's okay. It goes around. It's contagious here in Discord, so I'll wait until you can talk again. Yep, just leave the room and join back in. That usually helps. I'll bring you right back in. Go ahead. Fucking Discord.
Oh, do you want me to put Neg in my name?
Sound.
No, it's already there. No, it's fine.
Am I good now?
Yep.
Yeah.
As you were.
Okay. Sorry. Let me pull back up my things. Like, I had a very specific thing. I have to do the pop out thing again. Sorry for my own stream. There we go. Okay. Back to what we were saying. Sorry about that. So I want to be sure I heard that correctly. Do you believe that combining cultures is a bad thing?
Combining cultures, like in the melting pot situation?
Yes.
No.
It's not good.
Do you believe that there's any other way to appreciate another culture without partaking in it in some way?
Sure. Yeah. I think music is a good example where you can definitely learn to appreciate a culture's music specifically, but you'd only appreciate that one aspect of the culture, not the culture itself.
So like dancing to said music wouldn't be seen as cultural appropriation in some way?
Well, learning to dance, I think, increases your cultural appreciation so long as you understand the cultural significance of that dance.
Yeah, through things like communication, correct?
It can be, but it can also be discommunicated.
Discommunicated?
Yeah, I think I stated in my I ended up stating in my opener, and that a few bad actors does not make the practice itself harmful.
But are you not arguing there is no thing that is wrong with it? Nothing?
Nothing truly wrong. Nothing truly wrong with doing the practice. It's the it's more the bad actor that is the bad person, not the appropriating.
Except cultural appreciation and cultural appropriation are different things.
In order to appreciate something, you have to partake in it in some way, and to appropriate something is to appreciate. You can end up appreciating it once you appropriate it a little bit, and then get some communication.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock. If you guys don't mind, I would appreciate it if y'all would start there. The difference between appropriation, exploitation, and appreciation. Like I said, 15 minutes on the clock.
So opening goes to
I'll
Razor.
start up when y'all start to talk.
Which definition would you like to give?
I already gave definitions for 2 out of 3. I haven't given one for exploitation. I think exploitation.
I got you on that one. It happens when a dominant group takes part in a marginal group such as art, music, or secret traditions for money, status, without permission, pay, or respect. Do you agree with that?
I would add the component of extracting value and market value in particular if we're talking about commodification.
I think that falls under the for money or pay and without money or pay. That would probably fall into that.
We can kind of reduce it down, right? It's extraction of value from a less dominant culture by a more dominant culture. That way it can have market value.
Yeah. And like I said, there are bad actors in everything in the world. There's never going to be anything in this world that doesn't have a bad actor who uses a tool badly to do harm. But cultural appropriation itself is not harmful. It is the people who use it who are the harmful people.
Well, the interesting thing about cultural products is that I pointed out in my intro that they're the first thing we tend to interact with, like we learn about our culture, right? We interact with ways and colors and sounds, and these are all things that are often defined by our culture.
I still don't understand
that
what
even a
cultural product is.
We can do it, right?
And
that means let me finish. That also means it's the easiest thing to extract from a culture, the easiest thing to break down to simplest terms. That way it can be repackaged into a commodity. And so my argument would be that a culture that appropriates, that is better at appropriating other culture is better for those bad actors that you're talking about, thus leading to a net negative.
So you're saying like them making money off of their possible appreciation, even though they don't say it out loud. You said because they didn't. You're saying that because they didn't outright talk about it in the way that said culture would appreciate it themselves. Like that means that they're appropriating badly. Apologies, that sounded off.
I kind of got lost.
I did too. I got off of myself on that one. I apologize.
Can I just give a succinct synthesis? Is that I think if you are going to sell a cultural product as a commodity, the condition should be: does the culture you're taking that cultural product from, do they feel appreciated or appropriated by it? Like I said, the cultural appreciation.
I am so lost.
Where is the? Yeah, but like, where can the how can you tell when a full entire culture is feeling exploited in that case? Because like if there's like maybe one or two groups within a city who are like we're talking like the chapters or whatever, people like a small like HOA or something could see someone using their family's traditional whatever thing. And they can get upset, but then when you go out and talk to anyone of that same ethnicity or culture, there's like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that.
So everything in culture is made by someone at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
Aside from AI, but up until now, everything in culture was made by someone. And so going to that artist or that creator and asking them specifically is, I think, the least you can do, right?
You can, but sometimes people don't have the time or energy and they just want to get the thing done quickly. They don't really need to go to the person right away to get that done, to what they want to get done. If they enjoy the thing that they're doing,
this doesn't look better.
I would immediately go
to.
Better.
This looks
we
way
wouldn't
better.
have. I would think like we wouldn't have things like the Disney's Moana, which is an amazing movie, which uses a lot of culture from the Samoans.
I tripped watching that.
Beautiful movie,
amazing,
fully covered everything, but it sure as fuck is definitely appropriating but at the same time, it's being appreciative while being appreciative to them while appropriating that culture to make a movie that's very child friendly. You could also say the same for German stories. Like most of the Renaissance years of Disney have things like Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella, not Pocahontas. Although Pocahontas also
Pocahontas is a terrible example.
But Pocahontas isn't really a cultural appropriation. That's just bad storytelling. That was more of a thing.
Wait, let's.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's appropriation on that one. That's more pointing.
Okay, so hopefully Mel
imagery you see in that is of the Mohawk Indians and Plains Indians, whereas they're mostly shown in a forest because
that was a bad storyteller, and
that's what appropriation looks like, Razor, right? That's when you get something.
But it also looks like Cinderella.
Wait, let me finish. Let me make this point. Let me make this point.
I've already said that after the thing.
You get that from a cultural appropriation when you need to sell a product, and it doesn't matter if you get things right. What matters is if people look at that and they think, oh yeah, that must be what a Native American Indian looked like, and talks like
that is what they look like.
And then if we end up having enough communication, they can end up learning where it was slightly wrong and start to appreciate the actual history. It's not the appropriation that was harmful. It was the fact that no one wanted to communicate afterwards.
But who is the onus on? Is it on the group of people that we stole that culture from to communicate it?
Or
is it on the people stealing the culture to communicate it?
The people consuming the culture, not using the culture.
Either way, I would say it's the same group anyways. And then I would say then that shows that cultural appropriation is bad, because when you culturally appropriate,
I still do not see it as bad because, as I stated,
why? Well, maybe you don't see it because you won't let me explain why. Because when you put the onus on the people you stole the culture from to explain things, then actually you made me lose my train of thought. Fuck you, Razor. Blood sports.
Apologies.
No,
but
apologize for that thing.
But hopefully you see where I'm mostly going with that, right? Like
I do see where you're going. I do see where you're going with it. It's just, again, as I've already stated, a few bad actors doing it badly doesn't mean that the appropriation itself is a bad thing. It is just it's a way to get a culture that someone has never known in front of their eyes, and a lot of people will see that, enjoy it, and look into the history of it. I knew nothing of Samoan history. I knew nothing of Samoan history or Samoan culture or their mythos and stuff. And Moana came out, and I could be misremembering the actual terminology here, but like Maui and everyone, I ended up researching the history of it because I was just so enticed by like how these characters are portrayed in this movie.
And Razor's a lefty,
decided to appropriate
like a leftist
culture and make an amazing.
If you couldn't tell from the ears,
I now know way too much about how Maui killed an eel and what it did for the coconuts.
You already said we can't reasonably expect that because, as we agreed, people do not have the time for this.
Some people, if they enjoy it enough, will make the time, making it making it a positive. And the few people who don't, they just enjoy it. And it's really good.
But most people won't, right?
A large amount will, and even if most won't, they still end up having an enjoyment of the. If a large amount of people will, I said, even if not a majority will, the majority of people who didn't do that extra research still enjoyed the thing, and it's now seedling in their head of like, if the next time this topic is brought up anywhere around them, they now have something to talk about with other people, thus creating better communication, possibly even creating new stories to tell to everyone, because you take the lessons from the histories and cultures of the people that they just learn these things from, even if it's a little bad, even if a little not badly, and a little basic as per se, and they can end up mixing it with their own, possibly even making new greater things. Like, I'm pretty sure most people know about food in restaurants.
That only works as cultural appreciation.
It's a fucking fox.
It's accurate to.
You have to appropriate first to appreciate.
Ooh,
that's a good
actual
line.
Traditions to those people and accurately represents them, and B,
Uh-huh.
particularly the people who you're stealing those sort of traditions from feel appreciated by it. And so, and by the way, it is totally possible to do something like a study group where you ask people from that culture who are
Oh my
familiar with
God.
that culture, hey, do you think that this is an accurate depiction of your culture? I would argue
Like,
that
this
if
is
somebody
straight up
took
woke
inspiration
1.0.
purely from Mulan, as great as a movie as
I
it
think they
is,
want
they
these
would
same
probably
ideals,
conflate Samoan
but
and
with less
Chinese
crazy
culture.
language.
Wait, how would they conflate Samoan and Chinese culture when it's very clear that they're not? Like, maybe Mongolian, I can say, I can get why they would conflate with Mulan, like Mongolian and Chinese culture, maybe.
You think
but
most kids
no.
grew up thinking that Mulan was about China?
It was about
It's
Mulan.
one of them. It's part of the movie. They talk about it, like saying,
Yeah,
their homeland
kids,
China.
hey, kids who have never looked at a map and certainly don't know the difference between these places. Do you think they see China based on how China's already been more?
Do you think they're getting negative
appropriated
ideas?
in Western media, or do you think they see a diversity of different cultures being depicted?
If they see a diversity of different cultures being depicted, it still ends up being a good thing.
they don't. They
It's-
don't.
Even if they
look
do,
at
under
surface
their
level-
framework, yeah.
They look at surface level meaning. Kids do not read deeply into things, and that's
Then it
really
doesn't really matter
important.
now, does it?
And- Yeah, and then because those kids now have that in their head, maybe when they grow up in school, they'll probably look into it while they're in school. If they end up having time. When I say people don't have the time to do these things, it's usually the parents, it's usually like adults who are currently working who might not, but kids, they will have the time possibly in school to talk with their friends about it and maybe even go, hey, let's look into this. And they act and maybe even talk to their teachers to learn more and more.
Let's say there's these bad actors, right? And then we
together
we drop the ball and we have all this appropriated culture, and now it's up to the marginalized culture to communicate this. How
Yep.
are they supposed to communicate?
This is
this
just
considering
round
they
one,
tend to be
guys. This is just
underrepresented
the
by
opener.
cultures that they are being stolen from?
There's a very specific specific term of a squeaky wheel gets the most oil, or closed mouths don't get fed, kind of a thing. And while I know I understand that there's that whole thing of like, oh, why do we have to put the onus on the marginalized people? I do not. It feels like we do need to have that communication in general, and
Exactly. Exactly.
Use it to
Roboting again for me.
Yeah, you're roboting again. I'll stop the clock.
Hey, shout out
And you're the
to
only one it's happening
Mindy,
to, so it must
Mindy.
be your internet.
Welcome. Someone's on the left. These conversations make me
crowdfund
sick.
some fiber optic internet
Yep.
for Razor.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'll sign
Yep.
the petition. Yeah, if you can hear us, Razor, you're still not coming through, buddy. All right, let's see if that fixes it. And we'll give him a second or two to pull all his shit up again.
Mic check.
Yep, you sound good. Click the button so we can get
Yeah,
going.
really-
Get going.
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Now he's going to use it to.
What was that? What was that last bit? I apologize that you were saying.
I think that expecting people who are largely invisible to a culture already, which is what makes their cultural products so easy to exploit, is an issue when it comes to the onus.
Do they
being
not
on them.
become visible when their
Razor?
culture is appropriated?
I have so many questions.
You don't want the full point. That's fine. Sorry, what was your question?
I was asking, does that culture not become visible once it's appropriated by a bigger group?
Not in the terms of appreciation.
But it can
And
end up
those are
turning to that
mutually
when
exclusive
communication
things.
is added in.
I
So,
mean, this
Razor,
might be a 9 to
let's
1.
say you have cultural appreciation at the
I think this
societal
is a
scale,
9
and,
to 1.
cultural
Every single thing that
appropriation
Melanie has brought
at the
up has been
societal scale,
directly
which is
addressed and
great,
knocked down.
That's what most people get. And then some individuals, let's say 4%, as what I would imagine the average is, decide to develop appreciation from that. Has that individual scale solution taken care of the macro scale problem?
With enough time and communication and understanding, it can.
Communication by who?
By the people who appreciated the culture and the culture itself.
By the people who are, so again, as I pointed out, these could be very low percentages. 4% of people who consume that media might develop an appreciation.
Well, we had
And
a
you're saying that
we had a very
it's going to be on them, an absolute minority, to communicate for an entire culture. Do you realize how
we had a minority back in the past of the abolitionists who were a minority for a time, and they grew into the people that freed the slaves. So
because of the fighting by the slaves as well in the Underground Railroad, and it was the Underground Railroad that forced. That's not cultural.
Yep, I already got the
appreciation.
question
That's,
locked in.
Again, the
So do
onus being
genders
on the
have
victims,
culture,
which
and is
is
trans cultural
injustice, not
appropriation?
justice.
I don't really see how you can be how the victim thing can show about.
Because there's no way that you can describe to me that, like, oh well, I guess we have some bad actors, without that leading to cultural appropriation that doesn't get remedied without an injustice.
It still ends up being a good. It still ends up being a good because the communication can make it a absolute positive, but it's a net positive because that culture that people may have not known, as I stated, with because of the internet, we're able to communicate a lot more and see cultures that we've never even heard about before. We're able to actually appreciate it more and more as time goes on.
Yep.
Does it undo the damage that's been done
faster
up to that
nowadays.
point?
What
Freezer,
damage?
we only got so much time. Does that undo the damage that's been done up to that point?
Still nothing. Almost everything we do in this world has positives and negatives, but which means depending on who uses these things. So it's not the thing itself.
We can use a
it's
little
the
bit of
tool-
semantic
it's just a
obfuscation
tool.
here.
It's who uses these things that makes it good or bad. And to cultural appropriate in general is not a bad thing. It is just the few bad actors who end up using it wrong.
But it sounds to me like you can't say with confidence that there is nothing wrong with cultural appropriation. And with that,
No, I am saying there's nothing wrong with it. I'm saying that there is nothing wrong with it. The only problem we end up having is with people themselves, not the appropriating. Of
Fuck, that sounds like a problem with it.
Good stuff. Appreciate
you all.
y'all.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. It's okay. I've got to push the buttons. I'm getting better about it. So, all right. Great job from both of y'all. We're going to go ahead and go into y'all's closing arguments now. So this is going to be uninterrupted 3 minutes from you first, Razor. After this, we will get into our Q&A and judging section. But for now, I will start the clock when you start to talk. Bring it home for us.
So, as I stated in my opener, we ended up having a lot of conversation about what exploitation is, and it being conflated with appropriation when it can easily be turned into appreciation
nothing is a
with enough
strong word.
communication. I will say that again, there is nothing fully wrong with the tool of appropriation. Simply because a few bad actors in our societies have decided to use this tool
So I'll go
in a bad way. I can't go around and say that this cures cancer and smack someone with it and smack someone with it and think it will do that. I'm using the tool wrong because I decided to call it something different. I'm a bad actor using it wrong. I can't. So cultural appropriation has no actual problems itself. It's the people who use it that have problems. And I feel because if the tool is used correctly,
so he's saying cultural appropriation is a tool, not every instance of it.
Stronger society in the future because more and more people will combine their understanding and their knowledge of different cultures. Even if a few traditions die, they were going to die out in time anyway, as more generations forgot further on to the past. There's a ton of traditions that most people don't even know were a tradition that their people had that are now lost to time because so much of their culture changed. So to appropriate another culture does no actual harm unless it's a bad actor purposefully doing the harm. The appropriating itself is not harmful.
Works for me. Works for me.
That sort of sounded like a landing, so I'm going to go ahead and go over to you now, Melanie. 3 minutes on the clock. You're the final thoughts. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation are mutually exclusive, meaning you can't have both at the same time. And you certainly cannot repair the damages of cultural appropriation with vain attempts at
You didn't make that argument.
communication and appreciation. A good example of the mutual exclusivity is how my opponent even argues that we need a resolution to cultural appropriation via cultural appreciation. And as weak as that is, as that solution is, it proves that there is nothing wrong here. Traditions may change, but who decides what lives and dies as a cultural product? I would argue it would be those originating the culture and not those appropriating it. If we look for more examples of cultural appropriation, we can see that the debate space is a loose example. If the horseradish community is a community that appreciates the culture of debate to the point where debaters have more that good debaters have more value than poor debaters, then the rest of the debate landscape is a good example of appropriation, aka blood sport. I think of numerous spaces grifting off debate culture that only care about views or clout. When debate culture is treated as a matter of quantity over quality, then skilled debaters can only represent a roadblock to a low-effort streamer success. Same goes for cultural products, and trying to inject cultural appreciation is something that you want people to consume. A great example of cultural appreciation, by the way, is martial arts. Razor, that's why I asked you about it, and I was hoping you would bring it up. Martial arts, when taught according to the cultural values it imports, teaches that we are not entitled to just learn the fighting style. We must
literally
ourselves
are
in the culture of a dojo, even if immediately once we leave, we don't act according to those principles. This is why martial arts is not just a fighting style, but an act of preservation of the culture which created it. Through it, one can indeed learn to appreciate Japanese culture, or at least a deeper part of a single aspect, rather than getting our dopamine fix from merely appropriating.
It's not about dopamine. It's
So
about
if you wanna see
self-defense.
For example, a
Stupid
meritocratic
bitch.
debate space or just a meritocratic culture space where appropriation is not ripping off artists for their work and cultures for the value of their objects, like I do, then you want a space that appreciates culture, not one that appropriates it. In fact, if you think about it, cultural appropriation in general is usually wrong along those exact same lines for the people it disaffects. That sounds a lot like a lot more than nothing wrong here to me.
All right, there we go. Once again, just kind of trailed off into nothing, so I will assume that means you were done. Thank you both very.
I can see my time.
Thank you. I forgot
Yeah,
to
no,
say
you're
thank
good.
you. So.
You're good. Like I said, I can never really tell, and so there's always that weird moment of awkward silence. Okay, so great job from both of y'all. I appreciate you. We are going to go ahead and go straight into our Q&A section. So we do have one question from the chatters. If you guys have any more questions, again, just throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. You can do that with bits or you can do that with cash, whichever you prefer. And I will throw those questions at the debaters as well. But first, we get our piece. So I'm going to be nice tonight, and I'm going to let the judges go first, and I will go last. So let's start from the left. Jesus, do you have anything? Do you have a question for Razor yet?
No. So I just want to be clear, Razor, that do you disagree with Melanie saying that appropriation and appreciation are mutually exclusive, or no? You can have both.
You asked that one more time. I apologize.
So Melanie's claiming that you can't have something be both cultural appropriation and appreciation. Do you agree with that or no?
No, I disagree with that.
Can you explain why?
Yeah. As I stated, like with appropriation, it turns into appreciation because you were able to experience it and you liked it and you ended up looking more into it, taking the time to study it because you enjoyed it that much. Maybe even incorporating it into your own culture, thus possibly bringing in a fusion and maybe even making a new tradition for your kids, and then that can be passed down to their kids.
All right. Gorps, a question for Razor, please.
All right, bear with me because I think this is my first time judging where I've actually had to ask a question to both people. So,
cheers. You're just asking one to Razor for now.
Razor, if cultural appropriation is an action that bad actors can use poorly, Wouldn't that inherently be a problem with the action? Like if the action was taken away from those bad actors, would the harm go away as well?
There's no ability to take away an intangible thing like culture from anyone. So being able to take away that tool is impossible. So the most that it becomes is a neutral thing. Thus, it being as most tools are neutral until it's put into the hands of someone. So it's still nothing wrong, but it can end up being at the worst neutral.
All right. Now it's my turn. So Razor. Obviously, there are different definitions, and we do seem to be mired down with the definitions here, but it seems important to this prompt and the debate. So there are different definitions for the word appropriation. However, I would like to hone in on the fact that in all of the terms that I have heard, if let's say land. If the government appropriates land, it makes it so that it is their exclusive property and is no longer accessible to the original owner. When it comes to culture, if someone takes something and is basically gatekeeping an aspect of a culture, would you say that that is still productive or beneficial?
Did you say gatekeeping part? The gatekeeping?
In other words, would you say that if somebody says, this is mine now, like, okay, as an example, and it's one of the most common examples, Dutch braids, right? Which is to say that
box braids is the actual terminology, but yes.
You can call them that if you like, but going back to the Viking era, when they were using that style of braiding of hair, it later got let's say appropriated into other cultures, and then those cultures took sort of an exclusive ownership of that braiding style. In that case, would you say appropriation is still good?
Yeah, it ended up becoming a new thing for that other culture. They didn't actually harm anyone by taking Dutch braids and turning them into what are now called box braids here in America, where a lot of white women will go to a hair salon for box braids before they head to the Burning Man festivals. Like that's like during Burning Man, a lot of black hair salons do get a lot of white
is cultural appropriation.
We're just better.
It's all the blacks now.
Hair, so they end up going there with those braids. They have appropriated the culture of braiding in that sense, but it's because it makes them feel good, makes them look good. There's nothing harmful being done by them just enjoying the braids.
Good stuff. All right, let's go ahead and throw some questions over at Melanie. We will come back to your question. Don't worry, chatter. But Jesus, if you would ask a question of Melanie now, please.
All right. So it's kind of a two-part question. You talked about how, here with horseradish, there is culture. So you would agree that culture is not specific to, like race or anything specific like that.
Sure.
So that being said, how would being trans not be cultural appropriation?
Because you wind up appreciating the culture surrounding being a woman.
You automatically? Every trans person?
You take on every aspect of the lifestyle possible. So the mores and the folkways.
So there's no trans women who are appreciating womanhood properly.
No, I said that you kind of, if you're going to transition, it kind of demands that you appreciate it because you take on the mores, the folkways, the behaviors, the norms, the values.
Stereotypes. But
sure. I would argue that it's okay if some trans women don't always live up to stereotypes.
Okay, so how is that different than the movie thing that you were talking about with Moana and Mulan?
Because you're not, again, to be that thing, you don't have to fully understand it. You just have to take the parts that are most marketable.
So you would say that being trans is not cultural it's cultural appreciation, not appropriation.
Unless you want to consider like the hormones to be like a cultural product.
I mean, I don't really know, but yeah, under your definition, I think I would.
They're not, no.
Okay.
All right. Gorps, a question for Melanie, please.
Melanie,
I don't know it.
Before I ask
Maybe,
this,
but I don't know.
Are you white?
Oh yeah, super white.
Okay. So if you had two Palestinians in front of you, one says that what you wearing a keffiyeh is appropriation. One says that it's appreciation.
I only get the
Which
one
would it be
question
for you to wear it.
I have. Why is a melting pot not good?
I would
Why
probably just.
What are cultural
say that, like,
products?
there's an internal discussion going on there. And I
Can
would go
stereotypes be
towards
dispelled by what
I
would be
consider to
cultural
the thing that's
appropriation?
More overarching as a problem, and to me, the appropriation is more overarching as a problem. So I'm not going to take sides, but I probably
Hey.
won't wear it if there's at least some.
Welcome.
Palestinians who take
Welcome.
offense to it.
Okay. All right. Now my question. So in the debate, you talked about art and how copyright protection is essential to preserve the integrity of art. And you were using that in relation to cultural aspects. So when it comes to art, I would actually say that keeping the art out of the hands of more people does not do the art service, it does the artist service. So the only thing that we're protecting is not the integrity of the art, but rather the profitability of the art. So with that in mind, applying that
So
to
is Mel.
this, we were just talking about box braids with Razor. Do you personally believe that it is essential for only one culture to be able to make money off of the art of braiding hair? Or do you believe that other cultures should be allowed to, or accept it should not be deemed socially unacceptable for different cultures to profit from that particular skill?
I think it depends on how, fundamental to the culture those people see it is. There are some cultural products that we have that we don't care about. The majority of the internet is a great example because it's kind of like a global culture anyways. On the other hand, I would say that with the copyright thing, that brings up an we didn't get into this, but that brings up an interesting solution where I think it makes more sense to apply copyright more so to the people who have more power.
Yeah, that's
to
what
market
loses
cultural
it. If
products,
she had a good
because
answer there.
record label producers and stuff like that, right? Rather than the people, to have kind of like a two-tier justice system, but more in favor of the people. And so I would just say that that's an issue with copyright specifically. But at the end of the day, what copyright does do is that if you make something, it does make it harder for those companies who
I'm going
already have
8-2.
a lot more resources than you to market it and make it a hit before you could ever do so. And to steal it from you, it makes it a lot harder for them to just do that every time someone makes something new. And that is where it preserves the integrity of art. I'll admit that this is kind of a nuanced discussion. That's why I wanted to get into it, because I'm not just here for easy wins. So I thought it could be interesting to see where my opponent goes with it. Unfortunately, we just didn't get to get into it too much.
Yeah, no worries. All right. So we have one more question. This is actually a question for each of you. So I'll give you both a couple of seconds to
On
answer
both
this one
counts.
before we get into our voting and our decisions from the judges.
Welcome.
So do you believe that depicting negative parts of culture
Let's get him intrigued, guys. Come on.
a good thing or a bad thing under the umbrella of cultural appropriation? So I'm going to ask that one more time. Do you believe that focusing on the negative aspects of a culture is a good or bad thing when it comes to cultural appropriation? I'll start with you, Razor. Go ahead.
It's gonna be bad.
I would have to say it's somewhat of a neutral, but it could also end up being a good thing. It can end up being a good thing, if only just to point out where the negatives are, so that people of that culture could possibly end up either figuring out how to fix, change, or make it better for future generations. Like, you have to acknowledge the bad before you can fix the bad. So I would say it's good in general.
Now, Melanie, same question. Do you believe that focusing on highlighting the negative aspects of a culture is a a good or bad thing when it comes to cultural appropriation?
So for me, it's a sliding scale, because in between there's a lot of messiness to do with like, journalism and media and people just caring about money. But let's deal with that first, right? If you only care about the money,
a fucking Canadian transferby?
However, if you're from within the culture and you feel like this is important to your culture to do it, then I would say there's almost no circumstance where somebody would say you shouldn't shed a light on this negative thing. And in between, I would say it's multifarious, right? There's some things that make it
I'm so glad this
positive thing when
debate is
people
over.
from other cultures review things, and there's some things that make it a negative. So I couldn't speak on it without a particular example.
It's fine. It was a question from the chatter, so they're not going to be able to debate you any further. So we'll take that as an acceptable answer. I appreciate you. All right, everybody out there in chat, the time has come for y'all to vote. I just dropped a link in chat. I'm going to also go ahead and send this over to you. Lutch, actually, I guess you can see it in your Twitch chat, right?
Yep.
So let's see. Does anybody else need me to send it? Is anybody else streaming live on YouTube right now that I cannot see? Anybody?
I am. I would love the
You
link.
are? Okay, there you are. Yep. Fantastic.
Wow. Okay.
AVG and
Go vote, go
Tyler
vote, go
Woe,
vote, go
are
vote, go
you
vote, go vote,
live
go
on
vote, go vote.
YouTube right now or Rumble? Are you live elsewheres?
Tyler's not at his desk.
He is not at his desk. Cheers. All right. Well, then in that case, everybody, please go ahead
Being
and click that
based
link.
compared
Cost
to
you
that.
nothing. Get your votes locked
Let's
in.
go.
This is going
Let's
to be
go.
for whether you think Aff-RazorSharpG on the affirmative.
Put a one in the
or
chat if you voted.
MelanieCosmicFox
Put a one in the
on
chat if you
negative
voted.
made the most persuasive arguments.
If you're
I'm going to
cool.
go ahead and kick this over
I'm
to
not
the
sure.
judges.
Oh, sorry. I guess there's a delay between my stuff. Sorry.
No worries. Is that Tyler Woe?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Are you live over on YouTube? I'm offering the link for everybody else's votes.
How do you mean?
Yeah, I think. No,
Everything
we're
is
not
wrong
live
with
right now. No.
All right, cheers. No worries. All right, then in that case, judges, we will start with you. Since I let you ask the first question, Lutch, I'm going to give this to Gorps for the first to judge. Gorps, are you ready to render judgment?
That I am.
All right. Who do you think won this and why? Remember, we are using 10 total points combined. So 5 to 5, 0, 10, anywhere in between.
I'm not giving you the score right off the bat.
Good.
First, I'm going to judge them. Razor. You had good definitions going into the start. Your distinction between bad actors using cultural appropriation being the actor's problem, not the appropriation problem, I think gets a little bit lost. But that's also just a personal opinion. You brought up Pocahontas, which was a horrible fucking poll. You also said at one point, and I quote, everything has positives and negatives, when the prompt is there is nothing wrong with cultural appropriation. I thought that was an interesting choice of words from you. Cosmic, you got an extra point for thanking the judges in the opening because Razor did not do that. You had a lot of definitions. I think a lot of them were pretty good, except for the fact that throughout the debate, it seemed pretty clear that your definition of appropriation requires somebody to feel a certain way about culture being used how it is, and there's no monolith, right? Even within a culture, there's no monolith that something will be seen negatively or positively. So it kind of falls apart there. I liked when you said "fuck you, Razor." It's blood sports time. That was good. I liked that. I also found it quite funny that you appropriated for the entire debate. You did cultural appropriation when it came to calling Native Americans Indians, saying martial arts is only Japanese and only happens in dojos. You did a good job at doing cultural appropriation. But my final score is 6-4 to the neg.
All right. So
Interesting.
4-6 then. 4-6 from the 4 to the affirmative, 6 to the negative. Melanie is who Gorps is voting for. Lutch, you are up, sir. Are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Indeed, I am.
Lay it
So
on us. Who won and why?
I'm glad that Gorps went first because you said it. I said a lot of things that I was kind of thinking, but put it properly. So everything Gorps said about Melanie's definitions and all that stuff, I do think that your your definition not only requires what Gorp said, feelings, but it is also very narrow, meaning your definition only applies, or your definition only wins you this debate if we define it by your definition. And so it seems kind of circular. You know, I asked you about the, trans being cultural appropriation, and it seems like you kind of sidestep that, and we're just saying, well, you appreciate it. And I think we could easily find a lot of people who, especially like in the AGP community, who are trans and are definitely not appreciating. I was hoping that, speaking of stereotypes, that one of you had gotten into that, because I think, negative stereotypes can be dispelled by things that, Melanie, you would call cultural appropriation, namely the appreciation that Razor showed from Moana. You did really catch me at the end. I was like, oh, snap, I might have to flip this near the end when you appealed to the prompt saying nothing is wrong when Razor was bringing up negatives and positives. But unfortunately for you, Razor did reframe that and have cultural appropriation being the tool and not the usage of it. And I really like the Razor when you said that you appropriate to appreciate. And so with all of that, I went with 8-2 for 8 for Razor, 2 for Melanie.
All right. So that is good news. That means, chat, your vote is the one that's going to actually bring this home and matter. We have Gorps voting on the side of Melanie, and we have Lutch voting on the side of Razor. So I'll give you guys just a few more seconds. I dropped it in the link one more time. Let me drop it one last time just to get the last few votes in. If you haven't voted already, please do, because again, this is when it actually matters. Now,
I gotta say, I feel like I gotta say real quick, the Pocahontas thing slipped out because I was thinking of Brothers Grimm, but then my brain was also thinking of Native Americans in general, so then it slipped out Pocahontas. I was not meaning to say that.
Yeah, no, there were some words and phrases used here that even the chat was curling their toes. So yeah, that's all right. That's what we're here for, buddy. All right, so drum roll, please. 3, 2, 1. Let's lock it in and see whenever I open the case who won. This was RazorSharpG 7-3. All right, so Razor, good job, sir. And Melanie, I'm going to go ahead and say though, great job to you as well. There were no losers here, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch. So one more time, everybody, this is RazorSharpG and MelanieCosmicFox. Winner tonight goes to Razor on the affirmative. Now, I do want to remind you guys, after parties, as soon as all 3 debates are done, if you guys have the ability to stick around, we go back through each of the prompts. This time, though, with everybody able to weigh in. So all of the other debaters who are sitting here just listening and raging.
Oh, that's a good thing.
And chewing on their microphones.
Because usually
they actually get to tell you.
I don't really care about the first. It just so happens.
Same thing for you guys, viewers.
It just so happens that usually I don't necessarily care about the first prompt, and so when we get to the after party, I'm like, oh, let's get to it.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it real slow. What were you going to say? Yeah, go ahead, Melanie. What's up?
Do you mind if I go to waiting rooms? That way anybody else who's waiting can go back there and just pull me back when you need me.
Yeah, sure. If that's what you want to do. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. Go ahead. We'll pull you back whenever we're ready. Appreciate you. Have a good one. So, our second debate of the night, everybody. This has actually got 2 Tylers. One TylerADE, aka TylerADE, and one TylerWO, TylerWO. This is Tyler, average debate enjoyer, and Tyler, we're offended. So Tyler, we're offended is new to the DMZ, but this is 2 avid, rabid Trump supporters going back and forth about why they believe that the legal.
Was that me?
I'm going to give both of you guys the opportunity to introduce yourselves. We'll start with you, Season 1 DMZ champion, TylerADE. Tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you. Your link is going to be in the chat, sir.
Well, I'm not actually an avid Trump supporter. I am a centrist moderate. That all being said, my name's Average Debate Enjoyer, YouTube, and all that fun stuff on X as well. I am tonight doing subjects that are outside of my wheelhouse, and I'm doing very minimal prep so I can force myself to think on my feet. And in the next couple of weeks, I am going to be doing AI programming live. If anyone wants to tune in, learn about how databases are structured, programs are structured. I'm going to be building apps and video games. And for the video games, I'll take donations on suggestions you want me to put into it. If you want to make it a game where we kill feminists, donate $50. Same stuff like that. So come check it out.
All right, good stuff. So basically, just to make everybody like you even more, you're going to start working with AI. All right, now we're going to kick this over to TylerWO. Tyler, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you. Your link is also going to be in the chat, sir.
Yeah, of course. I am Tyler from We're Offended, You're Offended. We talk culture, politics. But right now we are on a hiatus. Some big changes are coming over there. So I say stay tuned to what's coming down the pike, coming down the pike. So that will be that. Of course, Horseradish, thank you very much for extending the invitation. And Tyler, you might share my name, but as I said, there can only be one.
That's crazy. Both of y'all made a Highlander joke at some point in the run up to this. Thank you very much for that. All right. So, gentlemen, audience, we're going to go ahead and jump right into this. 3 minutes is on the clock. Y'all saw the debate for the first debate. You know the format. I assume we don't have any questions. So, Tyler, please tell us why you believe that the legal age of voting in the U.S. should be raised to 21.
All right,
I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Tyler does great with his opening.
So we don't live in the era with pre-penicillin or the Middle Ages where people's life expectancy was in the 30s and you'd freeze to death if you didn't bring your livestock inside with you every night for the winter. We can procrastinate the age in which people grow up, and it's a massive net benefit to those people. Going across the board, I can show you a ton of different examples, but at the rate we're currently, the age we currently grow to, there's no need to pressure somebody into becoming an adult too soon. And if anything, it limits how great of an adult that they can be. Society's already ready for this. People are living at home until 27, keeping their parents' health insurance till 26. And we saw minimal economic changes as a result. We're a Western advanced society, and all Western advanced societies are seeing the same phenomenon. Why? Because the skills needed
Y'all got me shit-faced.
Advanced technical economy take time and effort and attention to build. If you're telling some 18-year-old that he needs to go learn the politics of the day, that's taking away from his attention span. He needs to go provide for himself, that's taking away from his attention span. I say across the board, we raise the age of an adult to 21, but in this instance, it's voting, because that allows these young people to focus on their schooling, on their education, and on the skills necessary to turn around and take our best living standard human beings have ever seen and advance it into the next generation. I want them fully fed. I want them fully rested, and I want them ready for school, because these factors are extremely important in the value of their education.
The M threw me on.
Simply, let kids be kids.
I say 25.
Don't drive them to be
I say 25.
Adults faster than they need to be. Don't bog down their young minds with your political indoctrination, and all you're telling them is the current election is the most important election we hear that every 4 years.
Nikki, I've already got the military age thing.
To grow up too soon, or growing up too soon is just part of their natural stance because of the arbitrary age of 18 being chosen. Look at marriage, violent crime rate, drug usage. With marriage in particular, we saw younger marriages in the 60s, 70s, and we saw high divorce rates. Those divorce rates have been plummeting as the rate of marriage gets, or the age of marriage transitions to older. Now we see people getting married in their 30s, and we see divorce rates drop from 22.6% to 14.4% over about a 30-year period or 40-year period, while we see the age of marriage going up. Meaning, when you become, your brain fully develops, you become more mature, you make better long-term decisions. Voting is extremely important, which goes into my second argument, guns. We want people to have their Second Amendment right, but obviously we have a cutoff. Now, the arbitrary age right now is 18, but if we look at violent crime, most violent crime happens from the ages of 18 to 24, peaking at the age of 20 for most years.
True.
We're essentially showing that the male mind, especially, but the young mind is not processed enough to handle something so deadly, and we could easily subvert this by raising that age. Now, if you're saying owning a gun is important, your Second Amendment is important, voting is equally as important. And if we're able to put these age restrictions onto something so important as the Second Amendment protected right, we could easily do it for voting as well. And again, we would allow kids to have more time to learn the things necessary to actually succeed in society. We're forcing kids to grow up too soon, and the result is overloading them. Many of them fail. The ones that succeed have their attention split. Again, with looking at drugs as well. We don't want young people to feel they need to grow up. We don't want young people to feel as though they need to get into drugs at an early age because it hinders their development.
And that's why I think 21 is good.
The aging mind has all sorts of issues with growing white matter, with all sorts of hippocampus expansions due to smoking weed and drinking alcohol at young ages. Again, there's all benefits across the board from raising the age of adulthood. With all these important things that we do have studies on, why is something like voting even up for dispute? Yes, you should have to be an adult and have an adult, well-functioned adult brain to make important decisions. That at one point was 18. Oh, sorry, at one point was 18. We definitely need to move it up, otherwise it's child abuse.
All right, cheers. I was going to let you keep cooking, but there does come a point where I got to jump in there. All right, so TylerWO, you saw how this works. This is 3 minutes now that you control. This is not your opening time, but you can use it to rebut what he was saying or to ask questions.
Great opening, not usually.
Poke holes in his arguments. It's your time to control.
Or rather, he usually has a little bit more entertainment value. But I think that was, on point.
You are muted, sir.
I mean everything I stand for.
Everything for
all right.
It would start with voting. I don't think it has to. I don't think it has to.
So you had brought up some interesting points. Of course, we're talking about obviously the arbitrary, the hippocampus doesn't develop until 25, right? So already with that already being put on the table here, what age should someone be allowed to vote then?
The prompt says 21.
Okay, so you want 21, not 25.
Yes, yeah, I'm arguing because women's brains develop differently than men, so I'm trying to find something that's fair to both. If you want to make an argument that we should do gender ages for voting, I don't know if that's going to be constitutional, but we can talk about that. But either way, it's going to be you submitting to my version of the prompt, so I kind of find it arbitrary.
Okay. So with you talked about kids having to go to college, having to go to school, while they themselves have to already fund those things. How would someone, if they have to pay those taxes, how are they supposed to pay for the same education that you are now advocating, that they no longer have a voice in actually saying how their education is funded?
We already have several ways for people. If you're an underprivileged person, there's grants, there's all sorts of government programs that help you out. If you are an underprivileged person, you can go ahead and take out a loan, and we can have those loans structured around your education. I would even say, hey, if the student loan process could be reformed to say if your skill that you're going to college for isn't going to be net beneficial to the economy, then maybe you don't qualify for that loan, so we can make sure people getting those loans are actually qualified and going to do something net good in the long run. But we already have those mechanisms in place.
So you would look at expanding government spending that these people have to spend into these systems, because you're making a caveat for people that are low income or certain grants that are applied. So we're already looking at our arbitrary movements within the system. So how are those people that are having to pay the taxes, how are they supposed to have a say in where their own taxes go?
I didn't say that what you're claiming. I never said we even have to expand. I think maybe in some ways it'll be cheaper, because currently with the Pell Grant and different government funding programs, if you have a job and you lost hours due to you going to school, they'll reimburse those hours for you and take even more of the taxpayer money in our current system. If we say those people are now under their parents' rubric and expand what we did for maybe healthcare and other factors, maybe they can stay under their parents' car insurance for longer. Maybe they can do other things that keep their income, their disposable income percentage higher, so that they won't need as much taxpayer dollars. I think you're just assuming that the taxpayers are going to pay more is just unfounded.
Okay. Well, with my last little bit of time here, of course, we know that the ranging age to 21, 18 has already been set as a precedent within Western society, and the fact that we're actually trying to limit any of it is an arbitrary and outright outlandish position to even hold. So I will end my counter there.
All right, perfect. So that means nope. You'll get that chance in a few minutes, sir. 3 minutes is now on the clock for you, TylerWO. This is uninterrupted time for your opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Well, of course. Of course, this is where we're finding the discussion with the right versus left paradigm. But before any of this, I of course want to give thanks to the judges here, Horseradish, for inviting me on to reclaim the actual Tyler, not this imposter. Now to my actual opening statement. So the proposal of raising the voting age to 18 to 21 asks people here to treat people as full adults for the most serious obligations of citizenship as minors for the most basic civil right. This is incoherent. At 18, a person may enlist, sign binding contracts, face adult criminal courts, consent to medical treatment, and serve on juries. Those are high stakes decisions. Voting is a deliberative, unhurried choice. Developmental research distinguishes cold cognition, reasoned judgment with time to weigh evidence, from impulsive, high emotional decisions. Voting belongs to the first category. The capacities it requires are in place well beyond 18. We lowered the age from 21 to 18 for a reason in Canada, and I can expand within the United States. In Canada, that occurred in 1970. In the United States, the 26th Amendment followed the principle that those old enough to fight were old enough to vote. Democracies expand that franchise. They do not casually contract it. Knowledge and turnout vary by age, as they do by education and income among older voters. We do not strip rights from low turnout adults. We educate and remove barriers. Those who would raise the age must explain why 18 is mature enough to die for the state, to be bound by law, and to be held fully responsible, yet not mature enough to mark a ballot. Until they can do so without special pleading, the age should remain 18. I have no more to say with that. I will see the rest of my time.
Should be a good one.
Everybody, I hope you saw how that works. Man told me he was done. He was done. All right. So,
and with that, I
TylerADE,
concede my
this
time.
is now going to be your time. 3 minutes is on the clock. Cross-examination. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Well, now that imposter Tyler is finished, but he didn't use a lot of his time and showed, the audience that he doesn't respect them enough to even put together an opening, let's ask a few questions. Is there a metric besides it's been established? Because you haven't named one. So is there actually a metric of why 18 is the right number to jurisdict when somebody becomes an adult?
Yeah, actually, it is through, I believe it was Steinberg, with a study that was done that showed the difference between hot cognition and cold cognition. So cold cognition is the ability to logic, reason, and actually take time to think things out, while hot cognition is more emotionally charged, which is why you actually see at 25, insurance rates are actually higher for males because they are more emotional and more impulsive, rather than in the inverse with something that doesn't take a lot of emotional charging.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Our government's fucked, but
reaches that capacity at 60.
Still good.
Now, so you're saying, okay, there is a study, there is a reason. So it's not as arbitrary. And that, granted, you called mine arbitrary. I want to ask, what is the definition of arbitrary to you? Because I'm pretty sure I gave very clear reasons why I wanted to expand the age of all adulthood to 21.
Yeah, arbitrary is something unfounded. Just I made it up. It's a choice because I want to. It's not founded on anything.
So if I had a bunch of arguments founding this, then it wouldn't be arbitrary, and you could say that that's at best a bad call, a bad generalization, and at worst dishonest. Yeah.
Sorry, could you ask that question again?
I said if I gave a bunch of reasons to show why it wasn't arbitrary based off of studies comparing the youth decision to adult decisions, and use that as my generalization, then it wouldn't be arbitrary, would it?
Well, yeah, I don't think it would be arbitrary if we can logically deduce why 18 versus 21 is a better, or 21 in your position, 21 to 18 is more sufficient.
Are you aware of what the negative is supposed to do in a debate against an affirmative?
Yeah, I'm to disprove your point.
Okay, so if my point was to raise all the age of adulthood, including military service, something I named in my introduction, all of it should be going to 21, not just the age of voting, but everything. And then you counter-argued with the age you should serve should be the age you should vote. Aren't you agreeing with my premise and conceding the debate?
No, I've made it very clear, even in my opening and even in my refutation with 18 is when cold cognition. There's no large distinction between 18 and any other adult. So to switch it to 21 is literally arbitrary. It's just because I want to.
I missed that part of your opening. I don't think it was included, and I didn't get it until I asked about it in the cross. But that being said,
PFC debunked.
I think that's the end of it. I think my points stand.
All right. Well, with that, we're just
Great
going to
cross.
run straight into the 15 minutes. This is unfettered conversation,
Great
gentlemen.
cross from,
Keep it above the belt, but otherwise, the
ADE.
time is yours. Take it where you were. Go its different direction. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
So I'm kind of confused as to what your attack is here, because you said that the difference is arbitrary, but ignored all the data I presented. And then your only attack on my argument was saying the age you should be able to go to die for your country is the age you should go to vote. I'm okay with raising them both to 21. Does that mean that you agree with my argument now?
No, as I clearly said, that there is a difference between cold cognition and hot cognition. Cold cognition, there's not much of a change. As I said, logic, reason, and an ability or ability to reason. That's the only position that
didn't happen.
That is really, I think, necessary.
Don't forget about the puppy,
in
guys.
voting. Because
you like these
just
debates
saying
and stuff.
18 is one position, 21 means more better. Well, you've
More
seen
better.
those man in the street videos where it's like some 40 or 50-year-old person. It's like, hey, what's a country with that starts with a U? And they're like, I don't know. It has to do with education, and because someone is engaging in these politics or engaging in the system. Why not? What are we supposed to include? Like what standard tests that we have to include some type of test or some other type of thing?
For what? What?
Like I don't see where 18 to 21 any of that actually changes.
Well, you said it yourself. Cold cognition usually peaks around the age of 16, whereas hot cognition peaks in the early to mid 20s. So I'm advocating that we move the age of becoming adult to the time when hot cognition kicks in. And I'm giving you a list of reasons why. Because if we expand the age of childhood, we have people that education that you said you greatly value just now. Children become more educated when they have full bellies, better sleep, and their time isn't split between a job or different adult things like politics. We could give them the necessary focus to learn these high-skilled jobs in our 2026 economy. They're not going there to learn how to be restaurant managers. They're going there to learn how the fine nuances of programming AI data centers and fucking building advanced weaponry. It absolutely does. And having them have their childhood expanded allows them to grow up slower. We see almost no negative to society. And usually people make much better decisions when they get older. This is a very important decision they're making with their vote. There should be no reason why we can't negotiate when they're most suited to have that. You're just saying cold cognition exists and not really tying it back to your argument in a way that's actually giving me something tangible to argue against.
Yeah, okay, so here we go. Cold cognition, reason, unhurried decisions with time to gather information, while hot cognition is impulsive decisions under emotion, time pressure, or peers. So voting is seen under cold cognition. It is reason, unhurried decision making. Actually that does start at 16. There's actually not a large jump between someone 16 to 21 to 25 to 35, etc., etc. Nothing really changes there. It's only how much information that person actually accumulates. You're like holding this fucked up position that it's like, well, actually we should treat little kids as kids until they're actually 25 or in their 30s. Like that's where we actually need to hold them. Because, we need to keep as many people out of the voting system as possible because they're just dumber than I am. Like, that's what I hear from your position.
Okay, but I'm not saying that. I'm naming two reasons. One economic, one that's more beneficial for the children themselves. And I don't think either of those has been properly addressed. And when you say nothing happens after the age of 18, no. You reach your peak maturity of hot cognition and your full psychosocial maturity level around the age of 21. And that's what I'm saying should be the goalpost. That's when you actually delay gratification. You make risk adjustments and social decision-making takes part in your decision-making process. So you are more hot-headed at the age of 18, making impulsive and irrational decisions because your hot cognition hasn't fully matured yet. That's what I'm reading right now from the NIH study, a PubMed study I pulled out.
Yeah, who's sitting here? Anyone in chat, please. Do you sit there and it's like, hey, I'm voting this way because my feels? Or do you kind of like, hey, you know what? F Donald Trump. I don't like that orange son of a bitch. I don't like him. But then after time, you kind of chill out and like, well,
Right.
After
So then maybe
accruing
we
more
should raise the voting
accruing
age.
more information, I have to say, I've actually become more informed in where my taxes go. You know, like the old phrase that used to be,
well said.
Everyone's
well
a liberal until they get their first paycheck. Then they turn into a conservative
Because
or a libertarian.
The infantilization is
Right?
bad.
So
I heard the phrase
already,
that,
but it's happened.
Oops, sorry,
So-
a conservative is a liberal that's been mugged.
so already these people are sitting in a position that, hey, my money is going to this thing. I am having to fund into this institution. And they already, from 18 up until 65, when they hopefully get to retire, they are having to see long-term where my money is going, where the policies are going, that I'm going to be impacted by it long-term. Not boomer 75 who already cashed in, got their golden handshake, and is just saying, well, I want to hold on to more of my own money. I think it's actually the people that are the young people that are already engaged in the system, trying to create a world that they're actually able to function in rather than arbitrary. Again, arbitrary 21. You've even said at 18, 16 actually is when cold cognition starts. You keep moving into hot, where a person is emotionally charged. No one's emotionally charged when they're sitting there in a ballot box.
Really? People don't get emotionally charged over politics every single day, all day, and the entire internet doesn't revolve around people screaming at each other about politics? That sounds wildly delusional to me, to be honest with you. And at the end of the day, my argument is that when you are older, when your hot cognition reaches its full peak of maturity, about the age of 21, is when you start making rational decisions. I went through violent crime. I went through drug usage. I went through all sorts of marriage to show different examples of when people were doing things at younger ages, they were having significantly more problems. And as the ages of those actions rose, we saw more stable marriages.
Thank you. Our
Rates
new
of education. We
co-sponsor.
saw less drug usage and no hindrance as to your brain expanding and your body growing properly. I gave you examples of why raising this age at a net good was a net good across the board in all these other features. The only reason I couldn't do it here is because we don't have studies on voting age being increased and what that would do for society. So I'm substituting in other factors that somebody could make a decision of at the age of 18 or above the age of 21, and we can judge how well those decisions were made. I'm giving you empirical data to show you why, and you're saying it's arbitrary, but all you're telling me is 18 is good because I say this is enough. I say cold cognition's enough. I don't need an argument for it. I'm just telling you it's enough. It's the way it's always been. That is arbitrary.
So the arbitrary is a study that shows that people from 16 and on is actually where most people's actually reasoning skills actually come into play. All right, okay. I mean, like the whole idea that, you know, in the 1960s, well, you know, the age of marriage,
And a lot of men
those
too.
changes made?
A lot of men
all
too.
these things, like it's
Usually
like you're
male
forgetting
feminists.
that, like, hey, what are the 1960s and 70s where it was the young people in society saying, hey, I don't like the Vietnam War. I don't like where my country's going, and I want a voice in making that change.
Yeah.
So those people,
who do you think
I
Charlie
guess
Kirk
they're-
was?
You know what? Fuck them, I suppose. They're not allowed to have an opinion anymore, even though they have to pay into the very same system.
They can
You know,
have the
as the
opinion.
expression went, old enough to
So why doesn't that apply to
I'm blanking on
17-year-olds?
it. Old enough to kill for the government, old enough to work for the government, kind of thing. Like, I don't know. I was even looking at the age of owning a gun. It's not 18 across the board. You can be a child and have guns. Can't own them, but even I think it was in Louisiana, you can at 16 you're allowed to have weapons, guns. You're allowed to have them. So obviously there's already precedent even within the Second Amendment. You know, the whole left is like, guns are evil, bad fucking monsters. You need to get rid of the evil guns. But we've already seen most places, or I shouldn't say most places, they're already seeing states are okay with 16-year-olds carrying a pew-pew, an evil pew-pew stick. I don't understand why that's being pushed.
Those caveats already exist today, though. We can have somebody in most states at the age of 16 own a rifle, and it was under their parent supervision, use things. I'm not saying people can't. We have in Georgia, you can work as early as the age of 14. I'm not saying these caveats can't exist without parental permission.
Never shot one.
What I'm telling you is, like,
Never
at the
even
end of the
shot.
day, It is a net benefit economically and for the children. Those are my two arguments. Economically and for the children, there is a long-term net benefit to expanding the age of their adolescence to 21 across the board. Voting is just one of those things, which is how I refuted your first and only argument you gave in your introduction, which was the age you should be able to vote is the age you should die for your country.
Already got
I'm
it.
saying move both to 21. We're now
note.
shifting to different metrics, but you bring up the hippies from the 60s, which is interesting because actually they had an extremely small approval rating at the time, and their presence of being, you know, kind of social degenerates that wanted to do drugs and party all the time and not actually grow up and become productive members of society saw them lose that political dispute in the country and lead to some of the most landslide-ish right-wing election. When you let the youth that are uneducated take over your political party, as we see right now in purple districts, we see progressive candidates getting smacked around because these people don't know how the system actually works. They're less equipped to make these decisions. So that's kind of what's playing out right in front of us right now.
Crazy that we see people who are bashed by a political system that they're supposed to be involved with and be subservient to. They're now getting involved in politics. Young people are getting involved in politics. I think that's a lot better than you know, someone that actually has no engagement and just goes, you know what, Barack Obama made me feel a certain way, so therefore I'm going to vote for him. But I wanted to bring up this point. When do you think what do you think the life expectancy was someone during the Middle Ages?
Well, it was in their 30s, but let me address your other point as well. So you're saying that you'd rather see the rise of like somebody like Abdul al-Said who endorses Hamas and wants to defund the police. You'd rather see somebody like that get in power.
That's who the youth is voting for.
No, he's who the young people are voting for. You'd rather see somebody like that get in power because more young people are engaged, that have young people actually learn to the full capacity in college and turn around and be good at the jobs that they get after college. That's what you're saying right now?
It would look like that we're actually experiencing the symptoms of the system where people are are flipping the proverbial table and saying, screw this. I keep getting screwed around. My entire life keeps getting screwed around. And so they're looking at these types of things and saying, I don't like where this stuff is going. We need to change this type of thing. So again, I'll ask, you know, I rebutted that. When is the life expectancy for medieval age people?
As I said, it was the life expectancy was in the 30s. It was generally because of infant and child mortality that was that low.
Oh, true.
Yeah, old age reached 60 to 70 was not uncommon for individuals.
That's not
obviously,
life expectancy though. Life expectancy is an average. I think you got your statistics mixed up.
So, but it's not uncommon for people to hit 60, 70 old age, which we would consider old age, even now in the 1500s. Well, you said that. You said that people were dying younger back in the day, so we need to infantilize. We had kings ruling kingdoms. We had warriors going off that were well below my age or well below the age that you were even advocating for, 21. We had young soldiers. You know, King Baldwin, you know, the dude that went after all the Muslims and stuff, that dude was 14 when he started his rampage.
I don't know why you're using this as your point, because those people didn't even have the right to vote. During feudalism, it was just poor people living on rich people's land and paying them money and grain and livestock to stay there so that they could live their fat, rich lives. It was a libertarian, utilitarian mega city that nobody ever wants to live in. I don't understand why you're using that as your point now, because there were no voting at all.
It shows that even someone, so you made the argument of people in medieval time, in the old age, you know, like Aristotle was like in their 50s, 60s, like all these great thinkers that we look of were well beyond what even some of us were considered the age of life expectancy. So like this idea that like back in the day, kids were dumb and just dumb in general, but they were actually great thinkers. So even to apply that to today with a similar type that people hit 60, 70,
how many Aristotles were there?
Old. Again, it
That's
just
like saying,
shows
well,
how
modern day
arbitrary
people are
and
trillionaires because
this
Elon
doesn't
has
actually apply to anything. I'll ask this.
But that wasn't my point. Hold on. Before we go to the next point, that wasn't at all the point I made. All I said about the Middle Ages was a tongue-in-cheek first sentence where I said, we don't live in the Middle Ages. We don't have to force people to grow up and start a family and become adults at a young age. That's it. That's all I said about
keep them children.
Yes,
keep them children. Got it.
Extend the age of childhood to 21 across the board, including voting, but not limited to.
Okay. All right. So Indian Jesus and Gorps, you guys are here. And, 21, when you were in college or when you were actually trying to make your way in the world, or audience in general, when you guys are trying to make your way in the world, no, you're not allowed to do that. You guys sit there. You guys just lose your rights. You lose that ability to engage with the system.
Nobody said, just because I said I like vanilla doesn't mean I hate chocolate. I also gave caveats. I said there's already caveats existing. We could expand those. You're really grasping at straws here if you're just making up arguments I didn't say and trying to misframe my words. But if you want, I can give you my 2 arguments over again, so you could actually try to address those for once.
Oh, I hope that's not me that dropped, or if it was him.
I don't hear you dropping, so it could have been me. I said I could give you my arguments again, so you could try to address those and actually try to argue the affirmatives claim.
I don't believe you.
Are you able to hear us, TylerWO?
No, addressing the audience or addressing
Stop
the
clock
judges.
and I'll actually put 30 seconds back on it.
That's not as bad as being like, moderator, you need to make him do this.
Okay, hold on. I'm back now.
Can you hear us? Yep, you can hear us now.
Yes. Yes.
All right, actually, I'll put 45 seconds back on the clock for you guys to finish those thoughts.
Okay.
We did lose you there a few seconds ago. Go ahead and kick that back up. I don't remember who it was. I think it was you.
Okay, so I was dropping some snark. I said I'm not making these arguments you're claiming. You're trying to claim because I like vanilla, somehow it means I hate chocolate. If you want, I can give you my 2 arguments over again so you can try to actually address the claims that I'm making.
I already addressed the claim. So if we're focused on voting, sure, okay, expand it to 21, expand it to 25.
Yeah,
okay, expand it so that we need to put a test. You have to have a certain IQ level in order to do that. And if you don't hit, that's what I mean. It is arbitrary. 21 is arbitrary. 18, I've already talked about. I've already refuted your fucking point about cold cognition. That is the whole crux of everything that I am looking at, is because there is no difference from someone that's 18 to someone that's 45. There is not much difference in their reasoning and their logic ability. There's not much difference.
You feel that way in your head, but you haven't actually said the words. I can't find a reason from the words that you've been saying why hot cognition should be the cutoff point. All you said is that's the point where human beings start developing this, or it's developing. That's it. You just said it's developed.
No, I said it was developed.
You're arguing 18. It says 16. So you're picking a different year and saying,
so we should lower it to 16. Fuck yeah, let's do it, brother.
Exactly why yours is arbitrary. That's the point I'm making. You're not you're just saying 18 because that's the way it was. The metric you're using as your example is 16. The metric I'm using is the exact age. And I'm giving you a bunch of examples from violent crime to marriage rates to drug usage of why people at the age of 21 have significantly better decision-making processes. And it shows out in their long-term practice. And you haven't touched that at all. All you've argued is cold cognition starts now. So that's my arbitrary point.
When does it start? When does it start? When does it start, Tyler? 16. It starts at 16. Yeah, and it seemed to be developed that there's actually no major difference between someone who is 18 to someone who is 25 to someone that is 30. There's not much.
So why does that mean we shouldn't raise the
difference? Yes. So what you're saying is we should send troops to die at 16, right?
That is hot cognition. No, not at 16.
That's what you said. You said that we should move the age of voting because I called it arbitrary. You said, let's move the age of voting to 16 then. So we should also
send of course I was being satiric. Hey, man, if we want to do 16, that's when it starts. I said 18 is when it seems that is like the barrier when there isn't much difference. Obviously, between 16 to 18, there is a large difference. Between 18 and 20, there isn't much difference. This is the whole point that I am focusing on. There's a difference between
16 and 20, but not a difference between 16 and 20.
Cold cognition is
focusing on one thing.
Yeah, I guess actually, when it's voting, when it's rights, I guess burn the fucking system down because, whatever.
There you go. Whatever. TylerADE. Let me jump in there. I let y'all cook a little bit past the timer, but
I don't know what that means.
Your closings. So great job, by the way. That was very entertaining. I'm going to go to you first, TylerADE. 3 minutes is on the clock. Please give us your closing arguments uninterrupted. Once again, why is it that the legal age of voting in the U.S. should be raised to 21? Go ahead.
Okay, so first off, I'll start out with the counter argument I faced here. I made two arguments. One, that it's much beneficial for the child themselves to expand the age of childhood, and how society does not need that anymore. I gave plenty of examples. None of them were even attempted to be refuted. As the AF, I get to set the tone of what arguments I'm presenting, and those need to be refuted. When I gave my opening, talking about my first point and my second point, that it's beneficial for the economy in general, neither of these were addressed. What we got from the counter argument was, use the same age you should vote is the same age you should be sent to war. And that's it. Nothing else was addressed. I didn't make that argument. I said we should increase both of them to 21. So the introduction had nothing to do with my point. Then we started getting into hot and cold cognition. And still, the entire time, we were never given a reason why 18 was the number. We can see from the studies, we both agreed on it during the debate, that 16 is when your cold cognition is fully at its peak. But he wants to already age to 18. Then when I asked about 16, I got a tongue-in-cheek answer, and I didn't get a clear, we couldn't even figure out where he wants to put it, because said, all right, let's move it to 16, because there's actually a study backing that up. That was the only thing that he said that wasn't arbitrary, is the age of 16. That doesn't explain 18. He's just picking a number that's been in place. It's just a conservative metric. I don't want to tear it down. And then he accused me of burning down the system, when all the examples I gave were the system getting better as a result. And I gave you other examples like health insurance increasing, people staying at their parents' house increasing, and how those didn't affect society at all. If we move this age up, we can see there's a massive gain for the child themselves. They have more time to focus on these extremely high skill things that our economy demands right now. We're an economy of scale. It's a giant. We produce the best weapons, the best planes, the best all sorts of shit in the world. We're the leaders in AI.
Like, I don't even know what to ask him.
We're the leaders in medical technology. In order to preserve that, we need our children educated. In order to educate them, they need to sleep well, they need to eat well, and they need to be able to focus on school. That's why I want to give them more time to do that. I want to give them society to say, you know what, our life expectancy is higher, our fucking death age is significantly higher. We can give you more time to learn these hard skills and be ready for the job. We don't want you. We want you to focus on this. We don't want you to go work at a restaurant to earn pennies to pay off some shit that, the taxpayer is going to have to reimburse you for anyways, like they already do with the Pell Grant. It's a net good across the board. There's no evidence that it would cost more. He tried that argument and you abandoned it. This was just basically throwing shit at a wall because there wasn't a good argument that sticks. And again, if you heard something, please give me a DM and tell me what was said that actually refutes my arguments, because I didn't hear a single thing in the debate. But that's up to the judges to parse out. So that's all I got.
All right. Perfect. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, TylerWO.
7-3.
Last thoughts. You were the
Right
cherry
now.
on top. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Well, of course, thank you to Tyler. It was a very spirited and good debate. Appreciate it. But that's about all the kudos I'm going to give to this asshole. So I think that our only major focus, because we couldn't move on from the idea that we were talking about people's cognitive abilities. So already people that are 18 to 20, here's some more information for you, because apparently we couldn't even get into this. Independence increases with age on average, yet many 18 to 20-year-olds already work. They live independently, serve in the military, pay taxes. Incompetent independent is not used to strip the vote from other dependent adults. 18 is considered the age of majority within the United States, also within Canada. So this whole idea that we're already sitting here trying to pivot, trying to, let's just expand it to everything. Okay, well, these people are already engaged in a system.
What do you mean?
Audience, you guys are already engaged in a system. Do you like where it's going, or do you like where it's not going? My opponent, of course, had to sit here and focus on the emotion. It's about the emotion. See, here is where the hot cognition comes in. How does the person make you feel, rather than actually how much did they make you think in, maybe 20, 30 minutes time? How did they make you feel in the moment? So democracy is always about expanding liberty, expanding engagement within the system, not limiting it. We could get into, the economics of it, that everyone is a child until 21. Okay, well, that we've already seen. My whole point was this actually has nothing to do with children or people that are developmentally not adult. They're not adult enough. I guess, let's put it that way. They're not adult enough. So I think
Just
throughout
saying
this
things.
discussion, you've seen that there was very much the arbitrary, even in my opponent's closing statement, he put it arbitrary, 16, 18, 21, whenever it is. When we have cold, hard information of the same people that are engaging in the systems that they are having to engage with, taxation, representation, etc., etc. He wants to keep you a child because, of course, there's nothing better than keeping more people off the docket than having voices that are actually engaged in the system and are sticking a big FU to the system right now because they see the opportunities that they are actually losing. So with that, I will see the rest of my time. It's been a blast. Thank you very much.
All right, here we fucking go.
All right, fantastic.
Be
Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you very, very much for that. We are going to go ahead and go straight into our Q&A section. Remember, chatters, if you guys do have any questions for them, anything you think got left on the table or didn't get addressed in the debate, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. We'll ask those questions after the judges and I are done.
Maverick, you're crossing the line.
Before that, we get to go. I had Lush go first last time, so this time I'm going to put you on the spot, Gorps. Do you have a question ready for TylerADE?
Yeah. Tyler, I'm going to go back to something you said in your opening that I wish other Tyler had asked you about. You said something along the lines of having the voting age be 18 forces 18 to 21-year-olds or 18 to 20-year-olds, I guess,
and that's why you get the timeout.
To get involved in politics, to get to know politics. My question is, how does allowing them to vote force them to be involved with the voting process?
It doesn't necessarily force them to. It just divides their time and attention. There, you could be a casual viewer and just have somebody influence your vote. It's not a one-to-one, always absolute, but generally that's what we see going on. We see a lot of these kids participating in their particular protests or particular rallies. Instead of inviting speakers to come on the campus to talk about the areas they're studying, they're bringing Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson on to talk about cancel culture. It's a giant distraction and a waste of time, and I don't think net positive for what we should be sending kids to college for. I want the next generation's professionals to be able to step into the job market and put up where they're supposed to and continue innovating and giving us the best living standard we've ever had.
All right. Lutch, the Indian Jesus, do you have a question for TylerADE, please?
I do. So can you steelman what other Tyler was saying about cold and hot cognition and why you think that doesn't address your position?
Okay, so what I picked up that he was saying is cold cognition is the more important of the cognitions, and that alone, once that's developed, is enough to deem that somebody has the necessary skill to engage in something like voting. He was saying voting is something you can sit down and think about and take your time in the process, and all you need are the cold cognition skills. Why I think that doesn't actually address my point is because I didn't make that argument that they are completely inept. They do have some skills necessary. I'm saying that generally, if we look at all the different subjects that I gave, we can see across the board that people at that age tend to make worse decisions, overall significantly worse decisions, violent crime, marriage, things of that nature. I try to get big life-impacting events that are things that the government has oversight on, so it could be similar comparisons, and showed like when the age of these things is raised, we see significantly less downsides. That to me says that the variable there is the age of the people participating in it. So let's raise that age up a little bit and see if we can cut off some of these bad things.
All right. My question. So it seems to me like a lot of your argument was phrased or framed around the idea of trying to spare young people the burden of the stress of the political environment and the responsibilities associated with voting. At what age do you personally believe someone should start thinking about their future? So, in other words, if we have, what age should a developing mind be thinking about the long-term goals and the environment that they want to achieve those goals in? And if they have the ability to vote, why would they not have the ability to vote at the same time? So go ahead.
I kind of, could you repeat your question a little differently, Fraser?
Yeah, no, it was a little convoluted. I'm sorry, because it was kind of two directions. So at what age do you believe a person or a developing mind should start considering their future plans and the consequences and environment of their future?
You're generally pretty early. I think that you could at least start to lay out the groundwork and see what you're going to be in for. We encourage like middle to high school students to try to figure out
you were making the joke that they're both Tyler, right?
What careers they want to pursue, try to figure out what they like and things like that. So I think that starting that process at a young age is pretty important.
Okay, the follow-up question then is, if they are able to impact or affect the environment that they want to develop into, why would we not give them the ability to help control the system that is going to bind them in the future?
Well, the brains aren't developed. The same reason we have the 18 restrictions, the same reason we have age restrictions at all for anything. Like, why not let kids participate in the dating pool at the age of 6? There's great reasons for that. One, the long-term harm that does to their development and for development, I used education as my stand-in argument. And two, it would be because they are not fully ready to be making decisions at that level. Their brains aren't ready for those decisions. So in a sense, I'm saying that we spare them that. We leave them out of that until they're a little more ready. And I'm suggesting we change it from cold cognition to when hot cognition psychologically hits its highest level of maturity, which is 21.
Cold and hot cognition is really starting to make me uncomfortable. Going back to you, Gorps, do you have a question ready for TylerWO?
Yeah, my question.
Bad touch.
My question is short and simple for you, other Tyler. Should we tax 16-year-olds?
No, because they're not considered the age of majority.
Okay.
All right, there you go. That was quick and simple, like you said. Lutch, do you have a question ready for TylerWO? TylerWO?
Indeed, I do. Not mean it, right? Well, actually, so just to clarify, if I can just get a yes or no, do you believe that in general, let's say America is suffering from arrested development?
Yes.
So if you believe that, why would addressing it be a negative thing? If to clarify, if we didn't have that arrested development, it seems like raising the age would be the infantilization, but I'm asking, it seems like we already have the infantilization of people, and so we should address that by raising the age. Why is that incorrect?
So so when I think of like arrested development as someone that's perpetually being led that they are more infantile than they actually are, rather than actually engaging in the world and the politic that they're actually a part of. So I would look at it more that way. So I guess part two, if I can, if you're okay with me, I'm more looking at it that way rather than we should infantilize more people. I think actually exposing them to the world and the system that they're actually engaging in, I think actually develops a more cognitive person than someone who is, regardless if it's 21, 25, and like I can get more into the cold hot cognition thing, but I think whatever that age is, when you finally get out onto your own and it's the proverbial wings have been spread and you're trying to fly, but you've been you've been insulated from a system for so long, I think it has a net negative on people's positions.
Fair enough.
All right, good stuff. Now, one more question. That one's mine. If we can show that experience matters more than development or intelligence, would you then be willing to reconsider raising the age? So you keep talking about the cognition and or the development, the mental ability to make these decisions, but in many cases, personal experience is more impactful on people's decision making than their mental development, right? So why is it bad to let people experience more life before they start making decisions that impact the rest of us?
I think it's just inherent with engaging in the system. Like you can choose whether you engage with the system or not. But I think
you're from the generation
people that are having
before.
to engage with
The
system
millennials
for
are the
longest,
Arrested Development
someone that is
generation.
18
We are forever
up
kids.
until the time that they finally kick the bucket,
better or
or,
worse.
they get their hole punched. I think someone being having that information. So I don't disagree that people's experience, but mind you, that experience isn't limited by someone who is 18 to someone who is 65. Charlie Kirk was 18, and look at the world that he was changing. He wasn't that old. He was actually quite young, especially for politics, especially for how impactful he actually was on the political stage. He was young. He was a young guy. And so I think looking at someone like that, or there are many people, even like look at people, I don't agree with them, but like people like Dean Withers or Destiny, these people were very early on getting involved in politics and seeing the faults within the system. I don't agree with some of their politics, but we're seeing that people are seeing that there's problems in the system that they have to engage with and have to change. I hope I answered that sufficiently.
You did. Great job. All right. That is it for number 2. We did not get any questions on this one from the chat. So obviously we, the debaters and the judges and myself asked all the questions, and they have no further questions. But we will have more questions for you in the after party. I promise you that. So there's the link. I'm going to go ahead and shoot this over to everybody else. That is going to be AVG. Here's a link for you for the second vote. TylerWO, just in case you have
Go
gone
vote,
live,
go
here's
vote,
a
go
link for the
vote.
vote.
And I'll send it over to Kim.
There you go. Perfect. And I will go ahead and drop this over here into my own. Oh, now we got a question, I think. Did we just get a question? We did. Vigi, question for TylerADE. Okay, cool. Actually, you guys can go ahead and start voting anyways. We'll ask the question before we go to the judges. TylerADE, question from the chat. Are we going to require everyone to go to college? What do we do if someone doesn't want to get a 4-year degree?
Well, I mean, again, we could provide exemptions. You could already work right now 4 years below the age of adulthood, and you just don't want to go to college. Your parents come and consent for you. Hey, he wants to join the workforce at 18. I'm not saying we don't allow that for people if they don't want it, but I think that because the vast expansion of high-skilled jobs in the United States actually earning people wages that they can raise a family on, we should focus on trying to
It's 50-50 right now. It's 50-50.
As much as humanly possible. Not everybody can do it. Not everybody's going to be able to. And I just want to point out, based off of his lesser Tyler's answer, Charlie Kirk would still be alive under my system because I don't want political speakers going to college campuses. Charlie Kirk would be with his family right now if I had my way. And you want Charlie Kirk's, more Charlie Kirk's dead.
Wow, that took a hard left. So you know what? Actually, I'm going to go ahead and give the opportunity to address that to TylerWO. But I'm going to ask the question slightly differently. Do you believe that college should be mandatory the way that high school is?
No, I think this has been the biggest failure in my generation and the generations following. My parents were always told me, go to college, go to university, you'll get a good job, you'll get a good pay. What they seemed to leave out, or the connection that they didn't realize, was people typically went to college for something they already had an interest in. They already had a passion in that. So they went to college or university in order to further those studies or that interest that they already had. So what we're actually seeing now are people that are being told, go to college, just go get your underwater basket weaving degrees or your gender studies degree or whatever stupid degree
Everybody
that you
says
want to
that.
get. That's because that's what they've been told to do, rather than actually engaging in meaningful in STEM type of fields, things that are actually required, going into the trades and stuff like that. So I think that's been the biggest con job. Look at Freddie Mae and Freddie Mae costs. where tuition used to be a couple $1,000. Now it's $40, $60, $100,000. Are you shitting? $100,000 just to go to college so that you can get some bullshit degree that you're never going to get actually employ. You know, the joke is always it's the biggest employer of philosophy majors is Starbucks. And I think that settles everything.
It's still
right
50-50, guys.
All right, cheers. All right, good stuff. Well, we're going to go ahead and kick this over to the judges. Again, chat, click that link if you have seen it in there. If you haven't, I will drop it one more time for you. Costs you nothing. But if the judges disagree, it all lands in your hands. So let's kick it over to the judges. Let's see. Gorps went first last time. Lutch, the Indian Jesus. Sir, who do you think won this debate and why?
This was tough. This was a tough one. I think both of you came with great arguments. Just starting with ADE, I think, you know, bringing up that, okay, yeah, we changed the military age. That completely knocks away the argument of you can fight for your country or you can die for your country, but you can't vote for your country. In general, your cross-examination was great. And I really liked how you pulled everything together, that this is better because of the economy and the children, being very, very, punctuating that well. TylerWO, I think you had a good rebuttal to when other Tyler brought up the notion of arrested development. But based on my question about why don't we address it, I don't fully feel like that you answered that. I think the idea.
That's a loaded question.
I think the idea that you don't think people vote based on emotions is crazy. I would say more people vote on emotions than don't. And then, you know, when you're pointing out people like Aristotle and Charlie Kirk, these are not average people. And so to act as if, well, Aristotle did it, so at that age, so anybody can do it. We're not saying that Americans in modern day are trillionaires because of Elon Musk. So I don't think that was strong. And I agree with other Tyler that you were disagreeing with his position, but yeah, actually making the case about why the differences in age are not as significant as he was saying. Don't think it really landed, but you guys both did a great job. It was tough, but I went 6-4, 6-2 ADE.
Right, so for the affirmative, 6-4 for ADE from Lutch. Gorps, where did you land on this one and why?
I'm going to second pretty much everything Indian Jesus said there. I would also like to throw in that Tyler was going to get an extra point from me for dancing during the first debate. But then new Tyler thanked the judges, which you should have learned from the first debate that you should have started out with, Tyler. So, other Tyler, thank you. I appreciate that. I found it interesting, ADE, when during your opening, you said some very strong things, and you walked a decent amount of those back. Interesting strategy, where you said it was child abuse to keep the voting age at 18. And you said that, as I pointed out in my question to you, that we're forcing them to be involved in politics, which you very quickly walked back when I asked you a question about it. I wish that our friend with the Trump hat had pushed you on some of those. Friend with the Trump hat, you let Tyler walk all over you. This is your first debate here, I believe, and you got shafted by being given ADE, but you let him control the conversation for way too long. He basically made you argue for 18 when all you have to do is disprove the 21. So you let him get the one up on you there. Props for calling him an asshole. He is. Overall, I put this at 7-3 to our resident Tyler, not the new Tyler.
All right. Well, there you go, everybody. That means that just like here in America, your votes don't matter and they're all for show. But I do still want to know where you guys landed. However, at this point, it looks like the win is going to go to TylerADE, our resident champion. But that is not to take anything away from TylerWO. TylerWO, that was a great fucking debate. And I'm definitely eager to see where the audience landed on this one, because I have a suspicion it's going to end up
No,
a
you don't.
split.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No. Don't tell me that. All right. Well, you know what? That's okay. It was still a great debate, and that's really what matters. But we're still going to give you guys a couple more seconds. Get those votes locked in, please. Is it? I just dropped it again. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Lock it in. Show results. And it's for TylerADE as well. All right. So that's 7-3 for TylerADE from the audience. Tyler, you took it home. Unanimous decision. It looks like if there is going to be only one, it is the original in this case. But I do want to be very, very clear. Like I said, that was an absolutely great debate. And please stick around for the after party, because I guarantee you people are going to want to throw stones and tomatoes at y'all. What were you going to say, Abe? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just say a couple of words? First off, I want to thank my mom. I want to thank God. I want to thank everyone out there that helped me get here today. I appreciate all of you. The real Tyler took it home, and a win for me is a win for Israel. Let's go, baby.
There you go. Feel free. You can respond to that. I know it was.
180.
I can't believe the
position in the
vote
debate is
so,
incorrect, and
it's real.
Did you want to respond to that, Tyler? Well,
yeah. There you go, chat. That's what you voted for. There you go.
All right, cheers. All right, gentlemen. Again, we will see you in the after party. But before we do that, we have got to go to our last debate of the night. I'm sorry that I made the ladies wait. They're going to actually get to go first in the after party. Because
God damn it!
Leave earlier. So
I was explicitly waiting for the first one to be the first one, and now they're like, "Oh, they'll go
near and
first."
dear to the community, and it's funny because of the fact that we were voting all night. Do we believe that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? On the affirmative, I'm going to go ahead and throw the mic over to you to introduce, although I do not have any socials for you. Katie, would you please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you? Katie is not in the room. Now she is. Katie, sorry about that. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so Horseradish is incompetent, so I wasn't in the room to actually hear anything. You can't find me. I am not real.
Okay.
That is all. Oh yeah, I have my document to give you so you can post it when we start the debate.
All right, cheers. Absolutely, yeah. So you can either throw that in the chat or you can throw it into the DMs. Either one will work. All right. And yes, Horseradish is absolutely incompetent. I don't know how the fuck they let me push the buttons, but I get to do it, so I'm going to keep doing it. AVG, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you. I will drop your link in the chat.
Yeah, hey everybody. I'm the average female debater. I'm social issues debater on primarily YouTube, but I also do sometimes debates on TikTok. You can find me on YouTube, capital AVG, lowercase female debater, or on X. Just replace the ATE with the number 8.
There you go. There's that link.
Can I have my intro? I forgot my joke.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. Let's try that one more time. Katie, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so remember when Sharp Razor was like, oh, if you donate enough money, I'll wear like a fur costume. I wore my weird like fish person costume, and it was free, bitches. So don't let that person like rip you off, okay? There's scales all over this thing, okay? Thank you.
There you go. Absolutely.
I have to say, Sharp Razor is hilarious.
Yes, no, all about that. Everything about that was a win. All right, so we're going to go ahead and jump straight into this, everybody. Y'all have seen how this has happened. You've seen 2 of them happen. Both of y'all have been here before. So 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Katie. Please tell us why you believe the competitive debate fetishizes intelligence.
All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah, pull up my thing.
That's what she said.
Yeah, so I made a very easy series of like 4 points. When Horseradish will bring them up. So it's like, it just follows each other, right? So I'm talking predominantly in Western culture. I wanted to clarify what competitive debate actually meant before the debate, and Horseradish told me that we will do that and then never messaged me about it again. So I'm going to assume that we
She's
mean
sassy.
online debating, like what we do here. And if we're not, then I'm just going to rage quit because whatever. So Western society views intelligence as a desirable, advantageous trait. This often leads to fetishization of intelligence. Leads to Western society generally fetishizes intelligence. And then 4, debate is an example for that fetishization in conjunction with other functions. Those are generally like the 4 claims that I'm going through. I would love to have, what's your name, fellow debater?
AVG.
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 Yeah.
AVG. Yeah. So I would love to hear your thoughts. If you could do like a yes or no or something on each of the points, so we know what we disagree on to make it like easy and comfortable. And yeah. And then I just have a few points that I want to mention as a start to the prompt. So the prompt doesn't actually want to talk about whether fetishization of intelligence is a negative or a positive. I'm just supposed to prove that competitive debate does fetishize intelligence. So I won't be focusing on saying whether that's good or bad. That's the prompt's fault for being stupid. Other than that, we would probably be talking about what is fetishization and what is intelligence. So an important thing to remember is that intelligence depends on how you define it. Some people define it as pure computing power of the brain. Some people think, oh, charisma is a type of intelligence. Oh, growing plants is a type of intelligence. Reading books is a type of intelligence. And so this basically means that because many different people and academic structures and academic principles have all different kinds of versions of intelligence. Whatever version of intelligence you think that happens during debate, the only thing that matters for the prompt is, does debate facilitate the fetishization of whatever
Shout out to David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome.
Unless you think nothing is happening there, in which case I would agree with you, but still not the point of the prompt. Yeah. If you want AVG, you can take the time from the rest of my thing to just answer yes or no on my 4 things, so I know where we're going from there.
So she actually doesn't even need to do that because what we will do is we will go ahead and give her the 3 minutes on the clock. She can actually respond as she sees fit, answer those questions, or she can take it.
You're here.
Again, it is her time to control. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, AVG.
Yeah, so you basically conceded that like basically it's subjective intelligence, correct?
Subjective, yes, as in most things are subjective. Yes. Intelligence is depending on the definition of intelligence. Yes.
Great. Do you even know what the definition of fetishization is?
I know that there are several of them, again, because it depends on the definition.
I like you over here, but whatever one you like.
What are you operating with?
I'm operating on fetishization is the idea of reducing a complex entity, such as, for example, if you fetishize intelligence in a person, then you are reducing the complexity of that person to glorifying, idealizing, or viewing their intelligence as some kind of core idealistic facet that reduces their general complex humanity.
Where did you get that definition from?
Google.
You got it from Google AI? You got it from the Google AI, like the reading that you get when you type something into Google.
I mean, I elaborated. Would you like me to simply Google AI this?
Well, Google's not a source, so I'm wondering if you actually have a concrete source whereby you reached this definition.
You asked me what the definition that I'm operating in is.
Right, I'm just wondering.
She needs to say this is a colloquial definition that I'm using for this debate.
You basically type something into a Google search engine. That's not a source. That's just simply Googling something. It's an internet search. It doesn't actually have any merit as a source in a debate.
Okay.
Okay. I guess moving on then. You said that it's a desirable trait, ergo it is fetishized. There's many things that are desirable but are not fetishized by the masses. For instance, I would consider the ability to have a roof over my head desirable, but I don't think anybody is necessarily fetishizing that.
We already know your mental age is
Yeah,
6.
that's why I wrote 4 points, and I asked you to answer yes or no to each of them because they lead from one another. So what you said is wrong about what I said.
So really
Okay.
quickly,
So I
I
would
did
not
I did
concede to that?
message you those 4 points, AVG. If you want to look at them
Okay.
real quick, if you want to respond to
Sure.
them, I
Let's-
DM them to you.
Yeah,
So you can see
I'll
those
be
all.
good
Yep.
faith. Let's indulge in this.
And I'll actually stop the clock for a second to give you the
I
chance
know
to
it's
read
difficult to be a good faith in a conversation that is meant to be about good faith. I understand. That can be a hassle. I agree.
I'm much energy, so if you're going to be good faith, I'll be good faith. So you want me to answer yes
Match
or no
that
to these
energy.
questions? Is that correct?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, great. Number 1, let's go to number 1. Western society views intelligence as a desirable, advantageous trait.
I was gonna say, would you even believe it?
debatable? But sure, some people in Western society, I think a decent amount view intelligence as a desirable, advantageous trait. 2, this often leads to fetishization. No. 3, Western society generally fetishizes intelligence. Also disagree. 4, debate is an example of that fetishization in conjunction with the other functions. This seems to follow from number 1, 2, and
Correct.
3. It seems to be like a
If you disagree
conclusion
with
of 3
2, then it
premises.
doesn't matter.
Can I just
Yeah.
finish my thought? It seems to be a conclusion of 3 premises, and since I disagree with the premises, I think it would be illogical for me to then agree with the conclusion.
Correct.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Very good. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, AVG. This is your uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
I think she's already got it.
Okay, I have to go back to, just give me a sec to go back to
Yep,
the
take your
actual
time.
live
Take as long as you
session
need.
because, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
The leftists.
Competitive debate dominates the political sphere, but it has also maintained prominence in other discussion-based forums where it extends to social issues and other topics. Today's competitive debaters aren't just Oxford-educated academics or high schoolers. They are everyday people turned internet personalities, and their stage is larger than it has ever been in that sense. Last year, Word War Debate was launched, a competition in the style of Premier Fight Leagues, but for brains. The prizes are large, as are the names, and the current upcoming event in Nashville this fall is almost sold out. Competitive debate is something people of all walks of life enjoy, whether you like it or not. That said, this interest does not necessarily translate to fetishism. Definitionally, an extravagant, irrational devotion of intelligence. Some of the most famous debaters are not college educated and do not participate in formal style debates, instead favoring blood sports debates, which, as the name implies, are debates where ad hominems are perfectly fine and concessions or wins you add up on a scoreboard. What's more, these debaters aren't in it for an honorary degree, a
Yeah,
college
'cause
award,
they lied.
or a resume booster. While their motivation to change minds remains, the intent to do it in a way which is punchy and entertaining prevails. Most people can name Andrew Wilson, Bosch, or Destiny, but very few are familiar with top academic debaters like Jason Chow, who won this 2020 World Universities Debating Championship. The fact is that anybody, literally anybody, can fetishize about anything in 2026. However, my opponent will have to demonstrate that this is the dominating factor in debaters' interests to pursue their craft in order to win this debate today. And frankly, I don't think she can. With that, I yield.
Got him.
All right. Perfect. So now it is going to be 3 minutes to you, Katie. This is your time to control, ask questions, set up arguments, or you can just rebuttal. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
She'll be like, wait, what am I doing?
I'm interested. You mentioned Andrew Wilson and Destiny and Vosh, right? A lot of people find them very entertaining, and they absolutely, I guess Vosh has.
Yeah,
a
most of us
bachelor's
don't.
in
It just happens.
sociology or something amongst the horses, I guess. Do you think their fans or some of their fans find them intelligent?
I think anybody can find anybody slightly intelligent. Like you said, it's subjective. So how do we determine that that's the dominating factor and why they're debating?
Yeah, that's not what I asked. Can you answer what I asked?
Sure. I think that somebody could find a horse shitting to be intelligent.
So you think that some people do think Destiny and Vosh and Andrew Wilson are smart, and they display that smarts while they debate?
A lot of people think that.
Do they display that smart while they debate? I think they're more
It's a
going
yes
for
or no
entertaining.
question.
Oh, we're in trial now? Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry. If somebody can find a horse pooping to be intelligent, sure, they might find Destiny talking about how he enjoys sitting in a certain chair while his wife gets plowed by another man to be particularly intelligent.
Let's go!
Oh my god, my 3 minutes are just up because you cannot answer a yes or no. That's fascinating.
Oh, sorry, was that not a yes? You just didn't like the way that I went about it. Are we tone policing now? Were those words too delicate for your virgin ears? I apologize.
Can I add like 20 seconds for this?
You're going to get a whole 15 minutes. Go ahead. Keep going.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that it was a very interesting framing to try to avoid the prompt that I have to display that debate is solely about intelligence or some ridiculous nonsense like that. The prompt is competitive debate fetishizes intelligence. Obviously, people think highly of competitive debate, whether it be academics or weirdos online, because they assumed that there's some level of intelligence that is being expressed.
Don't forget
They
to
might
hit
think that,
the poll
AVG
in
is
my chat.
intelligent. They might think that what's happening here is intelligent. The whole point of this project that Horseradish in this community has is about the idea that ideas can actually be communicated in a good faith manner of debate. If you don't believe in this,
That's a
you
screenshot.
fundamentally are probably not part of that community. Now, whether that's fetishization, we would have to get more into it later. I'm not sure how that would work. But yes, generally,
You know what smart
I don't
people
have to concede to whatever perversion of the prompt
Proclaim how
AVG
smart
wants
they
it
are.
to be. The prompt is, does competitive debate fetishize intelligence? Definitely people think that competitive debate is expressive of intelligence, and fetishization can be discussed later.
I think that's
Hey,
mainly
cheers.
where we disagree.
And with that, I'm actually going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on the clock.
All right,
Y'all can
let's
pick it up
go.
right
This
there.
actually
You can
might
take
be
it in
a little
different
bit more
direction. This is
interesting than I
open
thought.
field. Please keep it above the belt, but have at.
Yeah, so my definition of fetishism is obtained from Merriam-Webster dictionary. So it's an actual dictionary, and the definition of fetishize is to make a fetish of, or to treat or regard with fetishism, which Merriam-Webster defines as extravagant, irrational devotion. Please tell me who is doing that with competitive debate.
I can tell you that I've met a lot of people who have extravagant reverence to a lot of these online
anecdotal.
debaters that you've mentioned. I mean, you
An
asked me to
anecdotal.
tell you who does that. That is you asking me for an anecdote. But if you don't want
I'm
to
not
make
asking
the
you
point
for
that you did,
I'm not asking you for an anecdote. I'm actually asking you to demonstrate it. Not using your own anecdotal experience, which I don't find very persuasive, and I don't think the judges or even the pollers will find it persuasive either.
okay. So I understand
grabbing
your
a vegetable here.
definition of fetishism. That's fine. You have an issue with mine because I didn't cite the particular dictionary I'm taking it from. That's fine.
You don't have a source. You have a Google AI search. So would you like to obtain an official source, and then perhaps we can debate the validity of the sources, which I'm sure would
No.
be fascinating. Okay.
No, I would like you to actually engage
I'm
me
gonna-
as your
yep.
debate opponent.
Just yeah, and then that's what I was about to say. So I'm going to stop the clock because actually what Katie said was right. I had planned on making sure that we all understood or agreed on the terms. So let's go ahead and settle on a definition. Katie, are you willing to accept? So AVG is offering the Merriam-Webster. I brought up the Cambridge University definition of fetishize earlier. It doesn't matter which source we use.
Colloquial
I think that AVG
or
would be willing to
lexical.
accept
I
any
haven't
those
seen the
source that you
Cambridge
offer.
one. I think I
Yep.
wasn't
Okay. Nope, that's fine. I was bringing it up while y'all were talking. I will read it to you real quick right now. There are two different definitions. One is an unreasonable amount of importance that is given to something or an unreasonable interest
So it's
in
15
something.
it's
And the
15
second
minutes,
one is
but
a
they just
sexual
paused it
interest
because
in an
they're
object,
trying to
a
find
part
the
of the body
definition.
that is not a sexual organ or a person, as if they are an object. So I'm assuming we're not using that one. We're using the first one, an unreasonable amount of importance that is
Unreasonable
given
amount of
to something or an unreasonable interest in something. Do we both agree with that definition?
No, I'll just
No.
give you mine.
Okay, yep. That's fantastic. Y'all
So-
find one that you do agree on. I'm
Katie
good
could
with it.
say
I'll wait
that
until
she's
we
using
find
a
out before we
colloquial
proceed.
definition or
I'm
a
going to be
lexical
honest,
definition.
I
That
don't
doesn't have
think
to be in the
it's
dictionary.
particularly good faith to simply ignore a definition that I've expressed because I haven't cited an internet dictionary source about it.
If she said this,
but we can
then
do
she'd
that.
be right.
That's
Nope.
fine.
Again, like I said, just I think AVG is asking for some sort of an agreeable source. Fair enough. So one more time, offer up, Katie. What was your definition exactly again? And perhaps AVG is willing to accept it and just operate within that paradigm.
She will not be, but that's okay. My definition was simply, and yes, I'm reading from an AI review because I'm basic
That's
like
fine.
that.
Yep.
Ideas.
But the AI reviews have sources.
Idealization,
Just click the source.
Commodification of a specific trait that reduces a complex individual to that specific trait that is being
And then if you don't-
fetishized, that is in a non-sexual context. So my definition specifically tries to focus on the fact that when fetishization of an individual happens over a specific trait that they have, they are no longer considered in the the whole human being. In the case of fetishizing a competitive debate, it's about what do people like if they view debate as some kind of epitome of intelligence, if they think that
Epitome!
debate is
She
about
said
expression of
epitome!
intelligence in a way that is not necessarily congruent with what debate actually offers as a whole.
Okay, so let me try and
Please,
reword that
AVG,
slightly for you,
say that
AVG. Do you agree, or would you be willing to accept fetishization as the reduction of complexity
That was my
into
vape every day.
something that
Every day.
prioritizes desirability?
No, because that definition is it's problematic because number one, like obviously there's a problem with it because she's just basically tailoring her definition to frame however she thinks that it might better allow her to win the debate.
Right. And you're allowed to do that.
But the other
But you
issue
have to
with
establish
that is, like,
that's
I
what
could
you're
apply
doing.
that to anything and make it fetishization, which wouldn't even be appropriate. Like, for instance, I could say like, okay, on the bus, I hear sirens and the sirens for some reason give me a sense of excitement. So now I'm fetishizing bus riding for the sake of like, it's moronic, the conclusions that you could reach with that type of logic.
Yeah, may I try to narrow it down? But
Sure.
I think
Yeah.
that the issue is that
You're just some loser,
she's
just
right that
typing.
if she
He's
won't
fine.
accept a definition that I'm giving because I'm giving it or something, that's not going to solve anything.
That's not
But
why
yeah,
I'm not accepting it. No, I'm not accepting it because it's your own subjective determination that you reached using an AI like result from Google. It's not based on any kind of source. Typically, if you're going to cite a definition, you would utilize a dictionary. Now, I don't really care if that's Cambridge or Merriam-Webster or Oxford, but I've provided one with Merriam-Webster. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that fetishism is extravagant, irrational devotion. I'm not even talking about it in a sexual sense. So is it possible that we can reach an agreement on that so we can move forward? If not, we're going to have to debate other components of this.
no,
is
I
intelligence?
think that part of being a good faith debater is the ability to want to know what your opponent is saying. And you seem to think that if I just give you sources that aren't my own thoughts, that has value. I'm
It's
here to talk about my
subjective.
own thoughts. Yes,
It's
everything is
subjective,
subjective.
Katie. Okay, so
Yes,
then how can we
everything is
determine that it's correct? There's no objective standard on which to evaluate your definition. It's entirely in your head. It's like, I'm just going to invent that like tomorrow that bicycling is
Yeah, but
using
that's kind of the
chainsaw
point of the
to, like,
debate.
Vroom, vroom, down the road, you know?
That's
like,
kind of the point.
that's
You give
bicycling
your
now,
thought,
and, like, we should all
she gives her
accept that
thought, and we all
definition. Now,
decide.
technically, that would work. For the purpose of this debate, I could accept anything. You could tell me, for instance, that fetishization is when I think I likey something, and we could go forward with that. If we both agree on that, that is literally the definition for the purposes of this debate. But I'm not going to let you off that easy. I don't accept it. I think the source is illegitimate, and I'd like you to put more thought into it. I don't see. Can you tell me what your issue with the Merriam-Webster definition is? Because you've already heard my issue with your definition.
Your issue with my definition. Sorry, I'll just answer your question. My issue with your definition is that was it an extravagant reverence was the word? What was after extravagant?
Yeah, so it's extravagant, irrational devotion.
Yeah, I don't think that men who fetishize my tits are irrationally, extravagantly devoted to my tits. I don't think that's what fetishization is.
So that's a sexual definition.
She ain't wrong though.
So we're not, I thought we were talking about just general definitions here.
Fetishization wouldn't for you also include sexual fetishization? You think that those have two different definitions?
Were we going to separate those two? That was for clarity, because those two were two different directions in the definitions that I was finding from multiple sources. I'm okay with you guys using them together. It's up to y'all, but I just want to make sure, like I said before.
So again, this is a waste of time, but I guess this is what we're doing. So my understanding was that it is important to separate them because sexual fetishization includes sexual attraction. But my understanding of non-sexual fetishization means that it perfectly applies to sexual fetishization without the sexual arousal part. So
I would say that the overlap there is the compulsion towards the thing, right? So whether it's someone's tits or someone's intelligence,
a compulsion thing.
Okay. Again, like I said, the attraction towards or the compulsion towards something was kind of the overlap within the definitions I was looking at. But I'll tell you what,
I think
I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to fade back, start the clock back up. Y'all can just keep going where you were.
Go.
I was trying to go ahead and get y'all to an agreement, but if
nobody got 99 cents,
then we can just go as
He's been sitting here. Usually a Saturday night, we're in bed.
I guess the only difference is that if we are going to say that the definition is supposed to describe different things and we don't agree on what those things are, then I don't know what the path forward is. So for me, a definition of fetishization would require the understanding of reducing a complex entity into this specific fetishized object, not so much any reverence or devotion to it.
The tits thing.
Well, you gave an example of your
liking tits is not fetishization.
Like if a guy has a fetishization for your melons, right? Like, is it possible he's just into that? Like for instance, there's a phenomenon. I don't know if you've ever heard the song "Everything's Nice But Her Face." You know, like they could just focused on the muskmelons and like nothing else, right? Like it is possible. I'm not taking a personal jab. I'm not saying that's the case with you, but there are men out there that specifically would want a woman exclusively for her tatas and nothing else. That's possible, right?
I mean, I would argue that that's fetishization when they want her for nothing else but that because she's a whole human being and they're reducing her to that.
Okay, great. Now we're getting somewhere. Great. So is it possible that someone could like an online debater like Vosh, like Andrew Wilson, like Destiny, for more than just their perceived intelligence?
Yes. I've never argued against that.
Okay, awesome. So then it wouldn't be fetishization in that case.
Yes, we have not gotten there yet.
Okay. What do you mean we haven't? Sorry. Well, how can you walk me through that like logic train?
Yes. The prompt is competitive debate fetishizes intelligence. It doesn't mean that people are not allowed to like competitive debate for other reasons. It just means that they reduce the concept of competitive debate into a mainly intelligence-related experience, that some intelligence-related property is taking place.
What? Okay, but you
not
just
in this
told me.
case, not in our case, but generally, you know.
But you just told me that with competitive debaters that are well known, for instance, Vosh, Destiny, and Andrew Wilson, that people would like them for more than just the intelligence factor, i.e., it would not be a reductio like we just went through with the analysis of the tatas.
Yes, I'm going to try saying it again then. Whether people like Destiny for the fact that he likes texting young people his dick or not is not really relevant to how people view competitive debate. Like, for example, Horseradish's community and what they think they are doing here in terms of connecting minds, exploring ideas.
I gotta pay attention and fucking lock in. It's difficult.
Approach to debate relies around a viewing of intelligence that comes about with debate, which reduces the charade that debate actually is to some idea of some intelligent competence related thing. It's not about Destiny.
No, but you went exclusively to an example that's
Things
nothing.
sexual
So you just
actually,
completely like obfuscated. What I was talking about was the
Did you say that?
context
I
we
missed
already
that part.
established. And correct me if I'm wrong. We did not establish this. I would like to know. In the Tatas example that you provided, right? We agreed. I thought we agreed that if a man is exclusively going after a woman because of the appearance of her tatas and nothing else, he is fetishizing her tatas, i.e., he's going for that single trait in that woman. Correct?
The Tatas example was about the definition, so we can understand the definition of fetishization.
Right.
It doesn't mean that all forms of fetishization happen the same.
Oh my gosh. Is it generally true, though, that in an example of fetishization, we are going for a single component, and that is why it is fetishized, because it is so glaringly clear that we are going for this simple thing, this one thing, and that is like the God, glory, and throne to us. Is that correct?
What do you mean by going?
Like that's the one thing we're the interest, the point of interest.
The poll might be the most interesting part of this. Hit the fucking poll, bitches.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome. I'm so glad we got there. Okay, so now let's take that example. Let's take the definition that we agreed upon, fetishization being for one exclusive trait that we are fetishizing upon, right? And let's apply
That's not
that
the
to competitive.
definition, but okay.
Well, I thought we just agreed that was fetishization. Is it something else now?
I'm going to repeat it for the 5th time. It's about taking something that is complex and multifaceted and reducing it to a single elevated, idealized concept.
Correct. Yeah,
Like
and that's the only
intelligence.
reason that we're doing the thing, right? It's just
No,
it's
that's
just
your
for the one-
adage to it.
Okay, so why are we Okay, why are men interested? If they're only interested in the tatas, what else are they interested in?
Can we maybe talk about competitive debate?
You're
which
the
is
one that brought up
prompt?
your tits. I didn't bring up the tits. Okay.
I mean, if you
Do
want,
you
I
want
can
to
talk about my
something
tits
else?
all the time. You
I would
had an
prefer
issue
not to,
with
actually.
Okay,
I don't swing that
that's
way.
good. Then let's
All right,
put that
great.
aside and talk about competitive debate, shall we?
Yeah, great. So is there only one reason why somebody watches a competitive debater?
No, I've said that multiple times.
Okay, great. So fetishization, right? The exclusive pursuit of something for that reason, does that occur in competitive debate?
Does that occur? Sure, some people do that. That's
for
not
only
really the argument.
for only a person's intelligence.
It's not about a person's intelligence. It's about competitive debate as a construct. It's not about any specific individual. Again, do you not
Right.
understand the prompt?
No, I do. Oh, I
Okay.
do. And let me ask you a better question. Do you find Andrew Wilson intelligent?
No.
No?
No.
No? Do you enjoy watching Andrew Wilson debate?
I don't watch Andrew Wilson. I had one conversation
You don't.
with him.
You
and it
never
wasn't
watched him, so you
pleasant.
couldn't say. Yeah, that's okay. What about Destiny? Do you find Destiny intelligent?
Destiny is good in certain things. I guess Andrew Wilson is too. If you define intelligence to be good at those specific things that they're good at doing, then that's a form of intelligence.
Okay, I'm. Just
What
gonna
does
cut
this
to the
have to do
chase.
with the prompt?
I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to
Again,
make it like
I'm gonna get to the
super simple
punchline
here.
because you're not answering the questions.
Is there a debater that you only watch because you think that their intelligence is like the one thing you're like, oh, this is great. This is just cooming. for the
Wouldn't
brain."
that be anecdotal? I'm sorry. I thought we weren't doing that.
I'm just trying to ascertain whether or not you have a logical train of function here at all, or if you can even point to an example of your belief system. If you can't,
My belief
then it's-
system is not about any specific debater. I don't know how to help you. It seems you can't hear what I'm saying.
I can explain it to you, but I can't
so if
understand it for
if
you.
You personally can't give me a single example of a competitive
that he's just
debater
this
that
dumb.
you watch exclusively because you think they are the epitome of intelligence. Then how the heck can you convince any single person here that competitive debate in general fetishizes intelligence?
Can I answer?
Yes, I would love that. That would be great.
Thank you. So like I said, for this would be my 3rd time now. Since I've heard Horseradish talk a lot about his idea for this show and what his community values, it is very clear that his community views debate as a form of intelligence,
No.
a way to express
I mean, the poll
intelligence, a way
in the
to express
chat.
ideas, a way to grow and do wacky things with very smart thoughts that people have. Okay, that is not the only facet of debate, but it is undeniable that they view
am I
debate
frozen?
as a format through which intelligence is displayed. And that reduces the charade of competitive debate into some idea that it's about intelligence when it is not really. But they think it is, and that's fine. That's the fetishization aspect, thinking that competitive debate is somehow a display of intelligence.
So you just made a false correlative.
I'm not smart enough to know what that means. Can you explain to me?
Okay, yeah, you made a false comparison, if, in effect. So effectively, you said that you believe that because Horseradish's community finds debate to be an effective display of intelligence, that somehow they're now fetishizing it. And what I would tell you is, I said those things are incompatible. Yes,
Well,
you
that
can
was
display something and not actually fetishize it. Correct?
Yes. What do you mean by display something?
Okay,
without
awesome.
actually
So we
fetishizing?
can't really
I asked
say
you a
then
question.
that what
Can you answer my question?
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Yes, please.
Yeah. What did you mean display it but not fetishize it?
Look
so
at
you
it
said
and
that
not
you think
goon.
that what Horseradish is doing here is like, we're all, coming here and showing off our bare brains. And I said, like, how does that translate necessarily to fetishization of our intelligence?
Not our intelligence, of what competitive debate is. I don't know how many times I have to use the phrase that is in the prompt.
Okay, what is the use of can somebody who's not intelligent do a competitive debate intelligently? Is that possible?
Well, it would depend on how people define debate, right? Because if someone thinks Destiny is stupid, but they think Destiny is highly charismatic, they would still think that being charismatic and engaging in debate is a smart, intelligent thing. I've said this in my intro.
Generally speaking, we're not talking about like the typical, I know like female brain, we have a tendency to go to exceptions, not rules. Generally speaking.
Yeah, my female brain is very coded like that. I'm not very good at debate. I'm stupid like that.
Okay, so let's stop, doing like self, deprecations, and let's just get into the crux of the thing.
Okay, we'll let you deprecate me, but I won't self-deprecate. That's fine.
I'm not deprecating you. I'm legitimately asking you, okay? Is it possible for a stupid person to make big, smart words come out of mouth, okay? In like layman's terms, is that possible?
I mean, some people would argue that that's a smart thing to do, right?
Okay, in an exceptional capacity, sure, right?
No, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. I'm going to try this again.
Okay, please.
Okay. If someone has an 80 IQ.
Frank's here, isn't he?
But they know how to use words that make them sound smart. People might think that makes them smart because they're good at it. Does that help you?
Is that your general experience?
It's a response to what you said.
Okay, so no. Okay, great. Just checking. Yes, it can it happen? Sure, it can happen, maybe in an exceptional circumstance, but is that the general truth? Probably not, right?
Okay, I'll try this more generally.
I don't think you do. I think, okay, never mind. Go ahead, please.
I wouldn't. I'm very stupid like
Third
that.
time's a charm, maybe.
Yes,
You never
yes.
know, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is super good faith, by the way, Horseradish. This is very good. This
Ooh,
is,
now
good
that
debate right
is an
here.
appeal
Very
to the
good.
moderator. That is an appeal to the moderator.
Yeah. To make it more general, I would say that some people might say, hey, if
That's
you're
why you
very
gotta be-
beautiful,
Can I just
that
ask this question
might
to
be
get to
very
my question?
advantageous for you to use in a debate. And then someone might say, that doesn't mean you're smart. And then other people might say, well, actually, that's just another form of intelligent use of your skill.
Some
Because
people say
different
this
people
and some people say
use
that.
Intelligence differently. As I said in my opening statement, this has nothing to do with the prompt. This is a huge waste of time.
So no. So I would never consider a woman displaying her assets in such a way to be intelligent. Number one, the internet is forever. So for instance, if you do show parts of yourself that you're not comfortable with, your children will see that. Wouldn't be very intelligent at all. It might be a short form moronic thing that you could do for some quick cash, but in the end of the day, most people are going to think you're an internet 304 and at some point probably washed up, hit the wall. Not many people would define that as an intelligent choice that a female could make on the internet. It's a polite way of saying a garden tool.
Do you mean a whore? Like, what do you mean?
Yes. That's
Oh.
what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Some
you
people don't
might
learn
think
words,
again.
they
This is the problem with
they think make them
subjectivity.
sound
There's not an
intelligent.
objective basis on which we can evaluate it. So just like you might argue, okay,
Yep.
effectively AVG, there might be some people who might find Destiny talking about certain things that he's done in an untoward way to be a sign of intelligence in his speech. Most people generally
I'm
would
just gonna-
not. Right?
I-
There
I'm
is
just
an
gonna ask for the
objective
steel man.
standard by way.
I have
by which
no
we
idea
can
what to
weigh
ask.
any subjective opinion against and say, hey, that doesn't pass the smell test, right? Does that follow for you?
No.
Okay, so let me. I'm just gonna explain something to you. So
I was
most people
joking.
watch. Okay,
The
great.
timer's up,
Sarcasm.
so I
Okay.
just figured. Yeah.
I'm trying to be, you're saying I'm bad faith. I'm trying to, to hold an olive branch to you. So most people watch competitive
I don't want
debaters.
it anymore. The timer is up though.
All right, cheers.
She's like, I can't get out of here
certainly
fast
is.
enough.
So I was just like the other debates. I was letting you guys kind of finish your thoughts there, but it sounds like
Appreciate it.
we're done with that. Yeah, no worries. So we'll go ahead and go to you first. We're going to go through our closings, then we'll get into our questions from the judges. Katie, you are up first. 3 minutes is on the clock. After all of that, what are your last thoughts on competitive debate fetishizing intelligence?
I mean, I will say that I'm very surprised, but at least I can guarantee that no one of the audience thought there was a display of intelligence in this specific interaction. So I guess this isn't a great showing for what debate can be. But generally, I saw the prompt as very simple. Competitive debate fetishizes intelligence. I made sure in my intro to explain that whatever definition of intelligence that you use, because whether my opponent likes it or not, different people measure intelligence differently, and not just people, but academic fields, then
I thought
it
he doesn't
doesn't really
matter.
matter. The point is that
Yeah.
people see
does it
competitive
after the
debate
closing.
as some vessel through which intelligence is measured, displayed, etc. Unfortunately, we didn't really get
Okay,
to
I know what
talk to actually discuss what's the difference between fetishization and simply seeing competitive debate as a vessel for display of intelligence. So in this very short time, I'll just try to wrap that up. Competitive debate, I don't think displays any form of intelligence in ways that elevates intelligence to a reasonable degree. Basically, as I said, it's a charade that people call an intelligent display of ideas, principles. And I think this community is a beautiful way to understand that fetishization of intelligence. The idea that whatever just happened here is some intelligent interaction where meaningful ideas were exchanged, higher-minded things were said, etc., etc. Yeah, that's it.
All right, fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and go over to you now, AVG. You have 3 minutes on the clock. Final thoughts. I'll start up when you start to talk.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, we opened this debate
gotta go
with a huge
9-1.
disagreement on sources, namely because my opponent's source was Google, and Google is not a source. Going into fetishization, however, we did seem to reach somewhat of an agreement with respect to it being a targeted approach to what one values in a specific engagement, interaction, or thing. When I tried to apply that, however, from the original example my opponent provided to debate, we reached a crumbling pile of bricks. My opponent would not engage in that, and effectively we reached an impasse with respect to whether or not that same definition, which when applied to a regular life object in the human body, could effectively be applied into debate. In closing, my opponent has effectively admitted that it's a charade. She seems to think that these engagements are nothing more than a show, and that intelligence isn't actually the core component which one might value in that exchange, thereby defeating her own prompt. How can competitive debate fetishize something that is never there in the first place? I would ask the audience. And with that, I yield.
All right, very
That
good.
audience too. Audience, think about that. Think about that, good and hard audience. Reach the right conclusions, God damn it.
There you go. So Audience, you heard it all. You heard what we heard. Let's see if you guys agree with the judges. There is the link. I'm going to go ahead and throw that link also over there to you, AVG, for your chat. And was there anybody else who was streaming? Tyler, we're offended. I will go ahead and drop that in for you as well if you want to throw that into your chat for folks who are watching on your side. So we're going to go through our questions. But while we do that, y'all feel free to throw any questions you have into the mix as well. And we will go to your questions as soon as each of us has had one question with the debaters. So judges, I'm not sure what to say here. I'm actually tempted to go first just to fuck with y'all and take away the only good questions that you can ask. Let's see. I think this is your turn to go again, Lutch. So yeah, do you have a question ready for Katie first?
Yes, Katie. If you think that debate is a charade and not about intelligence, then how could it be fetishizing intelligence?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. That's also AVG's question to the audience, right? I'm basically saying that people who think that competitive debate is about intelligence are falling into the charade. They think that it's something that it is not, because people can have false assumptions about things, and that doesn't make those assumptions correct. Did I answer your question, or should I rephrase it, or?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think that was a good answer. All right, Gorps, question for Katie, please.
Gorps.
Her boyfriend.
All right, I think
or probably
that I know
some
the
simp.
answer to this, but I just want to make sure that I know. Katie, do you think that most of Radish's viewers and debaters come to this space to see smart people debate about things, or for entertainment?
To see smart people, no. But the entertainment is certainly coded in this idea that meaningful conversations are being had. Now, maybe Horseradish has more belief in his community than other people. Do you get what I'm saying? I think maybe I'm too. Maybe I think
I'm just
people
too good.
believe in Horseradish's project. Like maybe people don't believe in his project as much as he believes in it. You know what I'm saying? That's possible. Either way, that doesn't really.
That's
I
2
did
days
use
in a
him
row
as
where
an
somebody is
example a lot, but
insulting
point
the
is
platform
that
they're on.
competitive debate, whether people come to it as an entertainment or not, they
That's a
come to
blowout.
it as a battle
That's
of
a
the minds.
blowout.
AVG gave
10
that as an
nothing.
example. The entertainment is about the brain fighting thing, like the championship that she was talking about. So the entertainment is directly related. It's like going to a fighting contest. Do people go to a fighting contest to watch people fight, or do they go for it for the entertainment? The entertainment is the fighting.
Right. So
Did
the
that
entertainment
answer?
here is
It did.
the intelligence.
Okay.
All right, did you mention me, Katie? I completely missed it. I didn't even notice. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so I actually will, and I will respond and sort of reframe or clarify something because my question sort of requires me to. So you did touch on it literally just the once, but I would like for you to please pull apart for me the difference between intelligence and charisma, because to clarify my project, as you referred to it, I do believe that people need.
So did I.
to
That's why it's
listen
just like,
to
is that
each
a good
other
question
and
or a good
need to
answer? I was like,
actually understand the
sure.
other person in order to be able to move forward. But really, what we do here, and I say this all the time, is, in my opinion, debate is not about intelligence. It's about charm. It's about charisma. You are trying to persuade
Can we get him a treat, guys?
either the
Please?
judges or the
Please?
audience.
We're going almost 4
that
hours.
You made the best argument.
Let's get him a treat.
That I have seen plenty of super intelligent people.
And, hey,
who
it's the
are
last chance
just
to get the double feature.
like talking to a brick wall, and I've seen people who are dumber than a bag of rocks, but they could sweet talk a snake into the water. So my question to you: do you believe that there is a tie between intelligence and charisma or charm? And would you concede that charm is at least as important in debate as intelligence is?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, because I honestly thought that was going to be the most of the actual time that was spent. So I wish we had more time. The point that I tried to make in my my opener was when I said that different people evaluate intelligence differently, is that there's the colloquial way that we say intelligence.
So she knows
And
the
depending
word.
on the
Why didn't you
academic
use
field
that?
you go to, some people measure intelligence as simply IQ. Some people measure intelligence and how much processing of X thing you can do. Some people say, well, he speaks really quickly and like this things make sense, so this is intelligence.
I agree.
Right? On the
But
other
that's
hand,
the other side of
there are all
fetish-
kinds of different ways to
fetishization.
conceptualize intelligence. For example, we have the term emotional intelligence, social intelligence, stuff like that, right? We can say that a lot of what debate is about the concept of social intelligence. If you think social intelligence is a thing, for example, that falls into the intelligence rubric. There is a charade to the concept of competitive debate. Using your charisma effectively is part of the intelligence that you display because you intelligently use your charisma or whatever that it is that you're doing. Maybe you just speak really fast and that works on people who are dumber than you, and you win because you intelligently use something that is bad faith. That's part of the gig. And that why it's fetishizing is obviously because, well, that doesn't mean that what you said was actually good or smart, is it? It just means that you're good at manipulating people. And we know that we consider manipulative people to be intelligent in the way that they're good at manipulating people, which is what competitive debate is.
All right, good answer. All right, we're going to go ahead and throw questions over at AVG. Lutch, you are up first, sir. Do you have a question ready for AVG?
Indeed, I thought I did. Where is it? So I would like to see if you could try to steelman what Katie was saying about the fetishization reducing intellect on that point, and whether you agree or disagree.
The fetishization reducing intellect. Do you mean like decreasing the amount of value that we might place upon it?
Can you clarify that, Lutch?
Yeah, I mean that was what Katie said. That's how I understood it. That the fetishization. I can't fucking say that word. Fetishization.
Fetishization
somehow reduces the intelligence.
So I actually didn't accept that premise. I think, for instance, like the observation of something only affects its result in physics. For instance, I don't think that necessarily translates to one's subjective opinion of something necessarily giving it a value, unless that person has a particularly high ranking in society or a position of prominence. Observation typically won't result in a different kind of outcome for something. So do I think that, for instance, by observing someone as intelligent, it might decrease their intelligence? No, I think that's a ridiculous premise and not something that I should accept.
Fair enough.
And now my question. So it's kind of a similar question to what I was asking Katie. Do you believe that intelligence is critical in debate? Or do you believe that someone can be good at debate without intelligence?
This part of bad faith propaganda is not debate. Debate is yes. Good job.
My apologies. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. So do you believe that intelligence is critical to be skilled at debate? Or do you believe that a person can be a good debater without being intelligent?
You can
be
a debater.
A degree of intelligence is warranted.
Necessary.
For instance, I think an individual needs to be above a room temperature IQ in order to debate effectively.
Okay, so you do believe that they are tied then?
Correct.
Yes.
To some extent. Do I think you need to be Einstein to debate? No. But at the same time, I do think a certain amount of intelligence is warranted because you need to have certain skills, like, for instance, analytical skills, ability to respond and process information in a relatively fast manner in the context of blood sports, or even just debates generally. Ability to think on one's feet. These generally are all traits that one correlates with a specific amount of intelligence.
All right. All right, cheers. So we do have one question from the chat, and it goes in
I
both
haven't asked
directions.
my question for her yet.
Did you not, Gorps? Did I skip you, buddy?
Come on.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. How the fuck did I skip you?
Come
Really? I
on,
was just letting you do it?
man.
Gorps, I'm sorry. I suck. Gorps,
I'm excited for this
your
question.
question for AVG, please.
Well, you got yours off before me, and mine is very similar to yours. But AVG, do you think that intelligent people are elevated through competitive debate more than what's the word when you're like good at talking to people? Charisma.
Charming.
Oh, charisma. No, actually, interestingly enough, I find that as we see with politics, for instance, as we've seen in recent elections, that people actually favor individuals who are more like themselves. Intelligence, especially in higher quantities, might be off-putting to the general citizen or layperson who is witnessing a debate, and I think it could actually factor against the debater.
All right, there you go. All right, so one, like I said, question from chatter. And it's sort of something we mentioned in the debate, but I guess that they want you to explain it a little further. Is sexualization and fetishization similar to y'all? I think I'm going to reframe the question just slightly to say, please differentiate sexualization and fetishization for us, please. Katie, you first.
So, as far as I understand it, sexualization, fetishization can be an element.
I thought the
of
titties are here, but the titties are
in terms
here.
of sexual fetishization,
This
the
is the
idea
top
that
of the titty.
I guess it would
Not the whole
depend on
titty.
the specific. I come from a feminist perspective, so it would depend on the feminist perspective that you use from. Hey, don't roll your eyes at me, Gorp. I saw you. Relax. Relax.
I did
can
it
see
too.
you.
I did it too.
I'm staring at Gorp the whole time from his face. So it's like, yeah. So I think you can either see fetishization as some extreme version of sexualization with specific things, but I think sexualization doesn't have the element of. So as I explained in the actual debate part, was that sexual fetishization, as
Wait till she leans back,
is both the reduction from a complex entity to like a specific thing, but you can also just fetishize a person to be a sexual vessel, right? So you fetishize the entire person, but you only see them as a tool for sexual needs, right? So that reduces their humanity in the greater whole. But the element with sexual fetishization is that it also leads to sexual arousal. So that's kind of like,
wait.
I don't know if that like fully answers the question, but
like
sexualization doesn't necessarily mean the reducing of an entire person to a sexual need. Like when my boyfriend sexualizes me, that doesn't mean that he doesn't see me as a full person anymore with agency and wants of my own and stuff like that. That would be fetishizing me as a sexual object.
Gotcha. All right. AVG, would you please differentiate sexualization and fetishization in your eyes?
Absolutely. So sexualization is merely the view of something in a sexual nature. For instance, the act of reproduction isn't necessarily fetishized in the component that we do see in some individuals who exhibit what we would call a breeding kink. Just as, for instance, most people find
breeding
meat
kink
disgusting, some people fetishize them, and they aren't sexual at all, in my view. So that's how I find them to be distinct and unrelated.
All right, good stuff. All right, so with that, I have already slipped the straw poll out there.
Yeah,
you guys.
nobody saw me drinking that green ass
voting
shit
against the judges. I mean, in favor of the judges. So, judges, I don't remember who went first last time. I think it's Gorps's turn. Gorps, are you ready to render judgment?
I suppose.
In the most fair and unbiased way possible. Please tell us who you think won this debate and why.
Okay. So, Katie.
I'm even scared to do this.
Did not win, but we'll start with her. You, after your opening, I did not like. I don't think many people liked it. But when you got into some of the initial back and forths with AVG, I think you did a good job. AVG tried to reframe the prompt in saying that you had to demonstrate fetishizing as the dominant interest in debaters debating. You, Katie, did a very good job at calling that shit out. and turning it around and saying, no, the fuck, I don't have to prove that, because no, you didn't have to prove that. -1 point for calling out Radish and the entire Radish community, though. AVG, good job with your definitions and sources and shit, as usual. +1 point for saying muskmelons. I love that word. I wish, I'm not sure you understood what Katie was trying to say. I think I did, where you kept focusing on like the people watching the debate or the debaters that want to debate, rather than like the institution of the competitive debate, which I think is what Katie was trying to argue. I feel like you didn't really pick that up and address it very much, if at all. But when we take into account the pause in the middle and the side that I believe has most of the blame for the pause in the middle of that debate, we're going to go 9-1 AVG wins.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you.
That seems kind of targeted, but sounds good. Gorps gives this 9-1. Well, I guess that would be 1-9 in favor of the negative. Lutch, the Indian Jesus, where did you land on this one, sir, and why?
So I think it was difficult this is a very difficult debate to judge. I don't think there was a lot of good stuff going on, but I think both people to some extent were to blame. I completely agree with Gorps that Katie did a good job of calling out where AVG was trying to drag her into ground that she didn't need to. The problem is that I think there was ground that she did need to cover, and she still wanted to be like, nope. I think AVG, if Katie had I mean, we didn't see it, so I don't know, but based on the interaction, it seems like if Katie had just tried to build a bridge by saying, okay, we're not agreeing on the definition of fetishes. Can we work with a colloquial definition that isn't directly from a dictionary? I think the conversation still could have happened. I think you're a good enough debater to take that on and still win. So I am gonna copy Gorps and go 1-9.
Really? Okay. So that is basically
I was gonna go 10. I was gonna go 10-0, but Katie had some moments.
You know, the funny thing about that is that she actually convinced me, and I'm going to be pulling the plug tonight. This is the last DMZ. I'm just going to burn it all down and fucking say fuck it. So, cheers. I actually going to go the other direction personally with a 9-1, but okay.
Really?
No, okay.
I thought we were going to say you're going to end the platform.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, but real talk though, to both of you guys, Katie, you did a great job, even though the judges obviously felt targeted by every word that you said. I still actually, you really did persuade me to understand.
Insecure people are insecure. It's okay.
you really did. You did persuade me to understand at least your framing of this prompt and exactly what Gorp said there. And this is, again, I don't generally throw too much feedback during the actual debate part, but I just wanted to say that I felt like it wasn't until the closing that I finally was like, oh, I fucking get where she's going with this. And exactly like Gorp said,
fucking
you're
lefties.
talking more the establishment or the culture of competitive debate as opposed to the viewers or the debaters necessarily themselves.
It's down here.
But
that was my prompt.
Yep.
That was
once again, I felt like we didn't quite understand that that's where you were going with it. And I think that's where that disconnect happened. But at the end of the day, like I said, it was a great debate to listen to. And this prompt came from somebody. It wasn't like I hated the wording of the prompt as well, for what it's worth. But this was an accusation that was levied against us as a general community. And that's why this one made it onto the list. And I actually wanted to hear somebody give me a persuasive argument that stood behind it. And you did exactly that. So I appreciate that. And let's see where the chatters fell. Did they feel like they were being targeted by your words, or did they?
I would hope so.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yeah, you really did kind of come in here just to fucking you kicked the table over. That's what you did.
That's
all right,
what
everybody.
I came to do. Yeah, and I find the fact that people had a problem with the actual prompt to be like very vindicated. I'm gonna be very honest. So I'm glad of this.
Again, like I said, it was fun and it was entertaining, and that's what we're here for. And we will get into this in the after party. And like I said, we're going to go to this one first because I know both y'all are in a different time zone, and it's going to be y'all. I'm going to get y'all out of here quick. But last 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, locking it in. Who won? The audience. Oh, I mean, hey, they went 8-2. Or 2-8. So there you go. Yeah, you really did alienate everybody, Katie. We are going to call you the alienator.
They're the lefties.
So great job, AVG. That was by all possible metrics a fucking shutout. So good job from both of y'all, though. Yeah, no,
I was this close.
So everybody, I'm going to go ahead and do this quick because we are going to get right into the after party. I want to get everybody's thoughts on this. But
I'm just going to have to take Morty out quickly, and then I'll be back. So hang out.
Hopefully, you guys can agree that that there maybe is some kind of benefit to what we're doing here. And if not, go fuck yourself. So last thoughts for the night, chatters. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. Thank you to all of tonight's debaters. I hope this has been as fun for you guys as it has been for the rest of us. Thank you to my judges, and thank you most of all to the viewers. We definitely wouldn't be here if it weren't for you guys. We do this every Friday and Saturday night. We might even start doing it one more night a week if everybody says that they wanted to, and we'll fetishize 3 nights a week instead of just 2. We do it 7:00 p.m. on Friday nights, 6:00 on Saturday nights, and make sure and give us the follows so that way you can get notifications every time we go live. Just so you know, we are not going to be done here. We are going to be rolling into an after party as soon as this is done. But just a reminder, subs and donos, they definitely help keep the production going. The $40 this brings in a month is definitely fun. But it'd be cool if, you know, it could actually like pay for some of the insurance. But once those do become more regular, I plan to start sharing those with the winning debaters every night. So help out if you can. But if you can't, the best thing you can do is just spread the word about what we are doing here. Last but not least, if you haven't already, join us in the free Discord channel. That's where we take the conversations after the lights go off and the cameras go away. It's also where you can tell me if you are interested in participating in this circle jerk that we call competitive debate. And we'll see if maybe you enjoyed as much as we do. So we hope to see you guys around next round. And thank you again. Now, that said, let's fucking
Can I just say, props to you debaters, because every single debate I voted against my own personal opinion.
This was great debates across the board. All 3 debates were fucking blasts. So the way this works, again, yeah, we are now no longer, we're still streaming, but none of this is in the VOD. This is all gets cut out and edited away and all that jazz. But we're going to go through. The idea here is, because one of the other criticisms.
Is it fine if we stream?
Yes, it is. Absolutely wonderful if you stream. The reason, one of the first complaints about what we do here that I heard was the fact that a good debater can make a shitty idea seem true. So that's why we added the after party. Because when somebody points out something that we're doing that's maybe bad or toxic or needs to be fixed, we actually do try to fix it as much as possible. So we put 30 minutes on the clock for each of these prompts, where everybody who sat here quietly gets to actually weigh in. Myself, the judges. Again, this is just an open forum panel.
So yeah, I mean, you guys can join the Discord if you want.
Leaves, just because I
don't
want
know how much time you'll get
you
on
guys
there,
and give you guys the opportunity to kind of yell at each other and not have to deal with a whole bunch of other people fucking yelling at you. So. First prompt of the night is going to be that last one, competitive debate fetishizes intelligence. If anybody needs to get up and go to the bathroom, anybody needs a break or whatever, now's the time. But I'm going to get fucked up because I want to hear you guys tell, where do we all fall on this one and why?
Yeah, definitely competitive debate is definitely an entertainment aspect. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Like, this has been a constant actual problem of competitive debate, that it has nothing to do with actual intelligence. And the fetishization, I don't know if Katie's like doesn't understand what fetishizing is, like, straight up. But like, intelligence is like the last thing in competitive debate.
I was I was actually speaking to my chat just a little bit ago, saying that it's not intelligence. That if anything gets fetishized in debate, it's not intelligence, it's charisma. I mean, I'm admittedly less intelligent than Melanie on certain topics, but I would say I'm more charismatic. So I'm able to get my point across in a more
yourself on the fucking back. Jesus.
And he threw his shoulder out there. Did you see that? Jesus Christ. Stop fetishizing
yes.
yourself, buddy. All right, TylerADE. Do you believe
No, I had to.
Do you believe that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? Why or why not?
No, I kind of see it like that would be like saying that like football fetishizes running speed. Not that intelligent. It's an essential component to certain positions and certain things you're doing, but it isn't the bulk of it or the most important component, I would say. It's just a necessary one. Like, yes, you have to be intelligent to have a conversation, and people that are really intelligent, I can bully around on subjects I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about just because I can maneuver around a conversation. So it's important. I wouldn't say it's fetishized. What people fetishize isn't even, it's personality. It's cult of personality, in my opinion.
Doesn't
Yes.
that contradict
Minor
what
thing to you, Horseradish. Minor thing to you,
Hold on,
Horseradish. For some
hold on.
reason, none of our chats linked. For some reason, I've been
Are you
noticing
fucking
that.
serious?
Yeah, none
Oh
of
my
our
God,
chats.
that's
Our
so
chats are
dumb.
not linked together.
Yep,
I
let me
was-
fix that
I
now.
tried to
Yep, let me fix that now. Katie, what were you going to say there? I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm listening. I'm good.
Okay, no, fair enough. Melanie,
As
do
women
you
should.
Now we're gonna get all their chats.
Melanie, do you believe that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence?
Melanie is not here. You haven't pulled her into
Oh,
this
I have not
No,
pulled her
she's
back
not.
in
No,
yet.
no, she's not. Yeah,
Nope, that's right. She said she was going to stick around out there so she could watch as a viewer. So, Melanie,
Hello, Melanie,
do you
you're
believe that
back.
competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? Why or why not?
Yeah, I don't know what you expected to happen. She wasn't
No.
ready.
I
That's
gotta go
fine.
to
No worries.
sleep.
Oh, she was
I was
listening.
gonna
She was
say
listening to
goodbye.
the chat.
Yeah, no,
She's been chatting over on YouTube. That's fine. We'll come back to her. Lutch, do you believe that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? Why or why not?
I'm gonna say yes in the sense that this sentence it doesn't strike me as a literal a literal thing. So and so saying that it fetishizes intelligence to me kind of just means that you are putting that up on a pedestal. And so I think it's a very weak version of that. And I think maybe that's where I think Katie may be trying to have been going. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think it is about I'm whether it actually does require intelligence or not. The idea is, I want to go and see who is more intelligent.
Fair.
Yeah,
Gord.
it's very clear that the. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just going round table real quick just to get everybody who didn't get to just want to hear everybody's thoughts before we get into the open conversation. Gorps, real quick. Do you believe that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? Why or why not?
Oh yeah, of course it does. Very similar to what Indian Jesus said. I think that we're not talking about literal like foot fetish type fetishization, but at the end of the day, it puts on a pedestal a fake intelligence for everybody to see and for everybody to enjoy seeing.
Correct.
Sure. No, and for what it's worth, I'm going to weigh
What
in.
happened to my video?
The original time that I heard, the first time I heard this accusation levied against us, I will admit that my first thought was the sexualization fetishization. I didn't really understand the word fetishize, but whenever I was looking, I see some synonyms as objectify or idealize, and I have to concede that in the community, I mean, I don't imagine that people are rubbing one out while they're listening to two dudes debate the Second Amendment, right? Maybe they are. Maybe they are. I don't know. But
Anecdotal.
Anecdotal, yeah. But
I'm gonna take.
But the point is,
I'm gonna take this opportunity to piss and take
what were
Morty
you
out.
gonna say, Lutch?
Sorry, I was talking to my chat. I mentioned
think-
yes. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Just gotta pee.
But the other side of
All
that.
right, so you
though,
guys
is
listen,
the
hang out. I will be
idolization
back
or
in
the,
like 3 minutes.
objectification
I just need
of
Morty to poop.
intelligence. Yeah,
Okay,
people. If you
BRB.
say something really smoothly or persuasively, people will think that there's validity to it, even if there isn't. So people will think that there is intelligence that it's just said well, which I think is kind
That's
of
why I
what
said
Katie was getting
charisma.
at. Yeah, like I said,
All you have
so,
to
yeah,
do is
no,
look
again,
at Tyler for this.
If
Our
we
resident
tie- we
Tyler,
can't.
not the new one.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Yeah,
fuck you.
Tyler-
I'm the better one.
Again,
don't know,
I
the
have
hats is
to
another one.
admit that I was persuaded by Katie's arguments, and I have
And
to
apparently,
acknowledge
your
that- yeah.
judges were the only ones who understood my argument, and yet they voted against me because they didn't like my personality. Which, to be
because of-
fair,
well,
means
because
that
of
I'm
your
not
delivery.
intelligent.
Yes,
Yes,
no, it means you're not charming.
It's the
It
lack
means
of
you're not
intelligence.
charming. That's
No,
the
with the
point.
lack of
I am
You're
not
clearly
learning. This is
intelligent.
very
You just
true.
don't know how to be persuasive. That's the
No,
idea.
to
I
be
personally
fair,
gave Katie a point for self-awareness.
to be
Yes,
fair,
absolutely.
I did come to mock your community, so I do
No,
fully
I-
understand.
Of course. Now, welcome back, Melanie. Do you agree that competitive debate fetishizes intelligence? Why or why not?
Yeah, interesting discussion with Maida backstage on this, by the way. Basically, yes, and I think Katie actually just demonstrated why. If you evaluate intelligence as can you win as debate, then you're essentially undermining the true diversity of what intelligence means.
But competitive.
Well,
Like, do you guys?
I think that's
like,
more about do we have a meritocratic space or not, right?
Like, you know, people kept bringing up like Andrew Wilson, Vosh, and Destiny.
That was
Those
me.
people are entertaining. Yeah, no, it was a great point. Those people are entertaining. Like, they might be intelligent, but people aren't going there. Like, they're not going watching Carl Sagan debate freaking like someone on something because they're like, yeah, that shit's boring. No, they're
Actually, you know
going
what?
here
Fuck
for
you.
entertainment.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Ken
Yeah.
Ham debating what's his name? Fucking the Bill Nye was absolutely amazing. If you haven't gotten the chance to watch it, please do.
It was.
Yeah,
it
but
was
gave
a
Ken Ham-
great.
but it gave Ken Ham too much of a platform. Now he won't shut the fuck up. I hate his ass.
Can I ask you a question, Tyler?
Which Tyler?
What?
Tyler
Which one?
Woe?
The one
The
that
superior
talked
one?
about entertaining.
Tyler Woe. Yeah.
The supreme one. Yeah.
Are you sure
You're
about
allowed
that?
to speak.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I guess I don't know why you're saying that them being entertaining is like mutually exclusive with the claim. They are like, again, watching hockey is entertaining, but the professional sports industry obviously fetishizes physical prowess in these sports. Like, how is this mutually exclusive? I don't really understand.
Competitive debate. That's the word. Those two words, competitive debate.
Oh, I know.
is
Yeah.
indicative of entertainment. People are coming here to be entertained. They're not looking for the absolute experts in said field. They're not looking at Carl Sagan. You're not looking at other individuals who are absolute, or you're not looking at people who are absolute experts in their field. You're coming here to be entertained. So competitive debate, fetishizing intelligence? No. It fetishizes, if anything, entertainment. Dance monkeys make me laugh.
I mean, there was a
AVG.
debate that I absolutely loved between Flint Dibble and Graham Hancock, and Flint Dibble is a like expert in archaeology, and the debate was on archaeology. So I do, but so the entertainment factor was the intelligence for me on that one.
Your
but
names
that's
are
me
entertaining
personally.
alone.
True.
What were you going to say there, Katie? Before we started,
I'm sorry, Katie.
In her opener, AVG mentioned this sold out venue that is about debate and specifically mentioned it to be the battle of the minds, whatever. The
Word war.
entertainment. Yeah. The entertainment is partially for the concept of experiencing the battle of the minds, which is another way of like people who are talking. It doesn't mean that they're actually smart.
No.
I don't think
No.
you. Oh, okay. Sorry.
No,
No.
hold on.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Word war debates isn't about the people that are the most intelligent. It's who's the most entertaining. Like old debates, like if you actually go look at old debates, it was person put out like here's their reason as to like say like why God exists. You know, they would actually give an actual explanation. It was fucking boring. But then you'd see the opposite side that would take all their arguments and refute it. And it was fucking boring to read this thing. So that's the difference of like actual intellectual debate rather than competitive debate. So that's the difference here.
Yeah,
and that's we do need to define.
Yeah,
hang on, Razor, let her respond. But competitive debate. What does competitive debate mean?
Well, you know, Horseradish, we were supposed to talk about that, and then you never had that conversation.
I know.
Whoa.
Fuck off. Go on. I dropped the ball. Let's go.
I know.
I don't know if you know how many plates my fetishization requires me to spin, but
I
one of
know.
them
That's
fell
why I
off the
came
needle.
to
My
talk
bad.
to you about
He's
it.
got like
I
he's
know.
got like 20 sticks with plates on him. Just
Eating on the host is wild work.
It's okay. I fetishize myself too. So, anyways, no, go ahead, Katie. So you were saying.
No, you wanted to define competitive debate. You can go. It's not a problem.
No. You were going to respond, but if you can just kind of cook in how you were framing competitive debate, like what constitutes competitive debate. I think we really need to get that drilled down.
In our DMs, I made it very clear to you that I don't think weird online debating is competitive debate, and that's some weird grandiose thoughts that you and your community have about yourselves. I wanted to talk about competitive debate as in like actual like academic debates, but you told me no, my community took this very like this is about us. So I was like,
yes.
And then we didn't have that conversation of like clearing that out with AVG. What are we going to actually debate? Which again goes into the charade of like I didn't know even what to prepare 2 days until the debate, and then I was like, well, I guess we're doing this. Okay.
And once again, like I said, because this was an accusation levied against this community, what they meant was our community. When they said competitive debate, they were specifically talking about us.
Yeah.
So that was why I was.
When I read the prompt competitive debate, I did not think about online debating and Destiny, right? Because I think that is like
Why not?
You were
silly
preparing for an online debate.
Yes, it's called being bored.
What kind of debate would you call this, Katie?
I mean, this wasn't a debate, really. It
Right.
wasn't-
Agreed.
Okay, so the two Tylers.
I'd hold that
What kind
position
of
too.
debate
Like,
would you
else, I
consider
think,
this
entirely.
tonight?
what kind? So like between, let's say, like me and Tyler, or just like the arguments in general.
I'm saying in general, what would Katie classify tonight's debates as being, if not competitive debates?
Shout out to Carl
apparently,
Sagan.
I have nothing better to do, so I'm gonna come here and twiddle my thumbs or whatever.
May I?
Like, right? Did I steal man, Katie? Good enough?
No, that was an accurate steel man. Yeah.
Actually, because your name is definitely Katie. Yeah, you nailed it. You got the part where you fill in your name correct even.
No, right
I
on.
just feel like the shade has been next. Like if people call me shady from this, I'll just be like, Katie dominated that arena. If we're talking about who was shadier, she won that. Okay, that competition was clear.
That's why
I have never seen. I
why I
have
like
never
this-
seen somebody more politely alienate this large of a community. Like
That's why Bisky in the other chat was like, "Oh, you're doing such a good job, even though you don't like her." I was like, "Yeah, I don't like her."
debate shit. Like, so congratulations for that, Katie.
I mean,
You're
that's-
manipulating
people might-
it demonstrates your intelligence.
To a few people, it would be.
Since we're all jumping in with our definitions now, I just want to get in here real
Go ahead,
quick.
yeah. Jump in.
I think the competition has to do with stakes, right? And are there real stakes here? No, there's clout and there's like people who enjoy you because or maybe even vote for you because they took your arguments less personally. But at the same time, I would still call what you do, Horsh, kind of like semi-formal, because there's that other axis you can analyze things as like how formal is this, and you're definitely like in between like super formal academic type debate and just like shit show panel. Everyone comes on and there's
Which
no
is
moderation.
exactly the zone I was targeting for what it's worth when I set this up. Please continue.
No, that was basically it for me. I think the reason the debate space here is ruined is because we don't have stakes, right? Like, as I pointed out, and kind of like the appropriation thing, not to drag that back up, but like if
We'll get there.
if
Well, it'll be
value
Rob later.
somebody, if you value somebody who's a better debater more than someone who's not a good debater, even if you don't like them as a person, then you're probably contributing to a culture of meritocratic debate where there are stakes for making a good argument.
So if you're saying that the stakes would be exposure within the platform, for what it's worth, you're absolutely right. That's a valid point. And it was one of the things that I had been concerned about and used to. I don't know if you remember, whenever I used to do the Wednesday night streams, we would basically vote on, or I would have the chat help me decide which debates work out. Because like, I don't show preferential treatment, or I do my best to not show preferential treatment when I'm scheduling. Like, I've shown everybody how it works. Like, I go to, okay, which prompt, like, first of all, I have a pie chart that shows me which ones got the most responses and what the actual spread of the responses was. That gives me an idea of which ones were the most interesting and which one had the most separation of opinion. Then I go to that and I collate it, and I prioritize strongly agrees and strongly disagrees. And I ask myself, when's the last time this person debated it? If there's enough people, can I make it into a 3v3, or am I going to do this as a showcase or a regular 1v1? Then I say to myself, what is roughly the skill balance between the answers of who's remaining? That's literally the calculus that I go to. Like, I don't show preferential treatment to anybody beyond my own personal assessment on, I'm not going to put somebody like again, the two Tylers are skill matched. AVG and Katee, skill matched. Razor and Melanie, skill matched. That is my goal, is to try to get people right around the same level. But since everybody keeps venerating or fetishizing Andrew Wilson, I'm not going to put Razor up against Andrew Wilson and push the go live button. That just wouldn't be fun to watch. No offense, Razor, nothing but love for you, brother. We'll get you there eventually.
Wait. Who in this community would you put up against Andrew Wilson?
I will not answer that question live. We'll talk about it afterwards. But the point is that I try my best to go based on skill levels, and so it's not about who I like the most. So if anybody
How do you evaluate the skill levels?
Yeah, so
depends on how
by watching the debates.
Immediately, I hear that that's got to be subjective, right, Horace?
So it is very much.
Well, real quick, that's why we keep score. That's why we keep score. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not based on
why there's judges.
Like I have a chart.
You evaluate it based on the scores. That's how you.
That's what I was saying. Evenly matched. I don't know about that.
Either, because by my account, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but I'm the only one who actually debated the prompt between me and Razor, and so.
The fuck you? Never mind. We'll get to that when we get to it.
Indian Jesus and Gorps is biased as fuck, so their points are actually irrelevant.
I'll
agree. Are you not biased? Hold on. Wait. Raise your hand if you're not biased.
You hold on. I'm almost done. One sentence. I agree. You can't remove the bias, so I acknowledge you're probably doing the best you can.
That's all I can do, right? You're right. So I don't vote. I don't put a score in. Right. So I go based on the audience and the two judges' votes. That is what determines the score. I've done my best to try to prioritize scheduling judges who repeatedly vote against their own ideology. Again, Gorps said himself, like, he was voting against his personal beliefs based on the actual performance that took place. Right, all of the judges I have seen multiple times. I've got an anarcho-communist who has literally voted for fucking TylerADE multiple times because he fucking performed. So
if hold on, and then what you just said there, because he performed, this is why I've been trying to like see if we can get this question answered more of like competitive debate more fetish if it fetishizes anything, does more fetishize the charisma aspect.
Yes,
the intelligence has literally nothing to do with it in this
case.
No.
Katee made a really good point when I
he doesn't understand. It doesn't matter.
There's
no point.
Okay, then explain it to us.
There is required intelligence involved. I am.
I did.
There's required intelligence involved.
Okay, well, you didn't do a good enough job because we don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Let me steelman her real quick. What she was trying to say. It was the valid point. So even if you think about the fact that intelligence can be used, intelligence really is like problem solving, thinking around corners, being able to solve problems, things like that, right? Being able to understand and, as she said, manipulate. Typically, sociopaths are high intelligence and they understand how people tick. That's why they're able to control people. They're able to manipulate people. Even though they might not know how to rewire a fucking Honda and they might not be sending any rockets to the moon, they actually do understand how people tick. And that understanding is intelligence. So to be charming, you have to have a level of intelligence. You may not be smart in other ways, but you are at least socially intelligent and can manipulate people. Is that correct, what you were saying, Katee?
It's good enough for what we're doing here. Can I ask a question?
You can ask another one.
No.
Yeah.
I really wanted to push back on Horace.
Please go ahead and ask.
You don't know what the words mean?
I want to hear her question.
Or you don't understand the ideology?
Yeah, I want to ask you, since because this is interesting for me and how you evaluate things. So Gorp did say that he voted against his actual opinions, but also Gorp literally said, I understand that a lot of time in the debate was wasted about things that weren't about the prompt. So that was good, and that means that you win. So how do you feel about that in terms of how your debates are constructed, that the prompts are not even what matters at all? It's about who can waste the most time in a conversation to distract from the prompt. But your own
That
judges.
was not my criticism. That was not my
Yeah,
criticism.
unless
My
you actually got
criticism-
that backwards.
My
Yeah.
criticism was
Well-
that, in my view, Katie, you are the reason that there was a probably 10-minute-ish pause in the middle of the debate, and that there was a lot of debating around that was not actually relevant to the prompt that I believe you caused, and that lost you a bunch of points. That's why you lost.
That's okay.
But that's the explanation. Is whenever he felt that somebody was distracting from the actual debate, he scored against it. Again, now to answer your question though, I absolutely agree that ultimately the judging system is flawed because it's about persuasion at its heart. So how you persuaded, what each person who clicked the I guess AVG's name in the straw poll, what made them say to themselves, nope, she won, right? I don't know. I can't fucking control that. I can't
Because we
speak to that.
fetishize intelligence.
Well,
But real quick, that's why. That's why I try my best to have unbiased judgment.
I would say that it's not flawed because that's what you're aiming to do, right? You're
Well, it
aiming
is-
to
yeah,
look for
it's
who's the most
persuasion.
persuasive. So it
Yes.
works exactly as intended. It's not about the actual point. It's about who made the
Fair.
audience feel most whatever, right?
Yes. Who persuaded the audience? Yes.
And we can
That is
see
ultimately
how
what
it-
debate is.
We can
I
see
hope now
how
real
that's
quick, Melanie.
fetishization. Because like
Real
even
quick.
if you
Please, no, you'll go next, I promise, but I just want to finish that thought.
My
So
bad, I thought you were done.
no, it's okay. I want us to be able to sit at the table with people we disagree with. The only way we're going to do that is if we're not insulting, shouting slurs, and fucking making fun of them. The reason that we do what we do here is to help people learn how to communicate again so that the actual high brain, smart people conversations can take place.
So anarcho-communism is anarchism and communism. How it actually works, I'm not 100% sure, but that's what anarcho-communism means. Anarchy and communism.
Do that again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Melanie.
Yeah, I wonder if we will bring things into the domain of whole intelligence versus singular aspects, because even if I agree, which I don't fully agree, that social manipulation is intelligence in and of itself, I think in the debate context, it's actually like a path of least resistance, but I'm not going to get into that. I would say that it fetishizes it by only focusing on that one core aspect of intelligence and highlighting that over all other forms of intelligence. So you're trying to make an accessible show, but without something meritocratic, it basically just does end up being who's more persuasive in terms of, and this is more of a media dynamics, but in terms of the audience you attract and repel too.
You're never going to get that. You're never going to get a categorized breakdown about who persuaded you on these components, who is more intelligent in this component of intelligence. You're never going to get that. That's a feat of impossibility. No casual viewer will put that amount of effort.
I would say it's maybe unreasonable to expect that. I think on the other hand,
I'm excited when they push the vote button. Sorry. Go
when
ahead.
you say match skill levels, that almost made me think maybe we should have tiers for debaters, right? Like your entry level is tier 1, and then somebody with experience and who has won debates can work their way up to something like tier 3. And then
It has been discussed. Yes.
But it is run as a meritocratic system, Melanie. But the meritocratic system is about who gets people to vote their way. I understand that that's not how you want debate to work. And I agree with you that that's the funny thing about debate. It doesn't do what people think that it does. But it already works in that meritocratic.
So what should it do?
It's more meritocratic than people caring about hosting this debate topic or this debater got me more clicks or views or will get me more clout, right? It's still better than what's mostly out there. I'll grant you that.
Katie,
So one thought that didn't,
Katie,
real quick, Gorps, one thought that didn't come up tonight was the grift, right? So some people have accused steel manning. This is another thing that is important in this community.
Feminism.
You heard Lutch a couple of times ask people tonight to steel man. Some people think that that is indicative of I'll say anything for $1. But in my mind, being able to steel man a position shows that you understand the best arguments on their behalf. It means that, look, I get what you're saying. And what I can tell you is that in my own personal anecdotal and completely meaningless experiences, when I go into right-leaning spaces or further right-leaning spaces, I guess, I find that because I can repeat back to them what they're trying to say in simpler terms, and they're like, fuck, okay, you get it. And then I engage with what they're saying after doing that. I find that they're more willing to be like, well, fuck, I never thought about that. And that is all we need. I see that all the time. And I know that sounds like a fairy tale to a lot of people, especially in internet political spaces, but literally, fucking hang with me. You'll see this happen constantly. And so that said, steel manning is critical to demonstrating an understanding of the opposition's position. I'm sorry, go on.
There's a difference between steel manning because you want to know your enemy and you want to be able to predict their talking points. And so you actually get to know the knowledge base you're up against versus I see this happen a lot in debates is like, oh, you can't steel man my position because it's nonsensical. Oh, that means you lost the debate. If you steel man, if you require steel mans as like a virtue signal of how great of a debater you are, then you are fetishizing that. But I think what you said about like knowing your enemy, quote unquote, so that way you can actually engage with them more easily is a valid thing.
Why can you not steel man someone's position because it's nonsensical? You should still be able to do that.
You should,
right?
you can explain what they're saying, even if it makes no sense.
That doesn't mean that you have to justify it. But it's just
they're usually
maybe a better question.
Usually that ends up turning into like if you try to steel man someone's point with nonsensical, it turns into here's what I'm hearing you say. Is this what you're saying? No, it's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
okay,
which is
what about
right? But that's productive to the conversation.
Circle the drain some more.
That's productive to the conversation. So can you give me an example of someone trying to steel man and it not being that? Like
Not
trying
being
to
productive?
Yeah, not trying to productively move the conversation forward.
Yeah, like for example, Razor gave a good example of when you circle the drain because the definition itself is nonsensical. If you're able to steel man something, that means you're making sense of it. That means you're able to put their argument in their own words, not just repeat them verbatim.
To put it to a visual in your mind, it's like putting a steel plate down over a gap, and it's nice and sturdy for you to stand on and have that talk.
Oh, that's
Or
why
you
they
stand
call
on
it
that
that.
steel plate.
Well, no,
that's what I think.
I'm just kidding.
So,
wait. So, did we get an example of a negative steel man?
Hold on. Let TylerWO talk real quick.
Because AVG, I think, was in good faith trying to actually steel man Katie's position, but Katie's definition was like nonsensical.
Agreed.
So, like, it ends up becoming like a. Okay, I'm trying in even let's assume AVG is being like as bad faith as humanly possible. But even within trying to like, okay, I'm trying to nail down your position so I can attack it better. Even with that, the steel man kind of ends up falling apart kind of on its own because the definition itself is already kind of nonsensical.
Yeah, none of the rivets were put into that steel man. He fell apart.
Katie's position was sensible. I didn't see AVG engaging with those parts. I saw AVG complaining about Google searches and the particular differences she had. I think
well,
when
they've now collapsed.
Sorry. Can I
Hold
do
on.
a?
When you take the neg though,
Is Google a source?
When you take the neg, it's up to you to take those definitions as they are, and then explain why they're wrong.
What?
No, it's
I feel like I have to be
a rule book for this.
Hold on, I feel like I have to have like a little bit of a
debate.
So
are you supposed to
a little
take
bit of a defense of AVG on this one? Like, there was Katie just like refused to actually pick anything outside of her weird subjective definitions.
She's the one presenting,
and it was
the definitions.
Yeah,
Because
but no, and then
when
when Katie tried, and then like I was saying, hold
affirmative.
on, and then like what
she might
what we were saying earlier about like when you try to steel man and they just go nah, they won't go, they just continue to circle the drain.
Yep,
that's
but-
what kept happening. AVG
but if
kept
you're
trying to ask, okay, does it mean this? No. Does it mean this? No. That's what I kept hearing.
I also
It-
saw,
like-
I also saw AVG asking her if it was anything but the very concrete, solid definition she started with.
So
Yeah,
it's like
she
if
wanted
someone
something to
says,
stand with.
like if
Like,
someone
there's nothing
says
she could
like
go
my
against
my
because of-
definition of sandwich is like 2 pieces of bread and there's like meat and some kind of condiment between, okay? And then someone else's definition is like, well, my definition is a rolled up rug. It's like, obviously, like we can't agree on that definition. Like that makes no
I can
fucking
explain why your
sense.
definition is insufficient because I could also use that to explain a hot dog.
Oh
No,
my
but
God.
that's
then
the
the
point.
debate becomes expressing to the audience why it doesn't make
as a
sense.
definition for a sandwich, you would go, that makes no fucking sense, Tyler. What's wrong with you?
Okay, but you would say
even
more
in
than
good
that.
faith, if I'm trying to
Lazy ass
argue
debaters
your
don't know how to
positions, like,
explain why things
oh,
are
so
wrong with you. No, Tyler,
so
that's
the
what lazy ass debaters. No, Tyler, that's what lazy ass debaters who don't know how to explain why something is wrong do.
No,
Yeah.
Mel, lazy ass debaters use fucking Google and say, here's my source. Pardon my French.
You can argue
So
her source isn't as good as yours, but being afraid of debunking
It's not
AI
a source,
shows you how
Mel.
afraid of
Mel.
AI.
Mel. Mel.
Yeah, sorry, Mel. Again, I don't know.
To be
I don't know
fair-
why you're making me do. Hold on, I don't know why you're making me do this, Mel. Like, I don't know why you're making me like side with AVG, Mel. I don't know why you're trying to make me.
AVG.
I don't
all
know
that
why
means
you're
is
making me
you're
side
afraid
with
of debating
AVG on this.
I think is it makes
What
you
the
afraid.
I'm gonna crash out of Mel says Google
right.
is
So
the source
it's like
again.
here's the unwritten rules. Dude, it's like when I play League of Legends and it's like ARAM opens, it's like, hey, no one actually attack each other in the first minute and a half until minions show up. It's like there's these unwritten rules. It's like I as the negative, it is not incumbent upon me to hold to their fucking bullshit definition. It's
No,
either
it's
their
not, but
definition
you
makes
then
sense or
have
it's
to articulate.
nonsensical.
You have to then articulate why that definition
She
doesn't
did.
make sense.
AVG did. She destroyed Katie's whole definition. Your definition is
Right.
nonsensical. It makes no sense. Here's actually a colloquial. Can we maybe go to a colloquial definition and move the conversation forward? It's like, well, no, here's my absolute arbitrary definition that actually takes 5 minutes in order to actually describe what the definition is actually talking about before I can actually get into what the actual definition is. If you have to spend 5 minutes describing what your definition is, you don't have a definition.
All right, so real quick,
Thank you.
I just want to jump in here, please. So, Katie, just so you know, in the future, usually with those AI summaries, there's a little link on the bottom that says, "This is where I got this from." You could have just clicked that, and I'm sure you know that, but I'm surprised you didn't. That's what I figured you would do.
I
So,
went to it, but I honestly don't think it's relevant.
Fair enough.
very much.
I'm
hold
actually
on,
going to steal it.
hold on,
No. Let me finish because I wanted to get that out. You can go next, Razor, but I want to steel man. I want to
Can
steel
I
man.
say
Katie's
something? I
position here.
just like
Yes,
5
yes.
people talked about me for a very long time. Can I say
And I was about to defend you, so give me 1 split second, please. So her
No.
explanation of reducing the complexity, like to take away a person's personhood, to objectify someone, to sexualize, to fetishize, like I felt like that's a pretty easy to follow thread of definition. So
But it's
to
much
make
easier
something
to waste
smaller.
time on it because it's Google.
Well, just
So-
a second, Horseradish, if I may.
Yes.
So she didn't agree with
No,
that
no,
definition.
I feel like I should be able to speak now.
Yeah, no, fair
I
enough,
think
Katie.
that's
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah,
Katie,
sure, let her
please.
speak.
People
Oh,
in
wow.
the debate. Yeah, we're almost done. So let them go, and then we're gonna move on to the next prompt. So go ahead, Katie.
I think the definition discussion was an absolutely like waste of time. But I did find it interesting that this whole conversation started with Razor saying about like at some point it was about can you steelman someone's position, which even Horseradish said until your closing, I didn't even fully understand what you were trying to say about the prompt. But then it became a conversation about steelmanning a definition, which nobody asked AVG to do in some way. She did try because
we understood her definition.
Did a lot of work on like the time spending. But the point is, I don't care if you can't steelman the definition. I did a bad job at steelmanning my own definition. I'll admit to that. The question is, can you steelman my argument, which half of the people here still cannot do? And you can
Right.
say that I'm bad at it.
Yes.
But that doesn't
That's what
change the
happened.
fact that you can't do it as well, right?
Right. So what if I say? Can I get a quick example here? So let's say you and I are
But we're
debating.
gonna move on to the next prompt. So go ahead and make it quick, please.
Okay, so yeah, real quick. Let's say, Katie, you and I are debating who's better, men or women, and you say that women are better because they have longer hair. I don't have to accept that as anything in order to understand that you are saying you think that women are better because they typically have longer hair. Does that make sense?
I completely agree with you.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that was what was being attempted, and because of the fact that it doesn't matter whether or not the hair matters or not, the steel man is what is it that you are saying, and so we were unable to steel man you because the way that you were articulating your definition didn't make sense for us to even grab onto
It's
anything.
not about the definition. My
it is about
argument.
the definition. We can't get the argument if you don't know what the definition of the word is. How can we get an argument?
Horseradish, move us along. Move us along.
Yeah, I
Please.
really want to. Razor. So
needed
I promised AVG we get the final word. We really want to get on to the other prompts. We do have a bedtime. AVG, please respond to Katie's statement. Are you able to steel man her position at all?
It was more so yours, actually, Horseradish. You said that she did actually come up on the simplification of one trait, right? And I tried to take that application from the more crude sense of a woman's muskmelons to tickle Gorps's comedy bone.
We all get a kick out of the muskmelons. Go on.
Yeah, and effectively, yeah, hey, that's my signature move now. I guess the muskmelons name drop. I tried to translate that to debates, and she wouldn't accept it. So I don't necessarily disagree. I think that would have been a great definition to operate on, but the fact is she didn't. And when we're saying, like, can you steel man her point? I absolutely think I did. Her definition was based loosely on her own sort of subjective understanding of what fetishization means. And ergo, there was no objective evaluation of it. Ergo, it was a useless position definitionally. And that's why I didn't really put too much weight on it. I don't mean to sound harsh, but I think it was an L.
I agree. I agree.
There was one. Just real quickly, there was like just one small aspect that I think that angered me the most with that. It was Katie's statement of these online definitions when she or something like that, or she's using the Google overview definition when AVG was using like well-known hardback book, Merriam-Webster book definitions, and not the Google thing. So that annoyed the fuck out of me.
Guys, can we get this adorable little thing a treat, please? I mean, 99 cents. Look at him. Just look at him.
But if we're not speaking the same language, if we're talking past each other, right? So with that said,
that's why we need the steel man.
Merriam-Webster is the
Merriam-Webster. No, it is not. That's why I offered Cambridge. I tried to offer a third one. All right, so let's move on to our second prompt. Unfortunately, TylerADE had a bedtime and he had to tap out. But I will start the circle. Yeah, I know, right? Well, no, I mean, you proved that you are the only one. So AVG, do you believe? And I know you're actually in Canada, right? But do you believe that I assume the voting age is 18 there as well. Do you believe the voting age in America should be made 21? Or in Canada?
So I will speak on this briefly, but I have church tomorrow. I have to
I know
sing
you
in the
do. I know
choir,
you do.
so yeah.
I'm just gonna go right.
But let me speak on this briefly. I don't think the concern is the legal age of voting. I primarily think that the issue with the voting in the United States and Canada is the individuals that are voting. I think that it should be limited to individuals who have served in the military or can serve in the military, own property, or are married with families. I think you need to have a stake in your nation in order to vote on it. And therefore, I thought it was a very tough tie. However, that said, I did vote for my cousin, Tyler Average Debate. Enjoy your corpse.
What the fuck? I fucking voted for you. God damn it. Get back in the kitchen. Make me a sandwich. I fucking
Got him.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm already in the kitchen. Actually, I debate from the kitchen. So
I know that was based. That was the main reason why I voted for you, because
Alright.
you were still
Thank
already
you.
in the kitchen.
All right, Katie, do you believe that? I believe you're also not in the U.S. Do you believe that the U.S. voting should be moved to 21 and/or the place wherever you live?
Well, you're a sponsor, so you
Yeah,
did
sure.
your
If
you
I
you
had to choose between the
you put
less
yours in
than
already.
evils, yeah, just raise it. I think a lot of people aren't really invested or have sufficient knowledge on the democratic system. Perhaps they will at the age of 21.
All right, cheers. Katie,
Yeah.
same question to you. Do you believe that the voting age in the U.S. should be raised to 21 and/or wherever you live?
I didn't listen to the debate about this topic, so I'm
Just
gonna
answer
just
the
say my
fucking
opinion.
question.
I
Sure,
don't think
that's fine.
the age is relevant, so I don't care if it's up or down. I don't care if it stays 18 or goes up anywhere. I don't think that matters. I think what I got from the vibe is that there seems to be some argument about like being a more competent voter when you're older. I definitely don't think that's a very I don't think voting is about I don't think you require it by being competent. I think it's a civic right that you have. So I don't think you need to be more smart, more educated, more anything to be allowed to vote. So I wouldn't want anything that tries to curtail that.
Is there a bottom age to you then?
A bottom age. I do think I don't there probably obviously is. I would have to give it more thought, but I think that most troubling is like this thing where it's like age of consent is one thing and being able to drive a car is a different thing and voting is a different thing, and then drinking in the United States it's 21. I would just most like it align. If you can drive a murder car on a road where you might kill people, I think you should be allowed to vote. And if you're going to consume drugs, I think you should be allowed to vote, so I would mostly just say, just standardize it. I don't care where you standardize it at.
Well, and the point of my whole argument, so we didn't, like I said, we didn't get all that deep into it with regards to like the cold cognition, that there's like repeated studies have showed like at 16 it starts is this cold cognition, and that's the ability for reason unhurried decisions given with time and information.
There's a
And
joke.
that typically doesn't.
Oh, you've
change
seen How I
much
Met Your Mother,
between-
right?
Yep.
Real
Murder
quick, I
train.
just want to go around the room first, and then you'll
yeah,
be able
go
to fill
for
in
it.
again. Sorry.
Climb aboard
Gorps,
the murder
do you believe that the legal voting
train.
age in the U.S. should be raised to 21?
Fuck no. I think it should be lowered to 16.
Really? Okay. Cheers.
If you can work,
Melanie.
if you pay taxes, you best be able to vote.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Which is ultimately what Katie was saying. So look at that. Y'all are twinsies. Melanie, do you believe that the voting age in the U.S. should be raised to 21?
So I'm pretty just like not invested in this topic as someone who's past that age now. But I will say this much, that the idea that someone can be too young to vote, I think 18 is probably the lowest I think we need to go. And if you're worried about like them being 18 and being confused when they go to the polls or something about how it works, you can teach them as they grow up, like how this is how voting works. This is why we vote. This is how class presidents work. So I don't see any reason to raise it if you think that people who are voting when they're 18 aren't informed enough.
Word. Lutch, do you believe that the voting age in the U.S. should go to 21? Why or why not?
I would say yes. I actually would prefer it to be a little bit higher, but there's other things that you can do. I think the whatever we put at 18, it just raise it to 21. The age to drink, the age to be in the military, the age to vote, all that stuff. And I really liked what ADE said about the aspect of giving more time to the kids to be kids. And so I was going to ask TylerWO if if we have Arrested Development already, then shouldn't we operate on how that's changed? Meaning like an 18-year-old in 1930 is a very different creature than an 18-year-old in 2026.
And TylerWO, I'll give you the chance to answer that as soon as Razor goes. You'll go first. Razor. Do you believe that the voting age should go up to 21 or not?
I'm of the same mind of Gorps on this one. Since people who can start working at the age of 16, that means they can start paying taxes at the age of 16. And because they are paying taxes, they should be able to have a voice in our system. So they should be able to vote at 16.
All right, fair. Brother Lutch, repeat your question for me one more time so we can just go from there.
My question?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I got it.
Okay, you got it.
So,
all right, cool.
Good, because I don't remember what
yeah,
I said.
and so this was the initial kind of question that he had posed was the arrested development is the idea of intentionally infantilizing what would otherwise be an adult and treating or characterizing them with childlike behaviors. So this is why I brought up like King Baldwin, who went to war with the Muslims back in like 500 AD. This was someone who was 14 years old and led who leaded a kingdom and this has been a normal thing. So it's like even with the expansion of, let's say, the age of when we finally die, I think the continued idea of infantilizing it becomes subjective, and this is why I hammered so hard on this the cognitive or the cold cognition was that there isn't much change between 18 to 21. It's more of who consumes the information rather than who actually interacts with the information. If that's
I'm sure
if
you
that's a fair
mentioned
way
it
of
in the
putting it.
debate, but can you repeat what the difference is between cold and hot cognition? Like succinct, like just summarize that for me again.
Yeah, it's cold cognition, reason, unhurried decisions with time to gather information, where hot cognition is impulsive decisions under emotion, time pressure, or peers. So think of like someone who rents like
Action
drives
versus
a car.
logic.
Yeah, so
Reactionary
someone
versus preparatory. Got it. Yeah, okay.
yeah. So like someone that
Has to
like
be
drives
logic,
a car,
basically. Yeah.
they don't really understand like the actual totality. Like to think of the idea of like I'm immortal until I die, like going 150 down the highway. Like guys just don't understand that. But if you like actually compared like actual information of like, well, how studying for say like an SAT, those are like two worlds apart. And like, there's
Could
just
that be
been many
reset as an
studies with that.
understanding of consequences?
Probably in the moment. I think that would be the difference. Younger guys, of course, we're all hot and piss and vinegar and everything else. So, we're ready to go because,
They don't think
my
out
woman,
how it's gonna.
right. They don't think of the long term, but I'm sure if they sat down and were like watching YouTube videos of the dude getting laid out, they're like, oh, okay, that actually has an impact, like a long-term kind of impact.
So it was a really interesting spread around the room, actually. Some people saying go up, some people saying go down.
Well, like my ultimate vision is like I think it's service guaranteed citizenship. Like that's my like actual hardcore position. Is
that
like
was actually I was going to say,
I was going to go right
I
there.
want to engage with AVG.
Yeah.
The AVG sort of said something there. Let me finish. Everybody seemed to agree that it should all be tied together. That whatever it's going to be, that it should be the same. So AVG, my question to you: do you believe the military? You said no. Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Maybe it wasn't everybody.
No.
Gorps, remind me.
I want that shit to be 16. I don't want you to be able to buy a gun at 16 or to buy alcohol at 16. Fuck no.
Oh, I thought you were a libertarian. All right. So, anyways,
Be
a libertarian doesn't mean.
I just misunderstood. Look at me, gatekeeping.
I also
libertarianism.
don't want to lower the age of consent. I may surprise you with my libertarian opinions. Okay.
Sure. So going back to you, AVG, you said that it was going to be land ownership, military service, or what was the third criteria?
If an individual is married and has a family.
Married and has a family. Okay. So do you also think that
that's some bull.
The other rights, privileges, whatever you want to call them, such as gun ownership or driving a car, et cetera, do you think those should be tied to that as well, or just voting?
I'm fine taking the other interests to that as well. As long as you can train your child to operate a firearm and utilize a motor vehicle up to that age, right? Like at 18, 19,
Okay, the other half of that then is, do you believe that people should be taxed if they are not allowed to vote?
No, I think that voting is a privilege, and I think that you should, necessarily get some kind of I don't think it should be taken away.
Can I ask a
in terms
question?
of like a tax.
Go ahead, jump in there.
This goes to you, AVG, and to anybody else who says the same thing as AVG. How do we realistically implement it, right? Because the way that 16-year-olds currently are taxed is through payroll taxes. How do we realistically institute this when every business pretty much just automatically takes taxes and everything?
So you're confusing the effectively the obligation to pay taxes with the right to vote, and this is a common mistake. I actually think the right to vote actually applies to stake in one's country. So like I said, there's specific examples where one might sacrifice certain things in your life in order to have the right to vote. Taxes is not one of them. Taxes are something that everybody pays, and the thing that you get in exchange for taxation is things like social services, right? You get libraries, you get public schools. In some
Did you not just say that some people shouldn't be taxed, though? Am I crazy?
No, I didn't
That
say
is what
that.
she said,
Isn't
but I
it
don't think she
fundamentally un-American to have taxation without representation?
Exactly.
Sorry. So the representation that you are getting is, like I said, you're getting social services. You're getting the government to represent you in certain aspects. The vote is not something that you automatically get because of that.
But you vote for your
I
representative.
feel like I should get that because then because we're paying taxes to get those services funded, so our voices can be heard of how we want those services to be used.
Yeah, that's kind of where my kind of line is that if you are paying taxes, then you get a say in where your taxes now go. I don't think you get to just someone else gets to decide where your tax dollars get to go. Like that's kind of my struggle with.
That's already how it works.
The libertarian or like
And I can
liberal right,
appreciate
yeah.
that.
So it's a weird dichotomy.
I can appreciate that. I just don't think that's enough. I don't think that the paying of taxes is enough in order for you to get a say in the country. I don't think it demonstrates competency. I don't think it demonstrates sufficient dedication to one's country.
If you want
So when you said that some people shouldn't be taxed, was that a misspeak?
Yeah, I think you guys misheard something. I don't know if my mic cut out or something like that. I never advocated for non-taxation. That wasn't something that I advocated.
No, I'm pretty sure your whole position was you're hardcore libertarian and taxation is theft. I think that was like your actual position.
Oh, I see. We're just trolling you now. Okay.
So
that's me.
I got a question for the
AVG.
I swear, no, I do swear I heard like something about.
Yeah, she said it, but I think she just didn't mean to say it.
So those of you who don't think the voting age should be raised, how do you feel about specifically those who don't think the age should be raised? How do you feel?
Ninjas, could you hold your question real quickly because it sounded like Melanie was about to say something first, but then we got
Yeah, I
talking
still
over.
wanted to respond to AVG. AVG, if we're gonna have representatives,
Well,
who are
fuck
not
me
voting,
then, I guess.
Isn't that basically a monarchy? And isn't that why America split off from Britain?
How is it a monarchy?
Is that
if
the
we're
same
actually
IPA?
expanding
Welcome,
the
welcome,
class
welcome. Just to
individuals
join
that
the
need a variety of
Discord.
definitions that most Americans would.
Welcome.
No, you would
I think
have
there's a
a
different
high
kind. It'd be like a
king who
fight
gets voted in by a
or
bunch of
something like that.
nobles.
Well, it would be at least classes, right? So you'd only have people who are the middle class or higher, and the poor would get zero representation, even though they're still paying taxes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Poor people don't get married.
It's in. You gotta be in Horseradish's
married and have
Discord.
kids.
Are you already
If
in
anything would turn to
Discord?
feudalism, in my
I'm not against
They can afford to have
monarchy.
a family if they're poor. They can't
it's not
afford to
advocacy.
raise
It's
a
not,
kid.
you know,
Or for that matter, if they're LGBTQ or they
keeping
just
me
choose
wanting to
to-
bring,
Wait,
you know,
Melanie. I have a
wanting
specific,
to bring me back.
I
AVG.
didn't
Very
exclude
specific
them.
question. Very specific question in this sense. If we're talking about the married with kids, right?
Uh-huh.
So this is where this does become classist, unless you're going to create an exception. Myself, I'm trans. I have a wife. I don't have kids because it is very expensive to be able to physically have kids for us.
Correct.
Right? So is there an exception here, or do I just need to fork over the money to be able to vote?
Fork
Or
over
adopt.
money.
I
also
honestly
a
think
process.
the
Stick it in.
situation that-
Save the fucking West. There you go. Fucking save the West.
Are you able to have kids with your wife, or
I-
is it's a monetary issue exclusively? I'm assuming. Sorry
Yeah,
if that's
monetary.
too personal. Okay.
I'm getting
Yeah,
it.
I can drop the link, but
okay,
if he
so
doesn't know
my
you, he's
position
not
on
gonna.
this is there is an issue. Okay.
If someone on the panel vouches
with
for you,
how the
then he'll bring
government
you in. But
basically
it's not
prioritizes
just random. But I got
human
the link for you.
needs. I think that we view things, and it's not just in the United States. This is also in Canada. We don't prioritize
So
enough
that's-
the expansion of the nuclear family. Because
That's
for
the
some
link
reason, there's
to get
this
in the
belief
Discord,
that
but he's not. It's
climate
not like just
change
open.
is the
Open. He
dominant
has to
factor
know who
in
you are,
reproduction, and we now
or
need
someone on the
to
panel
retract
can be like,
on
"Oh,
our,
Imperious
biological
aspect. I know him.
imperative."
He's cool."
I don't accept that. I think we do need to change things around. Now, obviously, as a Christian conservative, I'm not sure that I would accept allowing benefits to your family structure. But the great thing for you is like I'm not in a decision making capacity, and I don't think I ever will be. So
Yeah, there's no link.
Just
It's just in Discord.
predominantly, I think we do need to motivate people to have families, and I think that we need to reallocate resources in order to allow them to do so. So, in my utopia, that would be more possible for people that are of a lower
so
income
the
category.
government would pay for me to have kids. Is that what you're saying?
To an extent,
Yeah.
yes.
Child tax
There would be a
So real quick,
financial
let me jump in.
incentive.
The Indian Jesus, would you please? I saw you ranting, and Razor stopped you earlier, and then the conversation. What were you going to say earlier, and what were you screaming and yelling about?
So I was asking if those of you here who disagree with the prompt that the age should not be raised, how do you feel about having some type of citizenship test, or it being tied to military service or something like that?
I did a whole debate on this a couple weeks back, maybe a couple months back. I don't know how long ago it was. I'm fine with I'm fine with a voting test. I'd lower the age to 16 and give a voting test.
I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Was that my debate with you, or what do you think?
Yeah,
Should we do this for natural born citizens?
Razor
too?
was opposing.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
citizenship?
Yeah, I was opposing. Yeah, no, fuck the shit. Fuck the
Just to
test
be
like
able
that.
to vote.
Yeah, I remember. Me and AVG had a whole back and forth.
So people born in
Correct.
America will not be considered Americans until they can pass a test.
No, they're
Yup.
Americans. They have
They just can't
citizenship,
vote.
But you can't vote until you pass the
Well,
test.
no, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going to do this for voting, what's to stop us from also applying this logic to citizenship?
Yeah,
is that we're
fucking
only
stars
applying it
stars
Because it's an
trooper.
entirely different
You
thing.
Can be, you can be a citizen in the country. You know, you get to operate. You get to do your thing. But if you actually engage in civics, you give up something in service of the state, then you get extra type of benefits.
Mm-hmm.
I have a possible solution / question.
AVG
that
doesn't
let's
realize
see what you
that
think about this.
Starship Troopers is supposed to be like a
It's a
background.
parody, yeah.
Appeal to fiction.
So why should we put the money towards making this weird test to vote be a thing when you could tie it more towards or put the money into better funding all public schools, to where every single school has a civics class, to where their graduation is tied to having passed at the
So then that's a harder test than the test. That's the test and the rest of
but go from K through 12. There's like comprehensive learning of like how the government actually
right. But
works
I'm just
in
saying,
our
principally, you're responding to no. I don't want there to be a test by saying we can have a test and also graduating high school. That's a higher
No,
barrier.
I don't want the test. No, I don't want the test at all.
Right. So exactly. So
I'm
if you
saying
don't
they
want
take
that,
classes
if you don't want the
from
test,
kindergarten
well, okay. Why don't you want the test?
Because stupid.
All right. So the United States already spends more per pupil, like out of any other like G7 country by a long margin, and like their competency in like literacy is like astronomically low. So like the whole idea of like we just need more education. I think that speaks to a bigger Like there's obviously a systemic issue. It's not a funding problem. Even in the poor communities are some of the most funded in the world. It's fucking insane. Yes, go look it up. You're fucking wrong. You're dead wrong. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Go look up.
I'm looking it up right now. Go ahead and tell me what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Go look up the amount of funding, especially in low income areas. The funding.
School
property taxes are what fund schools
compared.
No, it's not just property tax.
Rest of world.
That's the main.
Okay, so while you're looking that up, Razor, do you agree?
Lower and there's more people usually because it's very dense property.
Yeah,
very dense housing.
It's like, but
like you're getting less property tax money per kid.
You get more. You get less in property taxes, but there's transfer payments that come right from the federal government. So it's a universal application. So the people that are in Beverly Hills or Martha's Vineyard, yes. So even in like Martha's Vineyard or whatever, like Beverly Hills, where there's high income for property tax, their pay is very, if not comparable, more than in some of the lowest income areas in the United States. Like I said, you're dead fucking wrong.
Yeah, do you have any sort of a source? Because I'm looking and I'm not seeing anything like any sort of a comparative analysis.
I would like a source on this, please. Yes.
Yeah, I'm definitely willing to pull it up. Like I'll read your material.
Same.
I just
if I'm wrong, I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. But I do not feel I'm wrong in the sense that these low income areas end up with worse schools because the schools aren't getting funded because of the low income areas not having the property tax high enough to fund the schools better.
And so again, like the thing is, because I think that what he's trying to say is that the funding in those districts is still higher than any other country in the nation, or I'm sorry, any other country in the world. Is that that was your claim, right, TylerWO?
Like West Virginia, for instance,
it's still very high. But if we're talking like if we're talking worldwide, of course, because we're the richest country in the goddamn world. But if we're actually talking comparatively to each other,
I'm going to send it Horseradish this in the back chat. It's under World Population Review, and specifically it indicates that there is a rate of higher education attainment of 24.5%. in states with a median household income of 44.
This is the problem with the lefty platforms. Like, it gets so bogged down in the numbers and the sort. Like, can we just talk? Can we just talk?
Chat as well.
Yeah, so it's through equalization or whatever you guys call it in the United States. It's basically
Equity.
Yes, you pay in property tax, whatever shit, whatever bullshit word. So there's already a version of like. Yes, there's the high income areas that pay a lot in property tax, and then there's places that pay low. But that all gets collected either provincially, either through state or federal, and the federal makes up the difference. So the idea that like high income areas suddenly have like this massive exorbitant amount versus low income, it's typically, if not inverse, they're on equity or on equal ground.
Not really. If you see what a low income area school looks like versus the high income area school looks like, you wouldn't be saying that. I mean, I've been to both. I've been to both.
That sounds like allocation of resources.
Is overall funding versus funding per student. Like you have different student densities in rich versus poor school districts.
I cannot do this.
Right, and
I cannot do this. Holy
districts
fucking
have a
shit!
higher density.
This is such a boring conversation.
And the same,
there's
if not
4 minutes
lower
left in this. We'll see if there's anything good with the next one.
So when you have the rich school district,
Jesus
for
fucking
ease
Christ.
of conversation, they have 100 students and they get $100. The poor school district has 200 students and gets $100. That poor school
there
district
should be organic back and forths happening, and people are just talking.
So this is according to the EPI.org in 2019. High poverty
it's not like I'm
districts
gonna have
are
anything to say.
underspending by an estimated $4,000 per student to meet adequacy standards, whereas in low poverty districts were overspending by $5,700 per student. So I agree with what Gorps is saying. Yet yes, there's more, but their spending is the same. They're still getting the same amount of money, if not in lower income areas. But there's more people in those areas.
I would say that means they are being underfunded because each kid is not getting an equity of funding. I'm trying to word that better. There's no egalitarianism in the funding of each kid. No equality in that. Is that which word is right for that one? Equality or equity? I always mix them up somehow.
Equality is equal opportunity. Equity is
one
same
would be
outcome.
equality. There's no equality in the funding per head.
Yeah.
All right,
gentlemen. I hold to my statement because I'm never wrong.
Real quick,
why don't we
Razor,
head
I
out?
think AVG is about to bid us adieu. Thank
I
you
am
very much,
so
AVG.
tired.
Go ahead.
Big thank you to Horseradish for having me on. I know she's not here, but Katie, good showing this evening. Tell the judges, Gorps, Andy and Jesus, and Horseradish himself, thank you very much for tolerating my prattle for this evening. And to everyone else on panel, you guys rock. Couldn't do this without you. Thank you very much. And until the next time, toodles.
Okay,
Have a conversation in the future.
Likewise.
I don't think I've ever been on a panel with two
All right, and
transients
that's actually
before.
pretty close to. So you know what? I feel like the juice has been squeezed out of this particular prompt. We may as well go ahead and move on to that last one anyway. Or the first one.
Oh, we can look at the time. I gotta get going. I mean, I'm kidding.
Right?
I'm
That's
kidding.
how that's going to work.
Kidding.
All right. There is nothing wrong with cultural appropriation. So this was actually a really fun prompt, and I was excited to hear the two of you guys go at this one. Yeah. So this appropriation versus exploitation versus appreciation. I think that is really where the meat is for this conversation, right?
That would be more entertaining.
Like, where do we each separate that line? Actually, let's just ask everybody one at a time. There's only like 3 of us here that weren't in the debate. Gorps, do you believe there is anything wrong with cultural appropriation?
Yes, I think the positives far outweigh the negatives, but the prompt is there anything wrong? And the answer to that is yes.
Okay. All right. What would you say is the thing that is wrong with cultural appropriation?
It can heavily misinform people on different cultures and cause them to have inaccurate conclusions or assumptions about that culture.
Fair. TylerWO, shaking your head. Do you believe there is anything wrong with cultural appropriation? Why or why not?
Nah. You either share your culture or you get the fuck out.
Or it dies
All right,
out.
Cheers.
There's nothing sacred about anyone else's culture. You either share it or, yeah.
All right, and what is appropriation to you? Like, just so we can make sure we're all talking about the same word.
Appropriation. That's some liberal made up bullshit to try and gatekeep other people's cultures to foment a culture war, which is actually irrelevant to the ultimate discussion being had here.
He doesn't know.
But what do you believe the word appropriation
No,
is?
I literally just said what it was.
Say one more time.
What was that, sorry?
You said what it was, not what it means. So what does the word appropriation mean to you?
Oh, appropriation. I maybe like unrightfully, I don't know, maybe taking someone else's thing or taking something for yourself, I guess.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. Indian Jesus, do you believe that there is anything wrong with cultural appropriation?
No, I don't really think cultural appropriation is a real thing in the practical sense. I understand what is being appealed to, but as TylerWO said, I'll go a step further. You either share your culture or it dies. And I think that trying to draw a line at, well, this type of thing from other people is okay, but that type of thing from other people doesn't really make any sense to me.
All right. Fair enough. And to you, same question. In your mind, how does appropriation mean the same thing as appreciation? Or like, what would you define appropriation specifically to be?
So I think, I think it's akin to theft. So it's like taking ideas, food, things like that don't belong to your culture and engaging in them, whether positively or negatively. And so the aspect of that sharing is net neutral. like in the like theoretically the aspect of sharing cultures is neutral. That's not a good thing nor a bad thing. What culture is shared and how it is represented might be different. But there's nothing wrong with using things from other people's cultures.
Can I ask a quick question?
All right. Well, you can, Melanie. I promise you'll go because you're actually in the debate. But I was going to throw my 2 cents in. I actually think that it becomes wrong when you're profiting from it. That's what makes the most sense to me. So, like, if you're appreciating it, if you're engaging in it, if you're doing a thing, like, that's cool. But like, if you're trying to find a way to profitize or to capitalize the thing, that's when I start thinking that it's probably appropriation.
Why?
Other than that, it's going to be appreciation. So go ahead, Melanie.
I forgot what I was going to ask Jesus. I'm not going.
Well, Horseradish, why do you think
it's not about your name having Indian in it?
What?
What were you going to say, Lutch?
You were saying why does the profit thing make it wrong?
So to me, if, for instance, earlier tonight, my wife made us some butter curry chicken, and it was fucking amazing.
Lucky.
Like butter chicken curry or whatever, and some garlic naan. Obviously, I am not of the ethnicity that food represents. I don't think there's anything wrong with me enjoying that dinner, us appreciating the culture and knowing like how to make it, like the seasonings involved, yada yada yada. But if I was to open an Indian food restaurant, I think that would be when it becomes appropriation.
But what's wrong with that?
Again,
what's the issue? What's the immorality that you're doing by opening an Indian
perhaps
restaurant?
that would be the exploitation.
Okay, fine. But how is that even exploitation?
Yep.
Who are you taking from?
So, hey, hold on.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm willing to admit that I'm probably wrong here. Go ahead.
So, let me read the definition out one more time for the cultural exploitation. It happens when a dominant group takes part of a marginalized culture, such as art, music, or sacred traditions for money or status without permission, pay, or respect. So the exploitation would be that if, say, a horse were to make that Indian restaurant to make all these curries and stuff as a white man and stuff like that, but he just does it because he just does it and makes it a bunch of money making Indian food without any sort of like, here's the history of this dish, here's like the reason why it's made.
Is that
like
why
this,
people
stuff
go to
like
restaurants
that.
for the history?
Paying no respect towards where the dish comes from and saying, I made this history.
Okay, so where would be the line of what you would say? Okay, he's successfully appreciating the Indian restaurant, and so it's okay for him to profit.
So I would
what would be the bare minimum?
This is going to be sort of a funny example because it's something I've been I just binged with my girlfriend the other day, the past few weeks. The new King of the Hill seasons. Bobby has a fusion restaurant of German and Japanese, and and there's an entire episode where he meets a Japanese man who happens to be black, but he was raised in Japan, and they were saying, because you're white, I'm not selling you the charcoal because you are appropriating my Japanese culture.
Sounds racist.
And then there's
I know that was
the episode.
That's what I was going to fucking say. That's exactly it's some racist made up bullshit, just like Gorps wearing his pro-terrorist fucking scarf over there just to prove how fucking woke he is. Well, it's all based on racist bullshit,
right? And the reason I ask for the threshold is because you can only have an
Wait. My name has been invoked.
No.
I was about to get there.
No, I know,
where the line is.
Gorps, Gorps, go ahead if you want.
My name was invoked. So first of all, fuck you, Tyler. This is why you didn't win. I would love if any of you contend with my actual reasoning for this question rather than Melanie's, which I think was incorrect. But
what was your question?
Right,
which is the prompt is that there's like no negatives, right? The negative I gave is a very specific negative, and it is that cultural appropriation can mislead somebody about what a culture is and cause them to
With the
have inaccurate
stereotypes.
assumptions
The negative
or
stereotypes.
stereotypes about that culture. That is strictly where I see the negative, but the prompt is any negative.
Not
So
necessarily.
basically,
As Razor,
in debate bro world, that's not a bad point. That to say there is nothing wrong. I mean, it's not that most things are all right about it, but there is at least something wrong with it.
Sure, but I think Razor addressed that. Razor addressed that by saying cultural appropriation is the tool, and so there may be positives and negatives,
if
but
I may real
overall,
quickly.
it is a net.
If I may,
neutral.
if I may, just real quickly, because there was after I was done my debate, I hopped into
Holding on to a point for
another
10 minutes.
Discord to talk about this.
Yep. If you're gonna do it real quickly, you have to actually do it real quickly. Razor, go.
Yeah. And I basically stated that the way that I was doing this prompt was that cultural appropriation was a net neutral. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with it, but also nothing good about it. I had it to where with the 3 definitions, it was like a 3-notch switch of like it's in the center at all times, and depending on how you use it, it can become exploitation
that at all.
or appreciation.
I don't agree with that at all.
Melanie,
but
first,
that
then you can go,
applies to
Tyler.
anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
It can. Melanie, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I found it interesting that Tyler made the statement, you can either share your culture or get the fuck out, because that sounded to me a lot like entitlement, which was actually a part of my definition of appropriation. You see, in fact, it was a part of the example I gave about martial arts, which some people decided to get lost in the weeds on, which is fine. But as I pointed out, when you feel entitled to something, you feel entitled to its cultural products, to consume them without having to learn about the culture. That's the
What's wrong with that? What's wrong? What's wrong with consume? What's the problem of me going to a dojo and becoming a taekwondo master, even though I don't have the ethnic background? What's the problem with it?
So I said that what happens is we end up appropriating things when we feel entitled to them. So that's not the same as the dojo, which was an example of cultural appreciation. If you can't keep up, don't respond to what I'm fucking saying. Now to
Yeah, I'm still waiting for a response.
Finish my fucking point. Thank you. The reason that it's that we can't have this, and to actually, I'm just going to answer your question. Actually, the reason why it's a bad thing is because these cultures become invisible. If you're going to have a melting pot, if you're going to have a
can explain that one.
If you're going to have a melting pot, that melting pot cannot make the cultures that are melting into it invisible.
That makes no sense.
Okay,
no. I'll explain it for you, Razor, because I was going to make this point myself. I was waiting my turn. I actually have read. There was a big article about Jeep Cherokees and the fact that that was cultural appropriation and that it was inappropriate to use, and that somebody somewhere was suddenly booty hurt about that terminology. So there was this video where they went to a Cherokee reservation and we're asking people, and universally every person that they walked up to on the street were like, no, I love the fact that they're saying our fucking tribe.
Same with the Redskins.
That word is still in their mouth.
Same with the Redskins.
That means more to us than somebody putting that term on it. Well, again, but the fact that it makes you still culturally relevant, or still in those words continue, those ideas persist, and that's more beneficial than somebody putting that on the back of a fucking car.
Yeah,
that was part of my argument too,
right, but the bottom line here is that it's all going to be arbitrary based on your own personal opinion. There's no clear line as to when this is okay or that's okay. And so to say that
actually there's a dominant culture and there's whether or not
so mob rule. You want to live by mob rule.
Yeah, exactly.
The mob is not going to be on your side.
The tools that Razor prescribed do not undo the damages, just like in the Jeep Cherokee example. There's a bunch of damages that were done, and the information we now have does not undo the damages it did up until then. There's no justice.
So the idea.
Hold on.
Cherokee.
The damage thing.
I'm trying.
I want to talk to the damage.
Oh, that's such woke bullshit.
You'll go next, Tyler. Don't worry.
Don't worry, Tyler. You might end up agreeing with me, unfortunately. With the damages thing. I could almost agree with the fact that there is still going to be quote damages, but the best thing you can do is just acknowledge it was there and move the fuck on. in order to end up having it be healed. You have to acknowledge it first so it can start to be healed, but you can't like say there's damages here. Like, look at the damages. Okay, are we gonna do anything? No, look at the damages. Like,
Not what I said either. That's a straw person.
I know, but that's what it usually turns into. That's what it turns into.
Hold on, Melanie. Tyler's been patient. Tyler, go ahead.
So we actually have a massive problem within Canada. Like, you know, Canada has said, sorry, our official,
by the way.
You know, our Canadian government has many times apologized for the residential schools that took place and said, let's move forward. Let's move forward as a nation. Let's move forward as peoples, that we are all Canadians. And, you know, I think that's a great idea. The problem that has arisen from that is that it has now been used as a cudgel to beat other people over the head with. To actually say is no, here, I'll finish my point because your woke shit fucking sucks.
Please do.
Yeah, exactly. So the whole entire position that's now, well, because of something that took place in the past, therefore Canada is illegitimate. Canada shouldn't be a country, and you should be ashamed for the country that you live in, because historically people that didn't do people that didn't live here are being given blood libel for acts that they themselves didn't commit, and to people that didn't have the actions committed upon them. So this whole idea.
Said that. Show me one person who said that.
If I may.
Said what?
Right, it's 0. Right. Thank you.
Said what?
Say what exactly?
Said what? You want
that we should be ashamed of being Canadians.
Yeah. How about Canada is illegal? Canada is everything that Canada stands for is illegal.
That's not, to be fair.
You're bouncing all over the place. You're moving the goalpost quite a bit. Find me one person who said your original quote that we should not want to be Canadians, that we should be ashamed to be Canadian.
Melanie,
yeah,
I'm
that's the
fucking
whole
American, and I've heard this shit for America and Canada. Let's be real.
Yeah,
All right, go to any
for like
protest.
every country.
Every
like
country. People have said it, but no one in positions of power, and teachers don't teach it to kids that way. That's the thing that I always hear conservatives saying.
The DSA is rising.
Annoys me.
That's the liberal playbook. That's not happening. Step 2. Well, okay,
No,
it's
no,
happening,
no, hold
but
on,
it's just
no,
a little
hold
bit.
on.
No, I'm going to finish a sentence for the
No.
first time tonight. So first is, no, that's not even happening. Why would you even say that? Step 2 is, okay, yes, there's a couple examples here and there, but, you know, it's not a big deal. And then step 3 is, of course we have this. Are you racist? How come you don't like it? Pick any culture issue. That is exactly how it goes every single time.
Yeah.
First, it's not happening.
Here you go from the National Post, June
you don't,
25th.
you're racist.
Still can't even provide one.
Yeah, here you
Not
go.
one.
Instead of being ignorant, here you go from the National Post. Is Canada really built on stolen land? That's a headline from the National Post. That is a constant view that is espoused over and over that Canada isn't. Canada
sorry,
isn't
Melanie, we
legitimate.
can't
Isn't
name
legitimate.
masked protesters. My bad.
Yeah, no, we're not. Hold on. Again. The thing that I stated before is that yes, there are going to be some individuals, possibly even protesters, who will say some lines like that. I'm not. That has never been. No one has ever. Hold on, Melly, stop. Hold on.
Sounds like he's just making it up.
No, hold
the
on.
National Post, guys.
Google it.
No one. Some fucking.
I just told you where it's from.
Melly, pause. Melly, pause.
The headline didn't say the
give me a
thing
second.
you said it did.
No,
Melly,
shut
chill.
up.
Melly,
Shut
hold
up.
on.
Jesus, fuck.
Yes.
Melly, please, seriously. Let me finish my
Somebody
whole
just
thing.
finish a thought, please.
I'm trying to. No,
Yes.
So there is of course going to be the occasional like random person on the street who may say these.
People need to be
things.
more
That is
fucking
not
concise.
Up for debate.
Get
That
to the
is
fucking
that
point.
Just fucking happens. There's someone who's gonna fucking say it. The thing that is let me finish. Stop.
Yes, but
Let
you
me
got to
finish.
finish for it, Fraser. Come on.
So those occasional person on the street who may say it is not the thing that should be focused on. Is the thing that conservatives need to the things that conservatives need to find me is a person in position of power. Is a person in position of power or teachers teaching.
Okay, so we're only on step 2 of your playbook. Got it.
Which is find me one quote.
Or no, that's step 1. My bad.
Here you
Step
go.
1.
Here you go. Times of Israel. Oh, I said the Jews. I said the Jews. Watch out. I said the Jews. Canada has no right to exist. As a Canadian, I know Canada is an illegitimate settler colony state built on stolen land. There you
Yeah,
go.
well,
Oh,
a
I guess.
journalist would be
There you
what,
go.
what,
There you
hold
go.
on, what news source was that?
Talk about moving goalposts.
Time
Find me
for
one
some
example.
real.
Find me one example. And then there's two.
Nope, there you go. There was,
And again,
like,
if we look at the
this
playbook,
is-
then we know that it starts with
Can we
one or
pa- can
two,
we pause?
and everybody's downplaying it,
Stop,
and
stop,
then
stop,
it
stop,
keeps
stop,
going
stop,
and
stop,
building
stop.
because you people
Stop.
are actually
Hold on.
advocating for these ideas. No, I'm not going to
No.
hold on. You shut the fuck
Stop.
up while I'm talking.
Yes,
you
let
see
Ra-
me
yeah,
moving my
let
hands in my
Randy
face, my
stop
mouth.
talking.
That means that
Hold
I'm
on.
talking, and I can
Because
definitely
no
keep this
one
up
wants
longer
to
than you. I
listen.
promise.
Please,
Keep going. Keep going. I
Lux,
promise
just
you.
keep
I will
going.
win this. You can
I'm
keep
listening
going,
to you.
and I will just yap.
Indian
Are we
Jesus,
done?
I'll-
Are we
I'll-
good? Am I allowed to finish my sentence now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
So-
and then here I'll set this to rest right here.
Please.
So
Lux,
the fact that you're saying,
Yes,
the fact that you're saying it doesn't happen, even if we just found only a couple examples, means that it is happening, and it is it's something that
You know what a direct quote is?
shut the fuck
You know
up.
what? No,
These
you
are
don't.
these
Okay,
are the.
so
I'll
why-
just
yeah,
I'll just
and
I'll
you
just be
did
louder.
give me a
I'll just be
direct
louder.
I need you
So
to keep
what
quiet.
it means is that the people who are pushing
direct
for this
quote
want
is
more
when
of it.
you
So even if
actually
there's not
ask-
a lot of it now, there will be more
This
of
is
it
what
later
they
because
say,
you
and
keep
where can
pushing
I
for it,
find where
which
they
is why
said
we are pushing against what you are
Yeah,
pushing
what is
for.
something that
Because even if
kind of
it's not a
sounds
lot
like the
now,
thing
if
I
you keep
wanted to
going,
say?
there'll be more in the future, and we
Oh
don't
my
want that. So we
fucking
keep stopping you from here.
God.
Yeah, get it?
So here
liberal
you go.
playbook.
Okay,
Not
we already
happening.
did give you the
Oh,
quote.
it's only
So-
happening a
Can I
little
have-
bit. Of course it's happening.
So
You're racist
here-
if you don't like it.
Here,
don't
here's
understand
the
why
what a direct quote is. Wes,
here.
Yes,
Tyler
Melanie.
WO does not know what a direct quote is. Razor,
He
please
is
tell
giving
me
you a
know what
direct quote.
Moving the
quote is.
goalpost.
Here you go. Here you
My
go. This is
God,
from
let-
Jake.
stop.
Okay,
Hold
okay, everybody
on.
stop. Let Tyler talk.
This is exactly
Tyler,
where it
give us
started,
your
you little
direct quote,
crybaby.
please. Tyler, go ahead.
Wow, you're such a
Here's-
Melanie, please, just hold on.
Millie, if you would fucking hold the hell on, Millie, stop.
I mean,
Tyler,
it,
go
it
ahead.
Just
did,
shut
no
your
one, no
goddamn
one,
mouth and
no
let
one's
us finish
saying
full
it.
goddamn
Okay,
sentences.
no one
Don't
of
interrupt.
power
Don't
is
say
saying
shit.
it.
Let Tyler go.
Even
Let-
make their own
Tyler,
point officially.
Millie, shut up. Melanie, just shut up and let Tyler
Let's
speak.
see the goalpost shift for a third time. Jagmeet
My
Singh, who's the
God,
leader
I'm
of
more on your side on
Here-
this
Tyler
one, Melanie,
was
but you need
talking.
to shut up.
Everybody, I swear to God, I'm going to start muting people. Please don't
Melanie,
make me
you need
start
to
muting
shut up.
people. Tyler
Please,
Woe,
Tyler,
So-
just finish your quote. Thank you, sir.
No, you need
Please,
to stop.
Jagmeet Singh-
Let Tyler go.
Answer her question.
Let Tyler go. No, let Tyler go. Don't say a word until he's
Ja-
done.
Jagmeet
No.
Singh, who is the leader of the New Democratic Party of Canada, which is the third largest political party in Canada. Singh affirmed that Canada exists on stolen Indigenous land, arguing that the government must recognize this reality to achieve true reconciliation. Canada exists on stolen Indigenous land. Canada has no right to fucking exist. There you go. Let's shift the goalpost again,
Where
please,
did
for
that
the third
say-
time.
Where did that say we should be ashamed to be Canadians or we should not want to be Canadians?
Did you not? Do you
Canada-
do your ears not work? What do you think he just said?
you don't
Mel,
know
what do you think he
Can-
just
can
said?
I-
What
Could
do you
I-
think he
could I
just
pull
said?
up the meme? Like
I'm sorry
liber,
that,
like
I'm
left.
sorry that asking for a
Is
direct
it
quote
left?
from the start is
Left
so
leftists
hard.
intentionally
Hold on,
don't
no,
understand things to make conversation impossible.
Melanie, I need you to Melanie, I need you to pause. Melanie, I need you to pause real quick. Let me
No,
let
no,
me
no.
let me ask Tyler the question.
No,
Melanie, stop.
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 I want to
Razor,
talk,
let her
and I'm
respond.
not getting the
Razor, let her
attention that I
respond,
want, so I'm gonna whine and bitch.
Lutch, let her respond, and then we're going to move past this. Please go ahead, Melanie. Respond to what Tyler said. Why was what he just said to you not a direct quote representative of? To be fair, about 3/4 of what he said. He made several claims earlier. You said who said that. He gave you examples of quotes from the things he said. One of them, it's not the exact wording. Fair enough. But
None of
what
them
the
mentioned
what he did
being
read to
ashamed
you.
be Canadian or not
Go
wanting to
ahead.
be Canadian.
You should
None
be
of them.
ashamed of the fact that you stole the land. Do you not agree with that?
Not the same thing as being ashamed to be Canadian.
Canada shouldn't exist.
Okay,
Hey, tell
Mel
that to
wins. Oh, shit!
Palestine
Mel is
doesn't
so
shouldn't
smart.
exist because I
That
said
means
so.
being never
Palestine
said
shouldn't
Canada should
exist.
not exist.
Hold on. I need a
Canada should not exist. Canada
Hold on.
exists on stolen land. There's a those are two different statements.
Wait, really quick. Hold on.
That's not
Pause.
what I
Pause.
said.
Hold on. I need a reset. I need a reset. I need
Yeah.
a reset. I need
Go
a
ahead,
small
Razor.
reset
Go ahead,
here.
Razor.
I need a small reset here. Okay, I'm going to ask like Melanie and Tyler one thing, and I need them to respond and neither interrupt. Tyler, not Tyler, Melanie first. What is the quote you were exactly looking for?
You should be ashamed to be Canadian. We should not want to be Canadian.
Okay. Now, hold, nope, stop. That's all I needed. Yep. That's all I needed. Now, Tyler, that quote that you just brought up, can you please read it to us again? Are you still, Tyler? Are you there? You're muted.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. You mean from Jagmeet Singh?
Yes, the one from that cited reference.
Okay.
In its
Canada,
entirety, please.
Canada exists on stolen Indigenous land, arguing that the government must recognize this reality to achieve true reconciliation.
Should we be proud of that, Mel?
This position puts him at odds with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who repeatedly did blah blah blah.
Hold
blah,
on. I think that's it. So okay. Okay. That first bit.
Tyler, you.
I did not hear. I will now. I will say.
You.
Now I will say. Hold on, Melanie.
Wow, dude. Like seriously.
No,
So,
let
Tyler,
me. I'm having Melanie. I'm having. I need to have this. I need to do this. Let me do this.
Please just land the plane for me, brother.
Now, what you just read from that Mit Singh guy, I don't know his name well enough. What you just read from that to me did not sound like you should be ashamed to be Canadian. That's just sounded like he was acknowledging that Canada is on stolen land. I want to hear Melanie answer the question Lutch asked. Melanie, do you believe that you should be proud of living on stolen ground?
I'll fix my hair by hearing
No,
this.
but again, that's not the same thing as.
There you go. So the transit of property would mean that if we stole this land, that we shouldn't be proud. Oh, it's like we said the entire fucking time, but you had to be pedantic and act like you had a point. You didn't have a fucking point.
Is it the same to be ashamed? Is it the same to be ashamed as to not be proud of?
Stupid. So the question is,
Yeah, I think if you're repeatedly told over and over that you're an evil white colonizer and you destroyed the native population here and you have no claim to the land, if that's the constant rhetoric that comes from politicians, from the media, from everyone else, yeah, I know. But I'm going to finish my point.
I have an article titled "Canadians Should Be Ashamed."
that he needs to.
If that's the constant position that is coming from our institutions within Canada, then clearly the idea of you should not be proud of because your nation is found as a illegitimate colonizer nation.
Not that
hard.
I think Canadians should be ashamed. Michelle Shepard's article about Mahmoud Jabala sent shivers down my spine, and I am sure angered many people of conscience across the country. So again,
mind you, I'm pretty sure that article is from a right-wing perspective of Canadians should be ashamed. But either way,
what does it have to do if it's from the right or from the fucking left? What does it matter? The idea, the entire idea of maple washing is like Canada is trying to minimize everything else, and it's illegitimate. So
okay, hold on, because
the article is titled "Canadians Should Be
Can we
Ashamed."
stop saying hold on if you don't have something immediately to say, please?
Is this not a quote?
Thank you. You're not letting me.
Is this not a quote, Melanie? That is a quote that you asked Tyler to provide that I have now provided for everybody. An article titled "Canadians Should Be Ashamed."
For one part, if you can find me a part in there where it says we should not want to be Canadian, then I guess you fulfilled the whole thing. But
okay, technically nobody ever said that, but the general idea is that you should be ashamed to be Canadian. Are you okay with that now?
Hi. I'm responding now.
Are you though?
Of course, you kind of asked a bullshit.
Seems like you're just
question.
obfuscating. But sure, go ahead.
When you said, do you agree that there's a difference between X and Y? I forget what the specific thing. When the real question is there a difference between being proud to be Canadian versus assuming that
that's a non sequitur? That's not what we're talking about. That's an interesting conversation to have, but that's not the conversation that we're having, though. So you can have that. You can, if you want to start that conversation after this conversation, that would be a fantastic conversation to have.
You walk right into, and it's the one that you lose if I keep going. I get it. So, to be clear, I am proud to be a Canadian.
Yep, I lose because your government and your media is saying that it's bad and on stolen land, but that's not something to be ashamed of.
Yeah. So let's ask a different question. Hold on, please, Melanie. Tell me what it means to you to be proud to be a Canadian. What does that mean?
I live in a beautiful country that does actually have laws and stuff that protects the beauty of this bounty. We do have native rights and stuff like that, and we do things that are good overall. So I don't have to be entirely ashamed of our history, and I don't assume that Canadian means that we weren't built on stolen land. I embrace the fact that that's a part of our history. I have felt the shame of it, but guess what? I don't attribute that to my whiteness or my Canadian status. I attribute that to my fucking ancestors.
Cool story from MacDonald Laurier Institute, which is one of the most prestigious, holy shit, English, dude. Prestigious institutions in Canada. We should be ashamed of Canada's history, according to the Globe and Mail. So, yeah, again, the whole idea that Canada is, keeps us all what?
Sorry, because the thing you just now said about like the article said Canadian history. Does that is that still saying to be Canadian?
We should be ashamed of Canada's history. So the idea that
you know what I'm here. I can
Sir John A. Macdonald actually had a vision of turning Canada from a fractured nation into one unifying voice,
Tyler,
everything that happened with regards to that.
Tyler, should being proud to be Canadian mean that you're delusional about your history?
No, you can accept what happened in history, but also not being held to blood libel of something that I took no part in, but also that I and every other Canadian is capable of being part of.
Tyler, Tyler, real quickly, as an American, let me hold on. As an American, so as an American black man, I'm just letting you give that little bit.
Here we go.
I am ashamed of the America's history. I am not ashamed to be an American. I am willing. I need to acknowledge the history of my ancestors and what they did to the people of my ancestry. It's not me saying that I am ashamed to be an American living here. It's me saying I'm ashamed that past happened. I acknowledge it happened and I'm ashamed of it, but I'm still an American.
So are you ashamed of the Americans that instituted this policy?
I can send multiple links of Canadians saying that they are ashamed to be Canadian. That's not what was being
But are they in
asked
power?
for. But your personal story, Razor, doesn't really matter here. If I can send you videos of Canadians saying
that's
they're
step two.
ashamed to be
That's step two.
And again, there was a portion I was saying earlier that got completely fucking walked over because no one wanted to acknowledge what I was saying when I said it. Is that I acknowledge that there are random people who may or may not say these things, and that's perfectly understandable. That's perfectly understandable in the sense that everyone has their own thought processes and everything. But the usual argument that I hear is that people in positions of power are the ones saying and pushing these things, and I have yet to see that.
Party. The leader of a major political party in Canada.
Say you should be and again, that what you just said there of the that political party thing. He didn't say you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed to be a Canadian. He said that the history has shame.
I'm not staying
first because Tyler, you're making the choice to take this personally instead of understanding it as a critique. Maybe it's a poorly worded critique, but it's still a critique based on Canada's
holy
history.
projection.
So even if that was the position to be held, the bigger discussion was like with regards to like the cultural appropriation. But I'll even focus on this. So when you have major political leaders or thought thinkers, the media, and for those Americans that don't know, our media is directly funded through our government. So our government picks and chooses what articles actually get written here. And so when it is coming from the institutions that most Canadians view as an additional arm of the government, saying Canada has blood libel on our hands and Canada is illegitimate. However, I'm paraphrasing to condense it down because I don't know if we really want to get into land acknowledgements and everything else that has happened here.
He's done.
The basic idea that Canada has actually that the sentiment or the rhetoric that has come out with regards to Canada and being Canadian is seen as wrong. You should be ashamed of your country. It is illegal. It is stolen. You have no right to these lands and you should give them up. Yeah, I think that gives a definite rhetoric or sentiment that you shouldn't be here.
Yep.
Is there? Would you say
like language and ideas?
Thing to acknowledge your country's history.
I have no problem acknowledging my history or my country's history that I was born into. I don't have a problem acknowledging it. I have a different I have a problem now when you start applying that yesterday's morals or yesterday's actions are applied to today's morality. That's when I start having a problem with it.
Here, let me get in.
I will.
Razor, please, because yesterday's actions still do impact today. We benefit from not being Aboriginal, Native American, Native American Indian. There's actually lots of different names, different groups like to be called, to be clear. So that's why I chose one that seems to be more ubiquitous.
Cool. I am Native, so anything you don't say that doesn't affirm my Native, you're actually causing a harm against me, and you should sit down and shut up.
Got him.
I'll try to respect that. It's that simple. But overall, again, like I said, these are macro critiques that you're choosing to take personally, so you can feel victimized and feel like there's a war against you. And we're trying to deliver good news. Is that these are macro critiques? They're not for you. They're for our government and the decisions our government makes when it comes to making decisions about land that we should consider stolen. And I'm sure, Tyler, you agree that we should return what's stolen just as a basic moral.
No.
Well, I should be able to steal whatever I want.
No,
I should be able to steal whatever I want.
200 some odd years ago, 300 some odd years ago. Yeah, those people were fucking conquered. Here's my Métis card. Okay, it clearly says that I am of Métis origin. This is my status card. Okay. So I am saying that shit needs to fucking die. It doesn't unify people. All it does is actually create more racist bullshit. So the whole idea, the cultural appropriation, that people can't experience other people's culture unless you're a certain level of melanin or you haven't done enough fucking Hail Marys in order to attribute to that culture, I think is abhorrent. I think it's disgusting. It does nothing but actually further a divided nation, divided nations, in order to undermine and actually commit blood libel to the people that are nothing to do with it. So thank you.
Actually, I want to jump in because I'm about to raid out. Hold on, everybody. The conversation is going to keep going, but I do need to cut mine off. Lutch, are you going to keep going for a little while?
No, I'm actually about to bounce out, unfortunately.
You to get out. Razor, are you going to keep going for a little while, or are you about to bounce too?
I can go for probably another like 30 minutes to an hour.
Then I'm going to go ahead and just raid myself out to you, Razor. So first of all, I want to say, everybody, thank you very, very much for hanging out. I am probably going to go ahead and bring all of those other people in, all of the vetted ones and such, if they want to. Or I guess we could also drop down there and have the conversation down there if you want to. I'll leave this in your hands and your choice, Razor. Yeah, either way. But thank you very, very much, all of the debaters. Thank you, both of the judges. Lutch, you got a little riled up there, buddy. It was fun to see, but it was also scary. You made me cry a little bit.
Keep that in mind. That like this is the nice me. I can be nice, but
I know it is. I
match energy. I match energy. So
you think I don't tune in? I know what you can do. So again, I appreciate you both. Gorps, blast as always. TylerWO, glad to see you here, man. I hope that you had fun. I hope you come back. I send out the list of prompts. I was getting shit confused. Full disclosure, everybody. I saw the Tyler We're Offended. I assumed that was just TylerADE being a smartass and changing his name. I had no fucking clue. There was like 3 months where I would ask him, I'd be like, hey, you want to do this debate? And he's like, I said that? I mean, I guess. I don't remember saying that. So like, I was like,
he's been taking my thunder for fucking months here.
Yeah, seriously, for fucking months. And then it was Vagine was the one who was like, yeah, so this is his name. I'm like, oh my god.
So what I'm gonna do before we go is I want to run because like you can't rewind this. That was why it's on Twitch. But we can rewind my own stream, and I want to see how that played out because I feel like I'm not gonna stay for too long.
But again, Melanie,
I don't feel like I did
always. I know that people get mad at you, but I actually do understand you, and I appreciate your participation tremendously.
I hope you don't mind that I went off the rails at the end, but
nope, it's okay. We do it. It's all. We're just fetishizing intelligence here, anyways. So. I'm going to go ahead and rate us out into Razor. So the conversation is going to keep going. I got to go piss and I'll hang out for a little while. But yeah, we can decide if we want to bring other people in at that point. Raiden to Razor.
All right. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. I will see you guys next week. Thursday, I will be opening magic cards if you're into that sort of thing. And then after that, I think.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, we can't rewind this, right? Yeah. So you can't rewind on Twitch because Twitch is gay. But if we pull up my own stream and it was like right there at the end and I was very, oh, do we have this?
Yeah. So I'm thinking about doing.
Get a say in where you're
taking.
Window master, even though I don't
I
have
didn't
the
say that. I
ethnic
didn't say-
background. What's the problem with
Holy
it?
shit, your bad faith.
Let's just screw. Okay, there's the hands. Oh, on your own opinion. Your
Putting that on the back of a fucking car.
Yeah,
that was part of my argument too.
Right, but the bottom line here is that it's all going to be arbitrary based on your own personal opinion. There's no clear line as to when,
monolith.
this is okay or that's okay. And
look at the damages. Okay, are we gonna do it?
And Canada isn't.
a culture issue.
My bad.
Let me.
Tyler, go ahead. Melanie, please just hold on.
Okay, I think it's right here.
Really, if you would fucking hold the hell on.
Because I remember when Gorps.
No one, mouth and
no
let
one's
us finish
saying
full
it.
goddamn
Okay,
sentences.
no one
Don't
of
get around
power is
and
saying it.
Let Tyler go.
Babies who even make their own point of
Melly,
view.
shut up. Melly, just shut up.
Let's see the goalpost shift for a third time. Jagmeet Singh.
Okay.
Leader.
So this is where we were locked in.
Talking, everybody, I swear to God, I'm going to start muting people. Please don't make me start
Melly,
muting
you need
people.
to shut up.
TylerWO, just finish your quote. Thank you, sir. Please,
No,
Tyler,
Jagmeet Singh-
answer the question.
Let Tyler go.
Time.
No, let Tyler go. Don't say a word until he's done.
Thank you.
Jagmeet Singh, who was the leader of the New Democratic Party.
No, he just. Do you not agree?
Hold on.
Palestine shouldn't exist because
no.
Are you there?
One.
Okay, this is when my question came.
Now I want to hear. I want living on stolen ground.
Fix my hair back
No, but again, that's not the same thing as being
There you go. So the transitive property would mean that if we stole this land, then we shouldn't be proud of it. Oh, it's like we said the entire fucking time, but you had to be pedantic.
Is it the same?
You didn't have a fucking
Is it the same to be ashamed? Is it the same to be ashamed as to not be proud of?
Hey, simply simple. I just wanted to see how that last interaction went before we're going to bed. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, I think if you're repeatedly told over and over that you're an evil white colonizer and you destroyed the native population here and you have no claim to the land, if that's the constant rhetoric that comes from politicians, from the media, from everyone else, yeah, I know, but I'm going to finish my point.
Don't do that.
So
I have
if
an
article.
Mind you,
because they're
hold on. This is not a.
I'm
Is
holding
this,
immediately to say, please.
is this
I
not
do.
a quote?
You're not.
Is it
Okay.
okay?
Can you go down
Hi,
further?
hi, I'm
I mean, hold on. As an
okay,
American, so as I do
power.
But your personal story, Razor.
You can see me get more frustrated.
If I can send you videos
people-
of Canadians saying they're ashamed
And
to be
again,
Canadian.
hold on, and again, there was a portion I was saying earlier that got completely fucking walked over because no one wanted to acknowledge what I was saying.
When I debate, it's fucking the shit.
I said it.
Just
is
judge it
that
tonight.
I acknowledge that there are random people who may
To get written here.
sorry.
You should.
Come on, where am I yelling? Oh
Go ahead
no.
and just raid myself out to you, Razor.
Oh, we missed it.
First of all, I want to say, everybody, thank you.
Palestine shouldn't exist because I said so. Palestine said what?
Say what
that we,
exactly?
That what? You want-
not-
you-
that we should be ashamed of being Canadians.
Yeah. How about Canada is illegal? Canada is everything.
I mean, they say
stands
that
for
about
is
every
illegal.
country.
That's
To be
not-
fair,
You're about
Any negative.
so basically,
Yeah,
no, but there is at least some.
Come on. Where'd it go? I'm trying to look for like my hand
I
motions.
would love if any
Yeah,
of
'cause
you
I'm
contend
face as fuck.
with my actual reasoning for this question rather than Melanie's, which I think was incorrect.
Which is
What was
what was
yours?
your question?
right. Let's
Which is the
keep this
problem.
nice, which is fine. But as I pointed out, when you feel entitled to something, you feel entitled to its cultural products to consume them.
What's wrong, Master?
Thing,
So-
Be critical culturally. Still
arbitrary based on your own
Yes.
personal opinion. There's no clear line as
No
to when,
monolith.
oh, this is okay or that's okay. And so
Right,
to
this
say
is way
that
before. Actually, there's a dominant culture, and there's whether or not.
oh, so
the
mob rule. You want
rules
to
that
live by
Razor's-
mob rule.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
No,
The mob is not going to be on your side.
The tools that
No,
Razor
no, hold
prescribed,
on.
the tools that Razor prescribed, do not undo the damages. Just like it's not.
agree. look at the damages. Okay, are we going to do anything? No, look at the damages. Like,
That's not what I said either. That's a short person.
I know, but that's what it.
No,
that's what
that's
usually
okay.
is.
We're getting closer. We're getting closer.
So differentiated.
That's what it turns
Hold on,
into.
Melanie. Tyler's been patient. Tyler, go ahead.
So we actually have a massive problem within Canada. Like, you know,
I love how many
Canada has
Canadians
said
we have
sorry
tonight,
our
by the
fish
way.
because they're all going to make for being with the act.
This shit for America.
Thanks for the first time tonight.
So first,
Okay, this is what it was. I was like, I'm gonna finish the sentence for the first time tonight. This is where we go.
Happening. Yes, why would you even say that? Step 2 is okay. Yes, there's a couple examples here and there, but you know it's not a big deal. And then step 3 is, of course we have this. Are you racist? How come you don't like it?
I asked for
any
one. If you can give me one,
culture
then I'll
issue.
continue
That
providing
is
you one.
exactly how it goes every single time.
Here you go from the National Post, June 25th.
Still can't even provide one.
Yeah, here you go. Instead of being ignorant, here you go from the National Post. Is Canada
Okay,
really
here we
built on
go, here we
stolen
go,
land?
here we
That's
go.
a headline from the National Post. That is a constant view that is espoused over and over that Canada isn't.
Sorry, Melanie, we can't name mass protesters. My bad.
No, we're not.
I like the steak.
Hold on. Again.
The steak is
The
sexy.
thing that I stated before is that yes, there are going to be some individuals, possibly even protesters, who will say some lines like that. I'm not. That has never been. No one has ever. Hold on, Melly, stop. Hold on.
Sounds like he's just making it up.
No, hold on.
The National Post, guys.
Google it. Indian Jesus.
Told you where to drop.
Pause, Melly. Pause.
The headline didn't say the thing you said it did.
Melly,
So
no,
you
shut
said it.
up.
Shut up, Jesus.
All right, here we go.
Melly, please, seriously. Let me
Somebody
finish
just
my whole
finish a
thing.
thought, please.
I'm trying to.
Yes.
No, so there is of course going to be the occasional like random person on the street who may say these things. That is not up for debate. That just fucking happens. There's someone who's gonna fucking say it. Those like just on person,
Which is
power or teachers
reiterating
teaching.
my
it.
argument.
So we're only on step 2 of your
Reiterating my
playbook. Got
argument,
it.
Which is find me one quote.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're making
No,
it up.
that's step 1. My bad. My bad.
Here you go. Here you go. Times of Israel. Set
There was you said
And everybody's downplaying it. Something else keeps going and building because you people are actually advocating for these ideas. No, we're not going to hold on. You shut the fuck up while I'm talking. You see me moving my hands in my mouth. That means that I'm talking, and I can definitely keep this up longer than you. I promise. I promise you. I will.
I'm listening to you.
Keep going, and I will just yep.
Indian Jesus.
Are we good? Am I allowed to finish my sentence now?
Yes.
Oh yeah, go ahead, and then here I'll set this to rest right here.
Please, Lutch, finish.
So the fact that you're saying it doesn't happen, even if we just found only a couple examples, means that it is happening, and it is it's something that
You know what a direct quote is?
Shut the fuck.
You know what?
up.
No, you
These
don't.
these are the. I'll just be louder. I'll just be louder.
talking.
So
Watch.
what it means is that the people who are
A
pushing
direct
for this
quote
want
is when you actually
609.
not a lot of it now. There will be
What
more
was
of
the
it later
person saying,
because
and
we
where
keep
can I
pushing
find
for
where
it.
they said
That's
it?
why we are pushing against. We
God,
are
what is
keep
something
going.
that kind of
Even if
sounds
there's
like
a lot
the
now,
thing I
we
wanted
keep
to
going.
say?
There'll be more in the future, and we don't want that, so we keep stopping you from here. Yeah, get it?
So here
So,
you go.
Melanie, we already did.
Got him. Got him. I think there was one more thing, but it's right at the 6 hours and 9 minutes of my stream. In case I want to clip that.
Not
Give you the
happening.
quote.
I want to hear
Do we-
response.
do we have
a little bit? Of course,
So
it's
here-
happening if you don't
I
like it.
don't understand why we're
here's
Do
the
you know what a direct quote is? West,
Yes, Melanie. Melanie, Tyler,
just political rhetoric.
What do you yours not work?
Canadians
Last
or
part.
people do not
Here we
want
go.
to be
Here we go.
Canadians.
Did you not?
Canada-
Yours not work? What do you think you just said?
You don't know
No,
what a
what do
direct
you
quote
think
is.
you just
Oh my
said?
God.
What do you
Should I
think you
pull up
just
the
said?
meme? Like
I'm
left,
sorry
like
that
left.
I'm sorry that asking for a
Is it
direct
left?
quote. You have to start.
I can play nice.
Intentionally
Hold on,
don't
hold on.
understand
Play
things to
mean.
make conversation
Melanie,
impossible.
I need you to pause. Melanie, I need you to pause real quick. Let me
No,
let me ask Tyler
I
a question.
can respond to the
No,
person
Send a dress, baby girl.
Melanie,
who's
stop.
arguing against
No,
this.
Razor, let her respond. Razor, let her respond, please.
Attention that I want,
No,
so I'm gonna whine and
Lutch,
bitch.
let her respond.
came
and then
through
we're
a
gonna
lot
move past
louder
this.
than I
Please,
thought
go
it
ahead,
would.
Melanie, respond to what Tyler said. Why was what he just said to you not a direct quote representative of, to be fair, about 3/4 of what he said? He made several claims earlier. You said,
I just
who
wanted to
said
see
that?
my
He gave
crash
you
out and
examples
how
of quotes
crash outy
from the
was
things he
it.
said. One of which he be ashamed of the fact that you stole the land. Do you not agree with that?
Not the same thing as being ashamed to be Canadian.
Canada
Okay.
shouldn't exist. Hey, tell that to
no, then,
Palestine
no,
shouldn't exist
sorry.
because I said
Have
so.
you seen
Palestine
that
shouldn't
Canada
exist.
should not exist?
Hold on,
You threw the
I need
bullshit.
I
How
need
do you
some.
think
hold on.
Canada should not exist? You said
Hold
Canada
on.
exists on stolen land. There's a
I think that was it, right?
Really, hold on, pause. Hold on. Not, hold on.
Jake.
I think that
To Melanie,
I'll fix my hair.
No, but again, that's not
to be proud of living on stolen ground.
fix my hair.
No, but again, that's not the same thing as being
There you go. So the transitive property would mean that if we stole his land, then we shouldn't be proud of it. Oh, it's like we said the entire fucking time. But you have to keep it in.
Is it the same to be ashamed? Is it the same to be ashamed as to not be proud of?
That was fun.
If you, yeah, are you ashamed of a thing?
That's part right
from the underneath.
Conscience.
Melanie, that is a quote.
Or just obfuscating.
But when you said, what it means, I
That's
don't
not what we're
live on
talking
stolen land. Because
That's an interesting
guess what?
conversation to have, but that's not the
Guess what?
conversation that we're having.
Guess
now.
what?
So
Yeah, it's not the conversation
if you
you
want to
want to
start
have.
that conversation after this conversation, that would be a fantastic conversation to have.
You walk right into, and it's that the one that you lose if I keep going. I get it.
Really is.
So, to be clear, I am proud to be a Canadian.
Yep, I lose because your government and your media is saying that it's bad and on stolen land, but that's not something that you
remember that. No, so let's ask a different question. Hold on, please, Melanie. Tell me what it means to you to be proud to be a Canadian. What does that mean?
I live on.
Okay, and I think that's where they are. So I'll give that a like, of course. A shout out to you guys, whoever's still here hanging out for real. Yeah, all right, you get a freebie. You get a freebie. But yes, it is been a bit of a night, so I am going to take it down. If you are new here, please do hit that subscribe live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, like right now. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Guys, I really do appreciate you being here. I know that you could literally be doing anything else in the entire world, yet here you are hanging out with the Overlord and myself. It really, really, really does mean a lot to me. And let's give a big shout out to our co-sponsors. A little light tonight, but that's all right. Wicked Dream and Jennifer with the 5s. Thank you so very, very much. Keep an eye on the community tab and Discord. We already have the movie locked in for movie night. As always, we will start the pregame here on YouTube, and then we will have the Rumble link to go watch the movie on Rumble, where we can actually see the movie. Obviously, we can't do that here, so we will do that. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Again, it really does mean the world to me. Once again, guys, this is Morty the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.